Natchez, wide open net, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, icing on the cake. Half a second to go. Marty Natchez has his third point of the game. 2 helpers, 2 apples, and now a cookie for Marty Natchez. It'll go down as a power play goal for the Colorado Avalanche, and it'll go down as 2 points. 2 goals in the third period will get it done for the Colorado Avalanche against the Kings.
Jamal Murray has it at the point. Guarded by Filipowski. Goes to the right hand. Step back, fadeaway. Jumper's good again for Jamal Murray. 43 points for Jamal Murray. I don't know what else you want him to do, man. 1.6 seconds left. Bruce Brown inbound over to Jamal Murray, and there's the horn. Not pretty, but effective. Jamal Murray drops a 45-pack on the Utah Jazz, and Denver hangs on for the 3-point win, 128-125.
Double dipperoo.
Double dibble-daroo.
All right, 2 wins last night. They came in very different fashions, I would say. And maybe not very different, but the Avs played I think a pretty good game. I can't believe the way that they got hosed out of that goal that was scored and called back from Marty Natchez early in that, when it was 2-1 to make it 3-1. It's like not for a second did Forsberg have the puck and you blow the whistle. And I get it, refs make mistakes, but God, that's got to be just brutal because immediately after that, just a couple of minutes later, they score to tie the game up at 2-2, and you're like, is this going to be the shift in the game that leads to an Avs loss? So that part, not great. But other than that, you kind of look at most of the numbers from last night. The Avs once again dominated play. They outshot the Kings 39-21. Scored on a power play, which is always good to see. And I think their big dogs stepped up and played well in a way that maybe they haven't for a while. We just kind of talked about, is McKinnon in a funk as much as you can be in a funk for a guy that's, top 2 in the league in scoring this year. Just looked like something wasn't quite clicking. Last night it did. And the great news is Marty Natchez, who is, I think, arguably and analytically the best player that played in the entire Olympic Games, has sort of continued that stretch. I thought he's been fantastic since coming back in these last 4 games since the Olympic break. He's just a really, really solid player who continues to make plays happen. Like, we all kind of think of this in a way of, you don't want to totally compare him to Mikko Rantanen, but it's almost impossible not to because it was kind of not a 1-for-1, but that was the guy that was replacing Mikko. And right now he's got 71 points in 51 games. He's got 26 goals, which is 2 off his career high. He's playing at an especially high level. And so they go out, they get the win last night. And they continue sort of playing well enough, I would say. Not games that are totally clean, but they are clearly outplaying their opponent. And if you just add on top of that, getting some power play help, which they did last night. I've said it before. I think if you get this team hovering around 20%, ignoring the first stretch of the season, the pre-Olympic break, if they can hover around 20% post-Olympic break, you're talking about not just the best team in the NHL, but one of the better teams that the Avs have ever had, and a team that will absolutely be the favorite to win a Stanley Cup. Because you got kind of everything else, like another really good game from Blackwood, and you played well enough defensively where you didn't have to stop, 40 pucks last night. It was 21. But in the cases of high scoring chances, I thought Black would bailed you out a couple of times. And every night, whether it's him or Wedgwood, they give you an opportunity to win with the talent that you have. So that's great. And I wanted to start off with the nice stuff because I don't have much of anything nice to say about the Nuggets.
Well, before we go down that road, do you want to guess? Or actually, I'll make you do some math on the air because I know how much you love doing 6 a.m. math.
Sure.
As of last night, because of that empty net goal that technically counts for the power play for the Avalanche, they are now 2 for 11 on the power play since the Olympic break. 2 for 11. What percentage is that?
2 for 11. Well, 2 for 10 is 20%. So 2 for 11, 18 point something?
That is correct. It is 18%.
Yeah.
And you said you want the power play humming around 20%. We're getting there.
Well, it's a weird combo because I know people are going to look at last night and they're going to look at the quote power play goal, and I know it was, empty net, whatever. I would say it kind of evens out the idea that Kale scored immediately after a power play got done in the last game. So we're going to
life finds a way.
We're going to consider this a moment where it's like, playing baseball. You hit a ball on the screws and it goes right to the third baseman, which should have been a base hit, but it was just the wrong spot. And then you get a bloop single over second base. It's going to even itself out. That's the way we're going to look at it. Now, to the bad. I know Jamal was phenomenal yesterday. It shouldn't take that type of effort to beat that team. I don't know how else to say it. Nobody should be happy with the way that the Nuggets played after that game. No one. I don't care who's missing from the lineup, like no Cam Johnson and no this and no that. And hey, Spencer Jones couldn't play. I don't care. This team has put a lineup on the floor of players they are actively trying to lose with. That's the point. If you watched that game last night, could you name me more than 3 people that you've heard of that's on the floor for them? And no, Cody Williams doesn't count because he was at CU last year. Could you name anyone on that floor outside of a couple of people that you knew? And it takes until the waning seconds of that game and a ton of help elsewhere to get a win like that. Like, I can't take the Nuggets seriously. If this is what is going to be brought to the table for them, they go out, they just lose a tough couple of games to good teams. Right there on the doorstep, can't close. It's kind of been that story for a couple of months. And you play against a Utah team that has done everything in their power to lose. They've now lost, including last night, 6 in a row, but they entered that game 5 in a row. L's. They got 18 wins on the year, 18-43. The fact that you can't go out and pace those dudes is very concerning to me. And I think this is just where I'm going to be. I have now switched, as much as I hate to say it. I have put myself in the camp of I am out of belief at the moment. They are going to have to play their way back into earning my trust. Because I believe through the entire stretch of, the injuries that took out 4 or 5 starters, I'm like, when the starters come back, they'll be fine. I believed from the second the offseason basically started, when they made the acquisitions they made of Cam Johnson and Bruce Brown and Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway Jr., I was in. I thought that team was a championship team. But the way that they've played lately, and this is coming down the stretch, I don't trust this at all. The inability to get a stop against a team like that. You're playing against a G League team. And Keontae George is 14 of 22 from the floor. And I get it. He's a good player. He's had a good offensive year. But if there's one guy you need to worry about, why the hell is he doing that? Because you know who you're not worried about? Harkless or Sensabaugh or Mikhailuk or Konchar. It's one guy. And they weren't just getting like buckets on contested stuff. It was wide open. Well, they were at a disadvantage. They had to play two big guys because they didn't have a power forward. So it was Jokic and Valanciunas on the floor at the same time. I don't care. It makes no difference to me. Defensively, there is something off. Chemistry-wise, there's something off. Like a texter says this, and this is totally true. Least enjoyable season in a while. Like, this comes from expectation. I understand that when your starting point before the season even tips off is I think this team's going to win a title. Like, there's not a lot of ways that they can satisfy that other than basically being what the Avs were before the, 2-3 week stretch before the Olympic break, where they were 32-2 or something like that. And it's really hard right now to see a silver lining of how this gets better. And that's the concern to me. I still, in the recesses of my brain, have this cross fingers, toes, teeth, tongues, ears, that when AG and P-Watt get healthy, hopefully later this week, that the defense improves, the chemistry improves, and it looks cleaner than what it does right now. But Nelly, this Utah team that has been fined $500,000 for actively trying to lose basketball games, in the final minutes of this, the final seconds of it, they were up 3 with a minute and a half left. And if you didn't get, and I don't even know if this is the full number, hopefully I kept track the whole way. Here's what I tallied towards the very end of the game. The Nuggets made 20 of 21 free throws in the fourth quarter as opposed to 2 for Utah. Again, I don't know if that's exactly right, but as I was tallying along, that's the number I came up with. You couldn't get a bucket in the fourth. It was a parade to the free throw line. And it's the only thing that saved you. And I got to be honest, even watching as a Nugget fan, I'm like, good Lord, how many times are they going to go to the free throw line? It had to be ungodly frustrating if you're a Utah fan, if you cared anymore at this point. But it's frustrating that you can't go out and just assert a dominant performance against a team that is clearly terrible and clearly trying to lose. Here's Adelman postgame.
The turnovers killed us tonight. It really allowed them to run. It led to the 25 fast break points. It's a little bit better in the second half. I just thought we stayed with it. I don't know. I guess nowadays people judge wins. I don't. Wins are wins. Losses are losses. We would have beat OKC and Caruso misses that 3 and we lose tonight. What's the difference? We're just trying to win, get ourselves to a good place. So just proud of the guys just staying with it. There was no panic. They made huge shots at the end. Just an unbelievable effort from the team to stay with it. And Jamal was really special. 45 points on 19 shots.
I entirely disagree. You know the difference. I'll tell you the difference. You ready, Nelly? Filipowski, Cody Williams, Harkless, Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Sensabaugh, Shibwe, Mikhailuk, Konchar, Collier.
Who are you?
That ain't OKC's lineup. You want to know why? I don't know if I said 5 of those names correctly. I don't know who they are. So I want to continue this in just a second. Keep in mind, guys, it is an AVS Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Sunday's matinee against Minnesota. The keyword is coming up next, so stick around for your chance to win your way into Ball Arena for the game. So stay tuned for that keyword. A lot more to get to. Stick around. If you don't like Shaka Khan, you get the hell out of here. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword GOOD right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays means every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is GOOD. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So,
Kind of like the way you said it the first time. Keyword is good.
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 Here's a question for you.
What's the question?
Am I being too in the moment? Am I being too perspectiveless when it comes to the Nuggets? I am very concerned. Like, not a little, like a lot. Because anything that the Nuggets do this year that does not result in a championship is I know they don't think this way, but I think this way, a failure. It's the best roster they've ever constructed. And I don't know how else to put this. You know, you always think these championship windows last forever. And I heard Coach and Raj talking about this yesterday. They were talking about us. They were talking about us, so I'm going to talk about them.
I don't believe in windows.
It's like a radio inception. Raj was saying in regards to Cam Johnson, because I said yesterday, I got no time to wait for somebody to find their confidence, and I wish him the best, and I hope he figures it out, and I empathize for him and what he's going through. I'm somebody at a much smaller level, but playing baseball, I've been there, where you're like, you just lose confidence. Standing in the batter's box, being like, I don't know what I'm doing. It sucks. And there's no remedy for it. It's kind of like you figure it out or you don't. And they're good enough that they are going to figure that he will figure it out. But does that mean he figures it out in a week, in a month, by next season? I don't know. And when you're in the business of winning titles, I don't got time to hold guys' hands and be like, no, here's another opportunity for you if they continue to fail. I got to win games. Now, he didn't play last night. He talked about the ankle that was bothering him. He's trying to play through it. They gave him a night off. My whole thing on this is you don't know how long these windows last. And when Raj was talking about it yesterday, he goes, this year isn't the end of your run. And I go, well, probably not, but it could be. How would you know? You know, we thought the Avs were in a position after they won where there was just going to be like reigning Stanley Cups here in Denver. And then Landeskog misses 3 years. And you didn't know how to really proceed moving forward because you didn't know, is he still going to come back at some point? Is he not? Turns out losing Naz Kadri was a way harder replacement than anybody thought at the time. Turns out losing Darcy Kemper and shuffling through goalies for 3 years. Did anybody think that was coming? You don't know. And that's why I am very unconcerned with what happens 3 years from now. You need to do whatever you can to win in this moment. And so when I talk about the Nuggets in this way, when I say, God, I don't trust them, and they're going to have to earn my trust back. Here's what you don't say about championship teams. They're capable of losing to anyone that they play. Just doesn't happen. Championship teams take care in ease of the lesser teams in this league. And have a game like that last night, and the reason why the Utah game bothers me so much, and I get it that they won, is that should not be a game that's a struggle. That should not be a game in which Jamal's playing 38 minutes and having to put up 45 points to win by 3. That's not a game where Joker and Murray finish as a +2 and a 0. in plus minus. That Jamal, in 38 minutes, putting up 45 points, the game was even during his minutes on the floor. And I get it. Like, I know that basketball's weird and you can have close games where you didn't expect it, or somebody can pull an upset and it's a long season and all that. This happens far too often with the Nuggets this year. Like, when I talk about the inability to close a game, it's not just about losing at the end of it like they did against OKC or like they did against, you name the 15 other teams that they've played in the last 2 months where the result's been that way. I'm talking about closing out a team that, like, you can chill for a minute. That's the bothersome thing. That doesn't happen enough. And look at the best teams in the NBA. You tell me what their wins look like. Like, how many times has Oklahoma City, like, benched their entire starting unit for an entire fourth quarter? Happens all the time. San Antonio, who finally lost a game. They win. Here's what they've won by in their last handful of wins here, as they won 11 in a row before this. 4 lost to the Knicks yesterday. They won by 16, by 3, by 11, by 17, by 17, by 13, by 28, by 13. Like, the games aren't close at the end, and those are against good teams. Like, I disagree with a lot of what Adelman said in his statement yesterday after the game, but I do agree with one thing.
The turnovers killed us tonight.
Yeah, that's been a common theme, and it's happening late in games. Like, you're trying to close out Utah, and a ball just fumbles out of bounds. And what does Utah do? They go down and they score.
Utah, give me 2.
Like, it's, when a texter said this earlier, it's so true. It's been such an unenjoyable season. It really has. Through the injuries, through the way that the teams played, like, we all kind of thought, hey, when the Nuggets get a healthy Joker and these guys from the starting unit that are back in the lineup, things are going to look better and get easier. And they've looked harder and gotten worse. So I am firmly planting my feet in the camp of, this team does not have my trust, and they're going to have to earn it back.
Well, how about this? Here's a professional broadcaster radio segue. Well, Brett, what would the Nuggets have to do in these final 20 games to earn your trust back?
Play better. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's not like they're just chucking up L after L after L. But there is a manner and a way in which a championship team looks, and they don't have that right now. That's the problem. You know, this isn't just about winning and losing. It's how you arrive there. And I know people are like, I don't care about style points. You should. That's how you judge the teams that are championship caliber or not. There's plenty of teams that win basketball games, especially in the NBA. Every year, there's a team that wins a whole bunch. I'll give you this much. Phoenix is 34-26. They've won a handful of games. Do you think that they're championship contenders? Hell no. The Cleveland Cavaliers are 38-24. You trust them? How about the Raptors, who are 35-25? You trust them? The 76ers, 33-27. You get my point? It's not just about the record. There is a behavior and a way in which a championship team carries themselves. They had this when they won the title. The Avs had it when they won the year prior to the Nuggets. OKC has that right now. San Antonio has that right now. I tell you what, like, I know people aren't taking them seriously because they're kind of the new kid on the block. Detroit kind of carries himself that way. The Pistons do.
I guess nowadays people judge wins. I don't.
I totally do. Like, let me just ask that to the audience here. A quick straw poll in the 6 a.m. hour.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Am I wrong for judging wins? Am I wrong?
That's all you did after every Broncos game. You made, I was going to say you made $1 million. That's the old adage. It's not true in this case, but you made however much you make judging every single Broncos win.
Well, here's the thing about the Broncos. I did judge a lot of their wins, and I judged that off of I didn't think the offense was good enough. And then their head coach fired their offensive coordinator and gave up play calling duties at the end of the year. So I don't think I was entirely wrong in doing so. I said that's the kind of thing. I said, with this defense, you're going to make the playoffs, and you're going to have a good shot to win things. But your offense could bury you. Now, it took a backup quarterback to do it, so it's hard to judge now. But I'm somebody who judges wins because when you're in the business of winning championships, there's a look you need to have. I forgot the way I worded that question now. Did I say it in, am I wrong for judging wins? Okay, that's how I said it. And everybody's saying no at this point.
You said true or false.
Yeah.
I'm nervous about judging wins.
I just really think, and it's the same way with the Avs. Like, if the Avs were, you don't think we're judging the Avs right now the same way? The Avs win, and then we're like, yeah, but they were 0 for 4 in the power play. And then that's the whole thing. Like, the Avs, Nelly, when the Avs were, whatever that record was, 32-2, or whatever, before they were heading into, like, mid-January, did we discuss with Bednar the power play every single week?
Absolutely. That's all it was.
I asked him a question. Sorry, Nelly, to cut you off. I asked him a question where I said, do you ever get tired of answering the power play questions when you guys never lose? And he's like, no, it's something we got to get fixed. But to a certain point, you'd be like, shut up about that. Do you not see my record?
And that's what Sean Payton did when, you remember, he would come up at...
Yes.
If there was a game when the Broncos offense actually did what they were supposed to do and hell froze over, he would say, hey, anybody got any questions about that?
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. Same thing with Dion, right? Hey, where are the questions about the offense today? Anybody want to ask about that? I thought they were pretty good. So, yeah, absolutely. These guys get tired of you addressing the elephant in the room, but if it's still in the room, we're going to address it, especially in the case of the power play, since that is precisely what buried the Avs last year.
Yeah.
The power play is going to haunt you until it doesn't.
Exactly.
And right now, I'm still kind of haunted by that. But no, with the Nuggets, I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. I can't remember what comedian it was, but there was a comedian who has a bit where he says something like, I don't have kids, right? And people who do have kids don't like it when childless people give you advice about parenting, right?
Mm-hmm.
They say, oh, you've never had a kid, you don't know.
Right.
He said, yeah, well, I've also never flown a helicopter before, but if I was to look in the sky and see a helicopter going into a tailspin and crashing, I could probably say, you know what? It's not how you fly a helicopter.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes how I feel about watching the Nuggets. Like, am I David Adelman? Am I the son of an all-time great coach? No. But sometimes it just looks like the Nuggets are playing with their feet in molasses, and it just doesn't look like winning basketball. It doesn't pass the smell test.
It's not cohesive right now. And yeah, injuries have something to do with that, and I understand. There's a lot of people that have been asking this question over the last couple of weeks about David Adelman and was he the right guy for the job? I think that's really, really a stretch to put the struggles of the Nuggets right now on their head coach. I always think it's the easiest thing that people come to. It's like, what's wrong with my team? Oh, the coach is wrong. Especially in basketball. Like, I honestly, and this is no disrespect to basketball coaches out there, out of all the sports, it's either basketball or baseball where the coach matters the least. Like, it's just about you're out there, you're playing a game. There's not a ton of strategy here. There's an occasional inbound pass or you drop a play during a timeout. But the players are the ones responsible for it. Like, we can look at Sean Payton and, like, hey, man, why'd you go for it on fourth down? That's a big-time decision by a head coach that can directly lead to a win or a loss. But in basketball, it's like you got to make a play. You got to get a stop. You got to do something. And I'm putting this on the players more than I am the head coach. You know, this is the same David Adelman, by the way, for all the people who think that he's a bad coach, that kept this team at the 3 seed with 4 or 5 starters out, including the best player in the world, for a month. So you can't have it both ways. I don't know if it's a lack of like some sort of killer instinct that's just disappeared, because they used to have it. I just don't see it right now. So reminder, keyword for this hour and a chance to win some tickets to the Minnesota game this Sunday afternoon. Text the word good in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right, I'm reading a whole bunch of texts here. It sounds like we're largely on the same page. The one place in which maybe we aren't saying more eye to eye, I suppose, is on the subject of David Adelman. And I really just, I feel like in sports, it is a lot easier and usually the right place to go when you are looking at the players saying, this is your responsibility instead of the coach. You know, I always hear this a lot about coaches not motivating the players enough or anything else. What is Adelman going to do to get in front of somebody on defense late in the game? Like, I just feel like it's the lazy thing to do is to go at the coach and say, well, he's not doing his job. How? I don't know. He's just not. Like, it's always a fascinating sort of social experiment to see this play out in real time because I've seen it with multiple players. Like Nelly, here's an example for you. Jeff Green was somebody that everybody was hating when he was on the floor for the Nuggets, and then he leaves and like, oh, God, we need to get Jeff Green back. Or Michael Porter Jr. is a giant problem. He's a black hole within the offense, and then Cam Johnson puts up a couple zeros, and it's like, why the hell would we do that? Sam Girard. Oh, you got to get rid of Sammy G because we got rid of him for what? He's way better than that. This happens all the time. And now it's kind of shifting over towards Malone. Like, the Malone thing just felt like it ran its course. He was a very good head coach, the best coach in franchise history. It felt like time. The team wasn't playing well. They weren't responding properly. And there was some behind-the-scenes stuff that was just, it wasn't good for them organizationally. And they make this move. And while the team is staying afloat and winning basketball games, during the worst injury stretch maybe this franchise has ever had for an extended period, then he's like, he should be up for Coach of the Year honors. And a month later, it's like, did we make the right choice at head coach? It's just that the coach thing is so easy to flip-flop on. I'm looking at the players. Like, honestly, I'm looking at Jokic. Jokic, since he's returned from injury, has still not looked the same to me. You know, that game last night, I know they were throwing a whole bunch of smaller guards at him, but only 11 shot attempts last night, makes 6, got to the line a whole bunch. But since he's returned, he's had, a 9 of 25 game against OKC, 11 of 28 against Boston, 9 of 22 against the Clippers, 10 of 27 against the Knicks. Like, that's not the way that Jokic plays either. And we can talk about, hey, well, what about all these triple doubles he puts up? But we know that he's graded on the best player in the world curve. So, I don't know. It's a very odd time right now to try and evaluate this Nuggets team because something just doesn't feel right. The Avs, on the other hand, they got the win yesterday, and it was, I think, a good one. It was another game in which they dominated play, and I don't think the score really reflected how much better they played than their opponent. You know, you get a goal called back over some nonsense of blowing the whistle too early when the goalie, when Forsberg didn't even have it. You know, it was an easy tap in for Natchez. He does it, and the whistle blows, and there's nothing you can do about it. It sucks. But shortly after that, they tie it up 2-2. You got to scramble to find a win again, and the Avs are pretty good at that. They almost rely on it a little bit too much, where they know that they have the ability to come back, and so sometimes they kind of like play with their food for a second. But they're continuing to win games and keep an arm's length of everybody else in the NHL for them being the point leader. So they're playing great. And we'll get back to the Avs in a bit. Some news in the NFL yesterday. One thing that the Broncos need, and Sean Payton has called this a must for them. They must go out and address the running back position. One of those guys that a lot of people, including myself, thought would be a good fit is that if he was available, David Montgomery felt like somebody that you could really use within this offense. Well, he gets traded yesterday to the Houston Texans. Now, the price on that is a 4th, a 7th, and a player, a depth offensive lineman, which is a much steeper price than I thought there would be for a guy that's 29 years old at that position. And what that tells me now is perhaps there's a resurgence of running back value in the NFL, which means if the Broncos want one of these guys, they're probably going to have to pay a premium price. And I think they should. A premium price for a running back is not the same as a premium price for a corner or forget quarterback, a wide receiver, a tight end even. It's like the cheapest thing that you can get that's a luxury item. It's like if you found the world's best nachos and they charge like $16 for them. Like $16 for nachos is a lot. But if they're really good, then I'll take it. You aren't going out and getting a filet. And so when it comes to guys like a Breece Hall, someone like that, if it's going to cost you more than you thought, do it anyway. If this is the going rate for running backs, and I mentioned this, Nelly, you've heard me say this. For years, the running back position was put on the back burner. People are like, oh, you can find them. They're a dime a dozen. We'll find somebody to run the football. And then you found out very quickly, not exactly the case. That's actually a lot more difficult to go out and just find a running back. And I'll prove it to you. This year in the NFL, and you can name some of the premium backs who are in the league. Your Jonathan Taylors, your Derrick Henrys, your James Cooks, your Jahmyr Gibbses, your Bijan Robinsons, all those guys. There were 11 different players that ran for 1,100 yards. The Broncos haven't had one of those. I forget the exact date. It's almost 15 years is the last time they had one. It's not a dime a dozen just to find these guys. And I watched the draft in which the Atlanta Falcons and Detroit Lions got ripped apart for taking Bijan at 6 and for taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. And teams are like, what are you doing? You don't spend that kind of draft capital on a running back. And I guess you do if they can run for 1,500 yards, because that's what Bijan Robinson did. Or 1,200 yards, like Jahmyr Gibbs, and catch the ball out of the backfield, and find the end zone, and create big plays, and do all that different stuff. By that point, it is great value. Not like Walmart great value, actual great value for what you get production-wise. So I am more than willing to spend money to get premium at that position because it matters so much. And you got to find other things. You got to find a wide receiver. You got to find a tight end that you trust, all that different stuff. But if you get a good running game mixed in with Bo Nix, it could be the greatest help in the world. Damn. The game doesn't become all about Bo Nix having to do things with his arm and legs every single week. And he can still have aspects of that in his game, but it takes a little bit of pressure off in the pass rush. It opens things up in the passing game as far as passing windows when guys need to be aware and fearful of running the football. A couple of those names at wide receiver, by the way, of guys that maybe people wanted. George Pickens was one of them that got thrown out there. I didn't want that at all. I think that guy is Albert Haynesworth waiting to happen. that he's going to get paid and that production is going to drop off. Like, I just don't trust. I don't trust George Pickens as far as I can throw him. Another one that was maybe like, hey, if you're in the market for a veteran wideout, big-bodied guy, it was Mike Evans. Here's a really interesting quote from Mike Evans' agent, Derek Gilmore. So Luke Evans had this yesterday. He said, I asked Mike Evans because let me back up. According to Jeremy Fowler, Mike Evans' criteria for his next team is a quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and a promise of high-volume touches. So Luke Evans of the Post asked Mike Evans' agent, Derek Gilmore, if he has interest in the Broncos. And he said the offensive-minded coach and OC checks out, but here's the quote. They'd have to want to get rid of Courtland Sutton, and I don't think they're going to do that, so I don't think he ends up there. Which, get rid of Courtland Sutton is a weird concept, because I've always thought that Courtland Sutton would make a hell of a number 2 wide receiver. So that one is confusing to me. Now, I don't know what kind of player Mike Evans is anymore, but as far as guys available in the free agent market at wide receiver, it's pretty slim pickings. That feels like a position you're going to need to draft. And there's never a shortage of wide receivers in the draft that you can choose from, but that feels like the direction you're going to have to go. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado, so join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives in March. Schedule your donation at Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets or any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You could win an autographed Nuggets jersey, but go to Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Natchez, wide open net, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, icing on the cake! Half a second to go, Marty Natchez has his third point of the game, 2 helpers, 2 apples, and now a cookie for Marty Natchez. It'll go down as a power play goal for the Colorado Avalanche, and it'll go down as 2 points. 2 goals in the third period will get it done for the Colorado Avalanche against the Kings.
Jamal Murray has it at the point. Guarded by Filipowski. Goes to the right hand. Step back, fadeaway. Jumper's good again for Jamal Murray. 43 points for Jamal Murray. I don't know what else you want him to do, man. 1.6 seconds left. Bruce Brown inbound over to Jamal Murray, and there's the horn. Not pretty, but effective. Jamal Murray drops a 45-pack on the Utah Jazz, and Denver hangs on for the 3-point win, 128-125.
Double dibble-daroo.
Double dipperoo.
All right, 2 wins last night. I feel differently about both of them. Vic, this feels a little bit in Nuggets regards, like feels a bit like one of those Broncos Mondays where they win a game like 13-11, and you're like, yeah, they won, but I was upset at the end of the game. I hated it. I hated it entirely. I don't understand what the problem is. I couldn't name half the roster that Utah threw out there, and you needed, by my count, Vic, tell me if I'm wrong here. You were doing postgame. Did they have, was the free throw disparity in the fourth quarter, the Nuggets were 20 of 21, and the Jazz got 2? Yeah. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they needed to beat the Utah Jazz.
They needed 45 points from Jamal Murray as well. There's going to be a contingent of people who you will hear from, read, who will tell you today, you never complain about a win. Well, I'm here to complain.
Hey, welcome to the show. You're going to be in for a rude awakening.
That's not what you're going to get here, because that's about as ugly a game as I've seen in a long time. And it's symptomatic of what is happening with the Nuggets right now.
Yeah.
It's that game last night, and I know they won. I know. I get it. It took a late reversal of a call that could have gone either way, mind you. Could have gone either way. If they had come back and said, call stands, I'd have been fine with that.
Yep.
I don't know about you.
Yep.
I'd have been fine. Because I thought Joker made a little bit of physical underneath with his left hand that they could have called.
Yeah.
So the game rested on that call. I'm not going to be like an OKC fan and be blind this morning. I'm not going to be blind. I don't know what Nikola Jokic was doing in that game.
I was just going to say it. Vic, I've mentioned this before, and I've gotten pushback because some people just don't think he's beyond approach when it comes to criticism. Jokic hasn't looked right for a while. He hasn't looked right since he's returned from injury.
Well, what they've done, and this trend started, by the way, Demps and I were discussing this. This started last year. If you remember, there was a game here in Denver where the Lakers came to town, and they started fronting Joker, and they started sort of sandwiching Joker. They put a small in front of him and a bigger player behind him.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let him get the ball on the entry pass. And then Oklahoma City did that in the playoffs with Alex Caruso. They fronted him. And that's all they did last night, Utah. They fronted him the entire game. Filipowski didn't even guard him, and he's their tall guy. They just put a small dude on him, and they tried to take his legs out, and they made it very difficult to get him the ball.
Well, here's Will Hardy, the head coach of the Utah Jazz, on that subject.
You know, there have been some other teams in the league that have guarded Jokic with smalls. It's about trying to wear him down, make catches tough. You know, if you know a good coverage for Jokic, please email me.
Okay. Understand something. Every team is going to start doing that.
Yeah.
Because it works. Because you get frustrated. You know, he's a big dude. He's got these pesky gnats. I called it the Munchkin Militia.
And it's going to take a lot of contact for him to get fouls when the little guys are on him.
Yeah.
Because it just, to a ref's eye, it's like, oh, it's not that much contact. It's just a small guy on him.
I mean, you saw the one I sent out there when he was being boxed out by Keontae George, and he basically just said, okay, you want to box me out that vociferously?
Here comes a piggyback ride.
I'm going to give you all of this.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to fall on you. He did that on a couple occasions. You want all of this? Let's go. I'm going to give you all of this. So what happens is, because it's hard to get an entry pass, they're fronting him. It takes the Nuggets a bit out of their offense. Thankfully last night, thank goodness, Jamal Murray just said, I got it. Don't worry about it. Just, I got this. And he puts in 45. But if he doesn't have it, then what? Then what? This is what happens when you're so damn reliant on getting Joker the entry pass to start your offense.
It just, everything doesn't look right. And is some of it offensively? Yes, some of it's offensively. It's also, Vic, dude, I'm just going to go through this real quick, okay? And actually, I want to play Adelman beforehand. This is his initial comments in the postgame.
The turnovers killed us tonight. It really allowed them to run. It led to the 25 fast break points. A little bit better in the second half. I just thought we stayed with it. I don't know. I guess nowadays people judge wins. I don't. Wins are wins. Losses are losses. We would have beat OKC and Caruso misses that three.
Entirely
we lose
disagree.
tonight. What's the difference? We're just trying to win, get ourselves to a good place. So just proud of the guys just staying with it. There was no panic. You know, they made huge shots at the end. I just an unbelievable effort from the team to stay with it. And Jamal was really special. I mean, 45 points on 19 shots.
I entirely disagree. Like, I don't know why people get this way. It's like, well, what? They won. What are you complaining about? What, are you into style points? Yeah, I kind of am. Because if you're a championship caliber team, you should have style in the way you win. There should be like a confidence every time you take the floor. There should be, we're playing against Utah, who just got fined $500,000 for actively trying to lose. Why are we down 3 with a minute and a half left? And he said the same thing happened with OKC. You know what's not OKC, Vic? Filipowski, Williams, Harkless, George, Bailey, Sensabaugh, Mikhailuk, Conchar. Like, that's not OKC.
No. Well, you know, I'm going to say this is on
Keontae George, by the way.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
This is on, all right, we have 20 games to play now, and if you don't think other teams in the league are watching how people are guarding Joker and reacting, you're going to see what you saw last night a lot. You're going to see that a lot. They're just going to take smaller guys and bother him. And now the Nuggets simply have to find a solution. Your assignment is to find a solution to that. Okay, they're going to put a guy at Joker's legs, and he was frustrated all night. I'm looking at some replays of just different moments in the game where away from the ball, they would have a guy crouched down all the way to Joker's shins and just push back on him.
Yeah.
Now, people are going to say, why do they allow teams to do that? Why aren't they calling the foul? Why? I'm not going to ask why. They're not. So now what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit here and just say, it's so frustrating. They're not giving him the whistle. We're going to do that? They're not. They're not going to call it. Whether you like it or not, they're not. So what are you going to do about it? How are you going to change your offense? What counter do you have to that?
I love when we're like this because you and me are both picking at things that are wrong, but different wavelengths in a good way, because there's going to be no meat left on this bone by the end of it. You're focused on the offensive thing of how to get Joker the ball, and they're fronting him with a small guy.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned with you allowed 51% from the floor against a team that sucks because they can't get a stop.
Sure, the defensive end was abysmal. It was abysmal.
And it's been that way, and it's been that way late. I just don't get it. Like, how are they getting wide open looks at the end of a fourth quarter when the game's tight?
Because they let their offense, when they're out of sorts offensively, they let it affect them defensively.
That's not what they did when they won the championship. It was the opposite. When they weren't working on offense, they were extra working on defense. And this is what's like, again, Vic, the style points thing is a cute little footnote that people like to throw in there, like, oh, you care about the way they win? I'm like, yes, because when you are supposed to be a championship caliber team, the way you look matters.
Folks, they were a replay review away from losing to a team that wants to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I don't want to hear it about style points. That call could have gone either way.
I swear to God, Vic, if that didn't get overturned, I think they lose that game. I really do. Like,
well, they have 6 seconds left to do something about it.
And I think that Utah would have found something just because that's the way that this season has gone. But it's like, that sequence was, I have this right, don't I? It was Jamal Murray makes a free throw, which led to Jokic getting a free throw. That's what we're talking about? Like, Murray makes his 2 free throws, and then Jokic goes immediately to the line afterwards. I don't know. It's entirely frustrating. Someone in the appetizer said this. I think this is so true. A texter said, Vic, this is the least enjoyable season I can remember in a long time.
It's laborious. I mentioned it yesterday. Somebody on the text line writes in, Jeff from Florida. Thanks for listening from Florida, Jeff. Vic didn't care how the Broncos were winning in November, but now he cares about the Nuggets and how they win. I'm just telling you how I feel, bro.
At that time, you didn't think the Broncos were quite the team that they were. By the way, I did. Like every week.
Yeah. I'm just telling you how I feel. I can't make this up. Last night's win, a win that broke a 2-game losing streak. How they got the win was hard to stomach. It was hard to watch at times. I didn't like it. I love the result. The result's great. The result is great. But I don't know what to tell you. I could be dishonest. Do you want me to be dishonest? Hey, man, a win's a win. That was awesome. That changes everything. Watch this. Is that what you want?
This is beyond injuries, too. Like, I still hold out hope that when you get AG and Watson back, that it could be different. And they're even more shorthanded yesterday because no Cam Johnson. You had to start Valanciunas with Joker in the starting 5. I understand all that. But you'd be lying to yourself if you said that this looked right and okay, because it doesn't. It doesn't look that way. And there should be, like the way I put it, Vic, how many games have the Thunder, who are obviously a championship contender, just straight up not had to play their starters in the fourth quarter? Or how many times has San Antonio done it? Or how many times, even in the East, the Pistons, how many times have they done it?
Yeah, the fact that you had to finish with those guys it tells you a lot. I mean, I was talking all night with Demps about this. Folks, if somebody comes at me this morning with, and I read this last night, you can't complain about the Nuggets defense. They're missing 4 of their best defensive players. They're missing AG, Peyton Watson, Spencer Jones, Cam Johnson. Folks, Utah sat half their team.
Yeah.
Utah sat half their team. One of the guys sat for sleeping problems.
And I understand, Vic, Keontae George looks like a really promising and good young player. If that's the only guy you got to worry about really on that team, how is he the one going 14 and 22 from the floor? How is he the one putting up 36?
Okay. Let's get that all up. That's the negative. Didn't like the game. Love the result. Didn't like it. You have a 6-game stretch now, and you assume that Peyton Watson and AG will return this week. That's my assumption. I don't know. Hopefully they can play, one or both can play against the Lakers. We'll see. That's a big ask, right? They've got a 6-game stretch here that I defy you to identify a tougher 6-game stretch in the NBA this season. All right, here it is. 6 games in a row. Lakers, Knicks, OKC.
Knicks on a back-to-back.
Yes. OKC, Rockets, Spurs.
On a back-to-back.
Lakers. 6 games. All 6 teams are playoff teams.
2 of them are back-to-backs.
All of them, except the Knicks in the Eastern Conference, are battling you somewhere in the standings. And this is it. This is the stretch run. If you can get through this 6-game stretch, and we're sitting here in 2 weeks going, that's Nuggets basketball, then we can talk about it.
Well, they're in the position for me, Vic. I have decided last night, and maybe I'm I don't think this is going too far because it's been like this for a while. They have lost my trust and they need to earn it back. That's where I'm at. Like, still think the team's good, but as far as like winning a championship, I am going to have to wait and see on that one now.
All right.
They're going to have to prove it to me.
Logan reaches out to me on Twitter, and again, I want to put this out there. Vic, can you please let people know that these pancakes happen simply because the league has players under 6'5" guarding and mauling and boxing out Joker? It works because he gets no calls due to the giant size difference. Think of Alex Caruso. These refs do not sympathize for him. My reaction is going to be very simple to this. Yeah, What? And what? What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
What do you think by us discussing this, by us posting videos of this, do you think that's just going to change?
Yeah,
what do you think other teams are going to do?
We've never talked about Jokic not getting foul calls before.
Yeah, that's never been a source on it. What do you think's going to happen next? Do you think the rest of the league, we're talking about it. Oh, guys, everybody, hey, they're talking about it. Let's stop doing it.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, guess what? The Nuggets play the Lakers on Thursday night. What do you think Marcus Smart's going to do? What do you think he's going to do? What do you think J.J. Redick is going to have Marcus Smart do all night?
Exactly.
Schematically.
So we can get more into this in a second. It is in AVS Ticket Tuesday, giving away tickets to the Sunday matinee against Minnesota. The keyword is coming up next, so stick around for your chance to win your way into Ball Arena for that game. Keyword coming your way next. It's a Ticket Tuesday. Have your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword NEAR right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays means every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. But again, this hour's keyword is NEAR. So text that and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Moser's with us. We'll get to the Avs in a second. I do love this text because it is just funny. I'm confused on how David Adelman seems to be doing more with less and less with more all in the same season. I mean, remember, for all the people that are complaining right now, Vic and Moj, about David Adelman, because you're going to get this with a tough stretch, and the easiest thing to do in sports is to blame the coach for things when I think it's more players than coach. But it's like, did we make the wrong move by hiring Adelman? But in the middle of all those guys being out and them winning basketball games, it's like, he might be coach of the year. It's just easy flip-flop back and forth. Easy.
You look like you're at an adventure park or something there, Moj. Where are you? Are you in Anaheim today? Where do we find you?
Up your button around the corner.
Oh!
I am not.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
I am not even remotely in the mood. The amount of effort.
I asked a simple.
Listen, he did
hey,
ask,
how you doing?
He did ask a simple question. Where are you?
I understand that, but here's the problem with this show, and I think that everybody listening right now can understand the amount of late night, early morning effort I put in to jump onto these airwaves to allow Dilby to insult me.
He didn't even say anything to you.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The ratio of effort to Dillbag is significant. I get ratioed all the time.
Sounds like something you made up in your mind this morning.
Not sure what you're talking about. Hi, Moj.
Let's just recap this. Vic said, "Hey, Moj, where are you?"
It looks like an adventure park. Yeah, it's been a real adventure, Vic.
It looks pretty.
It's been a real fun adventure. Yeah, you pay $190 to come in here and then struggle to get on the friggin' air to fight with you. It's great.
Hey,
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
All right, hang on. I got a question.
Oh, for God's sake.
Because I know there's nothing you can do about it.
Why are you late to the show? Why are you half hour late?
No, ignore that. We're moving on.
No. He wants to. No. He wants. I simply gave him a proper greeting. How are you?
Kids,
hey, why are you late again?
Kids, I'm going to pull this car over right now.
Why are you late again, Moj?
Miss you, Pop.
I have a question. I know there's nothing you can do about it. But is there somebody I can punch really hard in the face for when Marty Necas has a tap-in goal, but they blow the whistle because they can't see the puck?
Dude.
Is there anybody that I could just put right in their suck hole?
I don't know what happened against Minnesota, but people got on Johnny Lyle's case when the Avs took all those penalties in that second period, starting with the Makar slash that broke a stick, but it wasn't a slash. It was blade on blade, but Sturm's stick broke at the hand. Remember that? Somebody told, I think, Wild fans that the color analyst that game was EJ. So apparently Wild fans destroyed EJ's timeline with "you're a piece of crap," and it was really Johnny Lyles. So and Johnny didn't even say anything that's not correct. Don't get me wrong; he was 1,000% correct, but people got on his bacon because Wild fans are that way. And I don't want to get on the officials because it's hard, but that was a really, really super duper pooper scooper quick whistle, super pooper duper.
Yeah. Really, really quick.
So I don't know what to say. I'm not going to blast anybody. Kyle Raymond's been around a long, long time. I don't know what happened. He's on the near side. The puck goes into the armpit. He thinks it's held. It is hard to, I think, it's hard not to blow the whistle because you think it's a save. He's holding on to it. Blow the whistle. Let's go. But he never had control, dude. It bounced right through him. It went behind his pad. Marty pokes it home, but the whistle had already blown.
With the Avs winning yesterday, the funny thing about it is that goal doesn't get called, and then a couple minutes later, it's tied up 2-2. It's a loud buzz. I don't know what you're doing over there, Moshe. That's a loud buzz, though.
What?
Am I wrong?
I don't hear a darn thing.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
You've got you've got things in your head. Pork Chop's accusing me of crap over here. I swear to God.
What amusement park are you broadcasting from?
Okay, let me explain. We are so this will get Vic off. I mean, this will make him touch himself.
What?
It doesn't matter.
What?
You are?
I don't know. This will make him happy. So, in order to get to the main lobby, clubhouse, whatever, you got to call the golf cart. The golf cart, hey, Hans, what's up? Yeah, bring that golf cart over here. And he speeds around the property, picks you up in front of your apartment with a golf cart, and then takes you back to the main joint, which is what I was doing. I was packed up and ready to go to the main joint because what do they have here, Vic? What do you think they have here that Vic Lombardi loves?
I don't know where you are.
It doesn't matter where I am. You just need to know what the situation is. They have a business center. So it's 1:30, 1:40, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. I finally give up, and I call the guy. He's like, I said, yeah. Do you have a business center? We do, sir. Really? I said, well, listen, do you have Ethernet? He goes, I'm not sure, but there's nobody I can call at this hour to find out.
This has to stop.
I don't care.
This has to stop.
I don't care how.
It has
so on
to.
the way out of the room.
Nobody on this show cares
I dropped something. I dropped something back between the blinds and the end of this console. This table here.
It has to stop. He's still going.
Down by the floor.
He's still going.
And down by the floor, there's an Ethernet plug.
Okay, can I go back, please? Can I go back to the Avs game? Can I please go back to the Avs game, please?
You asked where I was and what I was doing. I gave you the answer.
No. You gave us a 3-minute answer. All you have to say is, I'm in the business center at a hotel. That's it.
That was
That's
it.
all you have to say. That's it.
I got it.
What I was trying to get to with
How
the
are
Avs.
you married? How are you ever married? How do you
what
guys
I was trying to get to with the Avs was that
At break, I'll show you.
After the goal wasn't called, they immediately gave up a couple minutes later. The game tire at 2-2, and you're thinking, oh boy, is this going to be the thing that haunts you? And luckily for them, they come back and they get the goal by Devontae's beautiful play, and then Marty Nachos gets his goal back by finishing with the empty netter, which coincidentally, Moj, it helps in our power play tracker because they were 1 for 1 last night technically. So that takes them to 2 for 11.
Yeah. Dude, they have this. McKinnon has the puck on his stick, and he could turn and fire it down the ice if he wanted to from that position and probably score. It's 163-foot shot. He could score. He tries to find Marty Nachos. Panarin reaches out and gloves it down and starts again. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. Why is this happening? This cannot be happening. They get it done. Yeah, Marty gets an empty net goal, which is, I guess, sweet justice for the knockdown by Panarin and so on. But, man, nothing is coming easy for this team.
Helps your power play percentage.
It does, but you can't get a friggin' power play the entire game. The Kings had 3 guys who made their National Hockey League debut. They've got like 9 guys out right now, including Kevin Fiala, who broke his leg up in the Olympic Games. Man, it's just it's nothing is coming easy, but they're sticking with it. They're staying with the process. They keep grinding, and they're coming through. And by the way, Vic, last night, look at the goals for this Avalanche team: McKinnon, Landeskog, Taves, and Natchez. And Makar figured in, and Natchez had assists. Like the big guns pulled this team through last night. That was really good.
Yes, they did.
It's similar, the 2 games last night that both resulted in W's. The Nuggets and the Avs both sort of survived, right? They survived against teams that were missing a bunch of players. They survived on the road.
But Vic, if you're going into a prize fight against a guy who's supposed to take a dive in the 5th round and you don't throw a punch, then what are you supposed to do? The Jazz want to lose. What the hell happened? How do you give up 125 points to a team that's dying to lose?
Can you just pause for 1 second?
That pisses me off.
Just pause for 1 second, because if there is some sort of significant news to come out of the game last night, it's that I hate when he says this. Artturi Lehkonen didn't return to the bench, and Bednar said that he is going to miss that some time quote.
Ooh, don't like that.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Jared coming up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Denver time, correct? 9 a.m. Mountain time tomorrow?
Yes.
I don't know what it could be. All I saw was the puck get up here on him, somewhere from the mouth to the throat.
Yep.
Somewhere the puck got up in here. Now, I don't know what that could be. You tell me what that is. It's upper body. You tell me what it is.
Something that hurts a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, because once the play was done, he sort of turned around to skate toward the bench, and he had that hurt look on his. All I saw was his back. All I saw was his numbers and his nameplate. I don't know what it is, but he looked hurt when he kind of went, like that, and then skated over the bench, and then he was gone. So I've got to think it's something, not so much here. Brett, look at me.
Yeah,
not so much here or here, but sort of right here.
Yep.
Not so much here or here, but sort of right here.
Yep.
The Avs announcement when a guy gets hurt, when they say he's going to miss some time, is the equivalent of the Nuggets reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah,
yes,
pretty much.
Yep.
Listen, he's not lost for the year, so that's good. I mean, golly, Arturi Lehkonen is one of those guys. You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Sandpaper. Gotta have sandpaper on the ice.
You got to, and he does all the tough stuff. You talk about a guy who just goes and does his job. He doesn't ask anything from anybody at all. He just hits the ice and does his effing job. Goes
Moser.
hard to the front of the net, makes difficult plays, always around the crease. I love that guy.
So you escaped last night with a dub. You get the win. Everybody's happy. And then
By the way, I'm hardly on any sleep. I am not in the mood to suffer fools today, so don't mouth off to me.
I was just talking about hockey.
I understand. This is a preemptive strike.
This aggression will not stand, man.
Okay. Mr. Moser, the Avs won last night. They found a way. They
Talk to me like I'm a
persevered.
lord. I want to be
Lord
talked to like
Moser.
I'm a lord.
And then the Stars can't lose suddenly. They've won 9 in a row.
Vic, and the crazy part is that Rantanen's out.
I know.
Go.
They've
and they
won
still have
9 in a row.
Yeah, but you know what? You're right. They have, which is funny. We put the graphic up last night, boys. Vic, 9 in a row. That's the most Dallas has won in a row all season long. The Avs have not won but 2 different winning streaks of 10 in a row.
I'm not comparing. I know.
No.
It has nothing to do with comparing both franchises. I
realize that. I'm just sort of laying it out there how perception changes. They're playing great flipping hockey. They've won 9 in a row. They're
Friday's
right
game's
going
to be something, man.
Yeah. Vic,
Friday's
it's like that
game
time
is
you're
going to be something.
You remember that time you got bit by a Doberman? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you're riding your bike and that Dobie's chasing you?
How do you know my life stories better than I do?
Because you told me about the Doberman. That it's the biggest fear you have. The Doberman was chasing you on your bike and bit you.
It was in
you
the
told me
parking
that.
lot at Berkeley Baptist in North Denver.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Dallas Stars are right now. They are a Doberman with no tail.
I still have the scar.
And the pointy ears, and he's running your ass down. And you gotta pedal harder. You gotta pedal. You gotta stay ahead of him. Have to. This will get Vic off. I mean, this will make him touch himself.
I mean, that's a crazy thing to say.
Sorry.
Right out of the
That's not what I
gate.
meant.
That's
I
an
didn't mean it
insane
like
thing
that.
to say.
Well, you know what,
There's
Moser?
only one way to mean it.
Moser, you know what? I know what you are now. I know what this is. It's funny because somebody referenced it, and I appreciate somebody on the text line. You're so right. So Sean Payton has taken all play calling duties and given them to Davis Webb. And one of the big criticisms of Sean Payton was he just couldn't get the play in time. Remember how many times? Come on, let's go. Get the play in. That's Moser. Just having a conversation. Let's
People
go.
are saying,
get the play in, Moser.
People are saying that I sound grumpy this morning. I don't feel like I sound grumpy.
You sound like an Eeyore.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, when somebody asks you, hey, where are you at? And you say, I'm not in the mood for your nonsense today.
Because you know what? Because, listen, of all the people in the world, don't you play dumb with me. don't you play dumb. When he asks that question, you know it's just a precursor to something else that's coming, and you know it by a mile. Don't you play dumb. You're on my side.
Okay. Reminder to you guys.
Here's the 1936. Moser's such a big whiner. Okay. You know what? I'd like to whine you into next week there, 1936.
What amazes me is that you want some sort of award because you had to go find the business center to do your show, which is something I do every time I'm on the road. What do you want? You want you want Employee of the Month for that? Big deal. You're not doing anything special.
Of course, the game had to start at 7:38 last night. Couldn't start at 7 o'clock L.A. time. The amount of traffic.
We'll get you an Employee of the Month, Grandpops. I'll tell you what, we'll get you an Employee of the Month. I will nominate you because you had to go find the business
They're looking for
center.
nominees. They're looking for nominees this
they
month,
are.
too.
And I tell you what, once we nominate Moser, hey, why'd you get nominated? Well, because he found the business center at a plush hotel.
You know I've never won that, Ma. I think that deserves it. That really deserves it. Anyway, I'll tell you what we'll do. I've got half a coffee here left. Why don't we take a little break ski? And when we come back, Uncle Mose will be all happy, dappy, timey-wimey.
It's great. I can't
Uncle
wait.
Uncle Mose won't tell Army vet Mitch to go get bent. Uncle Mose won't go onto the Twitch line and tell Jock and Rock and Flax to go suck an egg. No, I won't do that.
All right.
I'll be really, really nice.
Very cool. Reminder, the keyword for this hour is near. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. You know that sound. That's the sound of luck. And that's the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You play all your favorite games, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. And today, Tuesday, the 3rd, nobody's won this Mega Millions yet. $473 million is up for grabs. And if you download that Tulatero app and use my code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. So download the Tulatero app right now. It's Tulotero. Download the app, use my code MAGIC, and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. It's only for our boy. That's it. Oh, yeah, big smile. So listen, few things.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, hi, Moj.
How you doing?
Few things here. One, and we'll get back to the games in a second, but the Nuggets did fill their last roster spot with Tyus Jones, and I'm going to need some help here because I don't get it. I don't understand it. They have a ton of guards already. Like, I just don't understand the purpose of what he's going to fill here. Is this a disbelief in Jalen Pickett? Is that what that is?
I think it's just a break glass in case of emergency pickup. That's what that is. You know, they ideally they wanted Chris Middleton.
Yeah.
From all reports, and Middleton decided to stay in Dallas. So they filled the hole, had a roster spot available, and if a guard goes down, if for some reason they need a ball handler late in the game, they got one. That's what that is.
I feel like a forward would have helped more.
Well, they wanted Middleton, and Middleton decided to stay in Dallas.
Yeah. Now, as far as...
You know what? It's hard to blame Chris Middleton for that. I mean, when you really truly think about it, you're thinking to yourself, you know, why not stay in a place where you're a suckhole when you could go to a place where you have an opportunity to win an NBA title? If it was me and the mood I'm in today, I would think, you know what? I want perpetual suckhole because that fits my mentality in my belief system more than anything else. So if you want to play in Dallas, be out of the playoffs, be in the 12th spot in the West, and just completely suck your life away, Chris Middleton, by all means, stay there. Enjoy yourself.
You're misinformed. You're just
then what is it, Vic?
You're
then what is it?
Misinformed.
Then what is
there
it?
are two things at stake. Number one, he likes his role there. He may stay there. He retains his bird rights by staying there. There's more at play.
The bird rights. My bad. You're right.
And perhaps he doesn't feel confident in going to a team that, you know, maybe his playing time wasn't what he wanted. Maybe he had a conversation. What would you be doing in Denver? How much playing time would you get? Maybe he wants playing time. I mean, you can't label everyone who doesn't want to come here as, oh, what a loser. That's not the way this works. You don't get that opportunity.
No, he's got a ring, so I can understand why he's content. He's already got a ring, and why would he want another one? I mean, I don't blame him. Right. Go ahead and lose 60 games a year. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't befront me.
Moser,
no skin off my teeth. No problem.
And now I have nothing.
Here's the other thing about the Nuggets and that game last night again. Like the entire feel here around what the Nuggets should look like is off. It's off. And if you want to be a championship caliber team, games like last night don't happen. You could say that I'm hyper-focusing just on a single game, and I might accept that had the previous, 3 weeks not happened.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't just a one-off, oh, they had a bad night. They've had bad nights consistently lately. And even in a win, you're exiting that being like, well, a team that just got fined $500,000 for trying to lose was up 3 with a minute and a half left in that game against you.
Up 4.
Up 4.
Yeah.
And you can say, hey, man, defensively, they didn't have their best guys in AG, and they didn't have Peyton Watson, they didn't have Spencer Jones, they didn't have all these different guys. Utah sucks. Yeah. It shouldn't matter. You're playing a G League team.
You'll get a better stand after this 6-game stretch, which, Moser, you missed it. The toughest 6-game stretch, I think, in the NBA this season is what the Nuggets are up against.
It's really hard. Vic, you're totally right. I'm not being facetious. You're absolutely right.
Of those 6 games, 2 of those are back-to-backs. Incredibly hard games. We'll know after this 6-game run. If you don't already know, if you don't have a feel, we'll get one after this 6-game run. We'll know. You know, what I don't want to – everybody assumes because the Nuggets have struggled that they haven't been competitive. That's BS. They could have won every game they were in. That's what's crazy. They've
been right in there. You're
the
absolutely
OKC
right.
game they could have won. There's so many games in this stretch. There's 6-8 since Jokic returned. 6-8. So many of those losses could have been W's, and we're singing a different narrative. They lost a lot of clutch time games. So I don't want to hear that. Oh, they're a complete mess. They're lost. No, they're just losing the games that we're used to seeing them win.
Yeah, but they're also, Brett's right. I mean, you look at that lineup that Utah put out there last night.
That one, see, that game bothered me more than almost losing games.
Kyle Filipowski. I mean, this guy. And look, I know my face looks not good this morning. I get that. But this guy looks like, if you go to H&R Block and you go, man.
It is true.
I need a little help with with some deductions. This guy's going to hook you up because that's what Kyle Filipowski does. Hi, I'm Kyle Filipowski, expert accountant, that kind of thing. And Vic, Brett is 100% correct. The win is the win, and that's great. And you see Jamal get off, and that's awesome too. I mean, when he goes for 45, it's a fun night. Mm-hmm. But I don't care what you're doing in terms of the scoreboard. It doesn't look right or feel right. Vic, even during the run 2 years ago, 3 years ago almost, and you're worried about the Lakers and you're worried about this and that, deep down you still knew that it had a feel and a vibe of goodness. It still felt right. It looked right. And you're like, you know what? I can be nervous all I want, but they got something cooking, which is why Brett and I think even after the second round, Brett, we're like, dude, it's done.
It was never about your opponent. It was like this team.
It was about you.
They look the part. That's what it was.
Exactly right. So Vic, if it doesn't feel right and it doesn't look right, even if you win, I'm still going to come up with concerns on a daily basis, and so is Brett until it starts to look and feel right, and I don't know when that's going to be. Well, and by the way, if it's all Aaron Gordon, for crying out loud, if it's all AG, then on this team, that guy's worth $60 million per because they don't look or feel themselves at all.
I sense a joyless basketball team right now. There's no joy with which they play, and sports is supposed to be fun. Do you guys see that, or is that just me?
That's a great observation. You got to be able to enjoy the guys around you that come.
No, I'm not saying behind the scenes. They're fine behind the scenes. It's the locker. I'm talking about in the game. Everything's so tense.
That's what I'm talking about too, Vic. There's a certain just flow to a team where you're having fun on the floor and you're high-fiving and blah 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 blah. Everything right now is a trip to the dentist.
What's the French term? Je ne sais quoi? Is that what it is?
Yeah, certainly je ne sais quoi. Oui.
What does that mean?
Oui, monsieur.
You're
certain
French?
Effervescent quality about things. Got a certain something, a certain it.
Yeah, they're not playing with the je ne sais quoi right now. It's very intense and very plotting and very oomph. I don't know what it is. You're right.
Hey, Brett,
January was magical. Like, oh my God, look at them win these games. It was just a different feel. It was an excitement level. Since then, it's been just laborious.
The definition of that is an indescribable, special, or pleasing quality, but the literal translation is I don't know what.
Je ne sais quoi.
I just done told you that. But right now they got, dare I say it, they got a certain je ne sais nah.
Je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. Again, you have a 6-game stretch here that I think will determine the tone of the rest of the season. I really do. If these 6 games, and you assume that Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson will be available. Okay, you assume and hope that Cam Johnson will be available. He didn't play last night. Ankle issue. Let's see where he is when he comes back. And we know it's more than just an ankle with him, right? We know that.
Yeah.
It's an ego. It's an ego. I mean, it's a confidence. Vic, I don't mind him having a night off. He bore his soul 2 days ago.
But hang on a second. On that subject, Moj, the lack of confidence, when you said they don't look like they look joyless right now, I think that's all it is. I really think that they're at the end of games nervous that they're going to do something wrong and blow the game.
Well,
and that's what it's not joylessness, it's almost like nervousness.
The one consistency, and it's happened and continues to happen, they had 15 turnovers last night. 15 turnovers to Utah's 9.
And a bunch late again.
And the late turnovers happened. Jamal had 7 turnovers himself, right? And he's been very consistent with the ball. Joker had 3. They have to clean that up, man. I don't know what else to tell you. They have to clean that up. They're getting empty possessions because they're turning the ball over so much.
Well, Vic, it was the Clipper game, if I'm not mistaken. We went through it because you were it was the Warrior game, or was it the Clipper game? Damn it! Now I'm all mad. Where they had what's the game where they're tied at 109 late with 6 minutes to go? What game is that?
Warriors. And they give up
the
10
Warriors
straight.
game. Yeah, Vic, you were out, and so okay, so what's his face? The guy's Scott Podsednik makes a three.
Podjemski. No. That was a joke between us. He couldn't say Podjemski, so I go just call him Scotty Pods. Scott Podsednik.
Okay, Scotty Pods makes a three to tie it. Okay, fine. Then immediately Joker gets stripped, and it's a turnover. As 80-year-old Al Horford goes with his walker, got the ball away. So then Podsednik goes and makes actually he made a three there. Then Christian Brown throws it away on the next possession. Vic, they're not taking care of the basketball.
Late turnovers.
Mm-hmm. These are things where you're looking at it and going, that is directly leading to a loss. The lack of taking care of your baby. You're leaving your baby in the car seat on top of the car and pulling out of the driveway. That's what you're doing, and you cannot do that anymore.
Well, I mean, the turnovers I noticed that really grind me are the ones where you're trying to make the Avs are guilty of this, right? The extra pass, the cool pass, the let's go here with the ball. When just make the easy pass.
Yeah.
The easy
You want to see
pass.
my head fall off? Do you want to see my head fall off? Watching guys give up shots on net to try and force a puck through the low slot through two guys.
That's what Austin Matthews did in the Olympics, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Like grind
and
your
they
gears.
won, thank God. But, dude, I'm like, my head, I'm not even kidding you. I don't know how many muscles I have in my neck. Maybe some sort of, orthopedic guy could tell me. But one of these days, I'm going to be sitting in the booth next to Riker, and my head's just going to fall off, and he's going to kick it down the aisleway. Because just play a simpler game, and you're going to be fine. You're good. You are good.
The playoff push is on. Get in the action with Altitude Plus and enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code ALTITUDE7 at altitudeplus.com/checkout. Hurry, the offer ends on the 14th. Apply the code to any monthly or annual plan and start watching now. The subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. There's something that I want to talk about considering it felt like we were all on board with the Broncos going after a guy like David Montgomery this offseason. Well, the trade package was more than what they could offer. Question is that going to be the same for all running backs now? We'll get to it next.
So good.
All right,
I
so
love you, Brett. Sure love you, man.
What?
Love you, buddy.
Okay.
What a great morning.
Love you too.
Just shut it down. You're messed up. You're messed up. Shut it down today. Quit digging the hole.
The trade yesterday, again, I think that most Broncos fans would like to have David Montgomery here. Felt like the type of back you would like in your backfield. Big bruiser, can run between the tackles, can do the dirty work, all that different stuff. But when you found out what he was traded for, it was a 4th-round pick, a 7th, and then
Big deal. A 4th and a 7th and a guy we've never heard of. Oh, that's a real pain in the ass to do, isn't it? That's a really tough deal to get done.
So the reason why I think this is interesting is because a guy like Joe Mixon was traded for less last year. Running backs have been traded for less over the past few years. This might trigger some sort of bump in the running back market, which I was waiting to see if that was going to happen. Remember, I told you it was really interesting a couple years ago when the Falcons drafted Bijan Robinson at 6, the Lions drafted Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. The NFL scout people, the draft analysts, were like, why would you spend that much capital on a running back? It doesn't have that value. Well, when Bijan Robinson runs for 1,500 yards, it's all of a sudden has 6th overall pick value. And I think overall the running backs.
Well, and he's a stud, Brett. I mean, these guys are Bijan, Jonathan Taylor, Henry, Saquon. These are the bell cows that are now seemingly few and far between, buddy.
But I think this is triggering a rise in value for the running backs again, which means if you want one of these guys, if you want a Breece Hall, you're probably going to have to pay more than you would previously. Because I think that number is going up for them because they're seeing the value in having a guy that they can rely upon again. And the Broncos have addressed the running back position as a must this offseason. And what I'm saying is you should be willing, if Breece Hall says, I want $10 million a year, in the grand scheme of things, $10 million is nothing. It's just a lot for a running back.
What if they've targeted a couple in the draft and that's their answer?
Well, they did that last year with R.J. Harvey, and they said they're looking for a running back again. So they better be sure.
Well, you can't have too many, I guess. You can't have too many.
Well, you remember that quote from Sean Payton about R.J. Harvey. He's a good back. We like him. He's just got to get a little bit better in the run game. And I'm like, well, what's his job?
Yeah.
What's his job? Like, that should be something that doesn't need to be worked on. You should be pretty good in that category already.
Agreed. But I want to pick Vic's brain here a little bit, Brett, regarding the Broncos and Davis Webb. Because some control has been given up by Sean Payton, but where does that control stop? Where does it end? Does he now get a say, Vic, in the picking of the groceries off the shelf?
Well, I'm sure
That's the question.
Yeah, I'm sure there's part of a
say. Okay. So if Sean Payton, Vic, seems to think that the running game needs to get going and that R.J. Harvey needs to improve his game, and Davis Webb is now going to be calling the plays, and maybe he wants a certain style back to go along with. Listen, it's still Sean Payton's offense. It's still his play design. It's all, everything encompassing Sean Payton. It's just that Davis Webb is going to be reading off the menu now. So my question is, if you're reading off the menu, do you have a say in what the backs look like or what they do best? I'm just curious as to where that line of demarcation is.
It's always a joint effort, right? Coaches always have certain players they like.
Agreed.
Coaches always, and they go to the table and they pound their fists and they say, I want this guy. And ultimately, the head coach and the GM will make that decision. But I'm sure he's pounding his fists he's pounding the table for certain players right now. That's what you're paid to do. Why wouldn't you do that? Make your job easier.
In the search for finding some weapons on offense, I thought this was interesting. So just to start here, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN said for Mike Evans, the criteria that he wants in his next team is a quarterback he believes in, a chance at a Super Bowl, a top-shelf offensive coordinator, and a promise of high-volume touches. Okay? Luke Evans talked to Mike Evans' agent, Derek Gilmore, and he goes, hey, are the Broncos an option? Here's what he said. Said that they have the offensive-minded coach and offensive coordinator. That checks out. But here's the quote from the agent. They'd have to want to get rid of Cortland Sutton. I don't think they're going to do that, so I don't think Evans ends up there.
I was thinking the exact same thing when you mentioned all the requirements. They have a possession receiver already, and they have a possession receiver who fits the same mold, who plays the same way. Not a fit for me.
So what? I've heard that. I mean, Mike Evans is good. He's a 1,000-yard receiver
He's
every
great.
year of his career.
He's great. They have one of those.
Well, Cortland Sutton's not a 1,000-yard receiver every year.
I'm talking about the body type, the
That's
type
true.
of player. They have one.
Mike Evans is better. He's a better version of that, though. He is. Maybe
You can make the argument he's better because he's been given more opportunities to get the ball.
I agree with Vic.
Well, okay. I'd say this.
I mean, Cortland's running his routes, Brett. Cortland's doing what Cortland does. His game doesn't change. He's not a guy where he drops off. He's the same guy every game. It's a matter of whether you get the ball to him.
I agree. I'm sort of tired of people, busting on Cortland Sutton. It's a dependent position. You got to get the ball to him. If you want to see that, you give him the opportunity. How many times when Mike Evans is running routes, he's covered, and they still get him the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Cortland
think
Sutton doesn't get the yards after the catch, though, blah, blah, blah. No, he doesn't, but that's not his role. He's not
Mike
Jerry
Evans isn't
flipping
exactly
Rice.
a yak guy either.
Exactly.
Here's what I want to ask, though, in this. Like, what is it that you want from a wide receiver then? Like, because I got a news flash for a lot of people that think, hey, a speedster or something like that. Sean Payton only plays guys who are 6'3". It's why Marvin Mims doesn't play. They got a guy with speed. They have that. He's not tall enough. So if you want speed and size, good luck finding Calvin Johnson. They're pretty hard to find. So what do you want? Like, am I wrong here?
No, dude, those Megatrons, those Megatrons are so rare. I know everybody wants one, but they're just so difficult to find.
But you know my point, Moj. It's like, well, Mike Evans is basically another Cortland Sutton. I'm like, they have 4 Cortland Suttons at wide receiver, and that's the only guys they play. They don't play Marvin Mims.
We got to talk to Big Kevin. Hang on.
Kevin who? Who are you talking
KD. I'm looking at Puka. This is so interesting to me. How awesome is Puka Nacua?
He's pretty good.
By the way, he was at the game last night, the Avs game.
He was?
Yeah, he was there with an influencer.
Okay.
I'll let your mind wander on that. Anyway, so Puka, realize Puka was a 5th-round pick. Puka Nacua, 5th-rounder, out there for anybody to take a swing at least 4 times. Anybody.
I got
so you better credit the damn LA Rams scouting staff for going to BYU and saying, "Hey man, was it BYU? Where'd he go? Utah, BYU?
BYU. I've got
BYU.
I've got a name for you right now, and he's currently the 12th. No, he's currently the 13th rated receiver in the draft. I really like him. I've seen him a couple times, and he fits the requirements of a Sean Payton receiver. He's tall, and that's where the requirements end, apparently. He catches everything. I like Jacoby Lane from USC a lot.
I'd be fine with that.
A lot.
That's fine. You know, Vic and I could run 3 940s. And Sean Payton would go, "You suck."
No, seriously.
Brett Kane, I know you run a 5'3", but you're 6'3".
I know we've made
made
like a bit out of this, and it's been funny, but it's no longer a bit. It's just a fact. Marvin Mims, whenever he plays and he gets the football, makes a play happen, and then he doesn't play anymore. And then they go and sign little Jordan Humphrey, and he gets more snaps than Marvin Mims. And explain that one to me. Because it happens every year. Every year. Big, tall guy who can't really run plays more snaps than small, fast guy who makes plays happen. And it seems like the only requirement necessary is you're 6'3". And if you're that, then you can get on the football field. Because when we talk about, oh, this guy's got the same body type as Cortland Sutton, so does Pat Bryant, and so does Troy Franklin, and so does little Jordan Humphrey, and so does everybody else that gets on the field at wide receiver. Like, they're all the same. When we looked over at training camp, you guys remember, we're in our tent, we're looking at the wide receiver catching on the jugs machine. They all looked like the same guy. Like they were cloned.
It's like they're all auditioning for the same part in a movie, right?
Yes, and here's what's funny, Moj. The last time we talked about this, they said
tall, handsome, athletic. Yeah, this is all these dudes out here, every single one of them.
The last time we talked about this, they said, when's the last time that Sean Payton utilized a wide receiver that's under 6 feet tall? And people said, he drafted Brandon Cooks. Want to know a fun story about that? Brandon Cooks, a very good wide receiver. You know how long he played for Sean Payton? 3 years. They traded him. Despite success, they traded him.
I can't tell you why that's an issue in this offense. Maybe things change with Davis Webb calling the plays. Maybe he'll have a stronger say in how to utilize certain players.
That's where my question comes in. Where does it end? Where is that line? How much does Sean Payton take under consideration? Does Davis Webb say to Sean and George Payton, hey, dudes, if I could just get a guy like this, blah, 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 just lay it out there. If I could just have these qualities in a guy, I'd be happy as a pig in slop. I don't know. Or do Sean Payton and George Payton go, look, hey, Davis, love you, man, love you. You're going to call the plays out of this playbook. We're letting you do that. But let us handle the personnel, okay? I don't know where that begins. And I realize it's a team effort, but they're different people. And they have different wants and different needs. So where for Davis Webb does that lie? I do not know, and I won't know for a long time.
You guys want a fun fact? Did you know? You ready to be a gazebo, Moj?
Please. My door. I have no – get ready for my doors.
You guys remember Frank Crum, right?
Yeah, Wyoming's finest.
Yeah, the offensive lineman. Yeah.
He had one less touchdown last season than Marvin Mims did.
That's hard to believe. In Marvin Mims, they don't win that AFC. They don't win that divisional game without him. Do you remember some of the catches and plays he made?
It was amazing.
Yeah. Do you remember what he did late in that game? Do you remember that over-the-shoulder left catch he made on the left side?
Why did he play? He played because Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin got hurt.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then he led the Broncos with 12 postseason catches. 5 more than Cortland Sutton.
You're not going to get me to fight
understand.
you on this.
No, I'm just, I sometimes like to yell into the void, okay? Let me be the preacher talking my choir for a second.
If you want to yell into a void, just whisper into Moser's ear.
I think I've done a remarkably good job of calming down.
You have to admit, you came onto this show because of your own inefficiencies and inadequacies. You came in.
You were ready for a fight.
Half hour late. Came in wielding a sword for no reason.
It was actually
100%.
I connected about 7:16.
You came in a half hour late to your own show.
As Brett was still
usual.
talking and say, here coming up, we got a keyword. It's going to be clear or whatever the whatever.
Easy.
And
Listen, hey, guess what?
I got a keyword. Guess what? I got a keyword coming.
Because
and I appreciate that. That's our show. It's awesome. I get it. I've been remarkably happy and calm the last 20, 25 minutes. I've been good. Everything's been fine.
I understand.
And these people on the text line
because they see what we see.
They're just tugging at my rope.
What it is your insecurities come out because you're so untidy and uncouth at times. Those insecurities come to the forefront in moments like this.
I'm not.
What is wrong with you?
You know what? I have a chain. And I can promise you, Brett, and I know you're sitting there calmly, I am not going to have my chain yanked today. Ain't nobody yanking my chain.
Nobody yanked anything. Wait, the show started with me asking where you were, and you went into a crazy rant. I mean, there's nothing I need to do.
I'm calm. I'm happy. I'm fine. I'm connected. I cannot believe.
Got it.
No.
Yes, got it.
Okay, good.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com, including...
I got a keyword, pumpernickel.
I met this guy at the driving range yesterday. Chase listens to our show every day. He said he listened since he was in high school. He's now 26 years old. So, shout out to Chase and his cousin in Pennsylvania that listens to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app.
Yeah,
so
get a job, cousin. You ain't going on tour. Get a job.
Hey,
get off the range.
Is it that Chase? What driving range were you at?
Murphy Creek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Murphy Creek. Guess what? I got a keyword coming next.
Pumpernickel. No, shut him off. Shut me off.
Well, if you listen to the first hour and 15 minutes of this show, it's pretty clear Mark Moser's furnace is running hot, really hot. And if you need your furnace checked up on, if you need a furnace safety and efficiency inspection, right now, AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric, they have a deal for you, $49. This will prevent breakdowns. It'll improve efficiency. It'll ensure that your Wi-Fi is working when you're on the road at a hotel. Be like me and call the pros because they know what they're doing. AAA, AAAtoday.com. Schedule your appointment for a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection. That's AAAtoday.com.
It's a Ticket Tuesday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword pumpernickel. No, text the keyword slow right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword for this hour is slow.
Dude, how easy is Papa Murphy's? You stop, you get your pie, you pick it up, you take it home. At your convenience, you pop it in. Papa Murphy's rules.
Big
I just
fan.
wish it was open. When I was hungry at like 8:30 in the morning one day and I'm driving by and I see Papa Murphy's, I'm like, I'd like to pull in right now and just grab one. I really, really would have been up for like 4 hours. I want a pizza at 8:30 a.m. and I'm craving it. I'm needing it. Can't get it.
Thanks for that PSA.
Can I ask a question? Because we had a caller earlier that we couldn't get to, but there was a whole bunch of texts coming through. Hey, guys, this is super easy. When Aaron Gordon comes back, everything will be a lot better. It will be better. And I think there's an argument to be made. We've mentioned this before. We've had this comparison that Moshe, how many times have we talked about the Avs record with and without Val Nichushkin in the lineup and how much of a difference maker he is to winning and losing games? And I thought Aaron Gordon...
He's not scoring. Yeah. Go ahead, Brett. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I thought Aaron Gordon is the same sort of feel. He's not going to be an all-star. He's not going to be a guy that gets a whole bunch of praise outside of the team and the fan base that he plays for. But he is so essential to your success. He's going to help. I don't know if he's a magic elixir to the problems that the Nuggets have right now, though. That's my concern. He'll make them better, for sure, but I don't think all your problems are solved by Aaron Gordon coming back.
Here's my only issue with AG and Peyton Watson returning hopefully this week. Maybe we'll get one, if not both of them, against the Lakers. Keep an eye on that injury report here in the next couple of days. Here's the issue I have is I wish they had a couple ramp-up games against lesser opponents to get it going. They're going to be returning. It's like jumping onto the highway on an on-ramp, and you have to suddenly speed up to 75 miles an hour.
Oh,
you have to get
so
going.
Right.
And
God,
they're going to be on-ramping into a 6-game stretch here that is as close to a playoff feel as it gets. And that's asking a lot from guys coming off soft tissue injuries.
I've got a great on-ramp story that I'm going to save for another time.
Oh, my God. No, please share it with us, Moshe. I mean, it's been one of those days. Keep going.
Don't.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how much butt gauze is there in your on-ramp story?
Yeah.
You know what? You tell one butt gauze story, you're labeled a butt gauze guy for the rest of your life. I tell you what, man, that's just rude.
People don't
That's
forget.
Rude.
But yeah, they don't have an ease into playing time thing again. But here's the other problem for all those that say, hey, everything's going to be all is well again when Aaron Gordon returns to the lineup. My next question is, as much as I hate to say it, for how long? AG hasn't played 16 straight games for 2 straight years. Even when he does return, there's no guarantee that he continues to play every game throughout the rest of the year. And I don't know how you manage this. If you're Adelman, do you keep giving him days off occasionally? Does that even help?
Here's my other issue with that mentality, and I get it. People have to think what they want. It's sometimes a coping mechanism. They got through the month of January with half a roster. They got through the month of January with some of their best players sitting on the bench.
But it shows they can do it then, Vic.
But
it shows that they're capable.
My point is there were no excuses then. It was, hey, man. And they were on the road for a lot of those games. They went 10-6. So why is it that because they're missing AG and Peyton Watson, we have a built-in excuse that this is why they're losing games?
Well, we shouldn't. We shouldn't have an excuse. There should be no excuse for the Denver Nuggets. There really shouldn't be now.
Do you want me to get technical?
You can get technical. I'll have a counter to everything you say because I've had this argument with people. I don't – the reason you build a roster in the offseason, the Nuggets added depth to their roster. They had to. And the reason you do that is for these purposes because no team gets through a regular season scot-free. You're going to have injuries. So you need depth in your lineup to survive. In January, they survived. They thrived. In February, they were awful.
Okay, if you want me to get technical, I'm not even saying I believe in this, but this is a devil's advocate argument. That missing Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson when you're playing Detroit, New York, Cleveland, LA, Golden State, Boston, OKC, Minnesota, teams like that, is much different than missing half your roster and having this stretch, which was Atlanta, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Dallas, Washington, Charlotte.
Hey, did you see?
Competition was easier.
That was probably the easiest part of their schedules when they were missing the bulk of their roster.
I'll buy that. Okay, I'll buy that. But at the same time, you played many of those games without your centers.
Yeah,
they didn't have centers.
So again, just a devil's advocate argument. That's all.
Okay.
I almost said devil's aardvark.
Pumpernickel.
What would you say?
Somebody speak.
I don't know.
All right, let's go to hand raising next time we want to talk.
I try that. It doesn't work.
Somebody speak, for crying out loud.
I'll let him speak, because if I speak, he's just going to interject anyway. So go ahead.
What I'm saying is, Brett, all of that is correct. All of what you're saying sounds very viable. Vic wants to swat your words back into your own mouth. I don't want to do that. I want to absorb them, and I am doing that right now. But it just doesn't have the same feel. And I guess my question is, when will it, or will it ever? Mm-hmm. And not only that, but Aaron Gordon his hamstring is a real problem. This feels like something, I don't care how many witch doctors you get waving their magic chicken bones over his leg. It just seems to linger and continue and come back time and time again. And it's just, I hate to be that guy. I want to be a positive guy. I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be dour. I want to be like, oh yeah, dude, they're going to figure this thing out. Well, it certainly doesn't feel like it. There's no oomph. There's no jam. There's no positive vibes. There's no, we're going to get these guys. Where did that Nuggets team go? What bus did they take into where, Vic? I don't know, because it just doesn't feel the same.
Well, I'm looking at the schedule here, and if you guys recall, when Joker returned, his first game back was January 30th against the Clippers. They won that game. Joker had 31-12, okay? And that was his first game off the injury. Yeah. And you're thinking to yourself at that point, okay, here we go. Then they lose 3 in a row. They lose to OKC. They lose at Detroit. They lose at New York. Now, those aren't your typical losses because they had an opportunity to win each of those games. Those were those clutch losses, especially the New York one where they lost in double overtime. Then they lose. Then they beat Chicago. Then they lose another tight game by 2 to Cleveland. And then they lose another tight game, one in L.A. that came right after the All-Star break that lost by a point. You remember that one?
Yeah.
Then they lose another tight game at Golden State where they're leading the entire time.
It's so frustrating.
They're competing. They're competing like hard. They're just not finishing.
But that's fatal. That's fatal. That gets you bounced. That stops you from winning a championship. And where the Nuggets are, and here's what's more difficult. Somebody tried to make the comparison between the Nuggets and the Broncos earlier in the show. It is not the same comparison. And it's because the expectations were wildly different when this season started. We all looked at the Nuggets lineup and said that should be a championship roster. That's where you should be. We looked at the Broncos lineup and we said, man, I think they'll make the playoffs.
Playoff team. Yeah, playoff team. Yeah.
Maybe they'll compete with Kansas City. And then it turned into something entirely different. But when your starting point is this team better win the title because it's the best roster they've ever had, there's not a lot of places to go up from there. So it's either you live up to it. You do what the Avs did to start the season, Moser, where they didn't lose 2 games in regulation for like 3 months. That is living up to the expectation of what you had for them.
Let me ask you a question that perhaps it's going to be a subjective answer, obviously, but I'm curious for all those listening. What Nuggets game this season? This is going to force you to do a little recollecting. What Nuggets game brought you the?
We did some recollecting.
Are you done?
Yeah.
That's funny.
What Nuggets game brought you the most joy? Which one?
Boston. Recent Boston. I thought they were going to get smoked, and they stomped their faces. Vic, that one game brought me plenty of joy. Now, mixed in that game is plenty of pain. Lots of pain. I'm so pissed about the Clippers and the Golden State game still to this day. I'm really upset about those because they had them. Yeah. They had them and they let them off the hook, and I'm really
so
torn.
No, you might be the only person who's going to answer that question.
Christmas.
By saying Boston. Yeah, you could say Christmas, Minnesota. No, you guys are all wrong. You guys are all wrong.
See, here's the thing. You ask the question, I give you my answer, and then you tell me I'm wrong.
This is he started the question.
This is all subjective, and it's my feelings.
But it doesn't matter. Your feelings are flawed. Everybody knows what game brought every Nuggets fan the most joy. It was the undermanned game on the road in Philly on national television. That was the game. That was the joy. That was the game where you couldn't believe what they did, and they played with passion, and they played. You remember that game? It's not even close.
Jokic dropping 56 on Minnesota winning in overtime on Christmas was pretty cool.
But that made your heart drop. That game was like, oh, my God, they're going to lose. And the game that brought the most joy, I didn't ask what was your favorite game. What game brought the most joy?
I was joyful on Christmas.
No,
and you started this
you
question.
know what the answer to that question is. You just don't. You missed it.
You
blew
for
the
a second.
test.
You stop for a second. When you start something by saying this, I'm going to ask a question, and everybody can have a different opinion on this, and then somebody has a different opinion, and then you say they're wrong. That's not.
Then you blast me by my blast hole. Like Moj.
You can't play that game.
Yeah.
By the way, Nuggets fans.
It's like this. Let me ask you a question. What's your favorite ice cream? Everybody has got an opinion. What's your favorite? Well, you know what, Vic? I really like Rocky Road. No, you're wrong. Dumb. Stupid pumpernickel eating pig.
Nuggets fans, I do want to add, and I know Moser, you might be first in line because you need complete. You need to drain your body of all blood right now and start over.
I'm here.
Blood
for
donations are needed.
That's the only reason I'm.
Blood donations are needed. Join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives in March. Schedule your donation today at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets. Your chance to win an autographed Nuggets jersey through Vitalant. Blood donated.
303-504-0925.
I gave blood about a week and a half ago. I gave blood. I was happy to do it, too. I filled up this big bag. Brett, so she leaves the room and comes back in. This bag got fat. She's like, you're all done. She's like, you're a good bleeder. I'm like, that's awesome. Like, I filled that bag up fast.
Congrats. Are you saying that's a talent?
I'm just telling you, if you need some blood, you call the old Moj.
I'm shocked they accepted your blood.
A positive. Why? My blood's clean as a whistle, bro.
What are you guys' thoughts on the way Nikola Jokic has approached the last few games?
Vic, you know what? I like him as a compass. He's like my North Star, not because he's the best player in the world, because he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got a good feel about his basketball team. That's why. I mean, he could be the fourth option on this team, but I think his knowledge of his club and where they are, that opinion goes a long way for me. I think he thinks that they're out of sync, that something is off right now, and he's just trying to fight through it. That's what it feels like. I could be wrong, but it feels like he feels something is off, and he's trying to let his guys work through it.
Brett?
I don't like it at all. I think that there's like a passiveness to his game that I don't like. It looks like he's – and I get it, he's frustrated because he's getting hit by big guys, small guys. Like he's not getting calls that he likes, but it's resorting to a lot of flopping and foul baiting that he's also not getting. I don't like this game at all. It doesn't look like him, and I've said that for like a month.
Yes,
that it doesn't look like him, and that's kind of why the team doesn't look right. Honestly,
he looks frustrated all the time, on and off the floor. That's what he looks like. He looks like a lot of things are frustrating him about his squad and about maybe even himself and about the refereeing and about everything. There's just a whole lot of and angst going on, Vic. I don't know how else to put it. And by the way, go ahead.
Go ahead. By the way, you finish your thought.
You see that couch right there?
Yeah.
I'm getting on that couch during the next.
I don't care.
I'm getting on that couch.
Yeah, I don't care. Nobody cares about your couch. Literally, nobody cares about your couch.
I'm getting on it.
Okay.
I'm going to stretch out too.
That's great.
We're having a good conversation. We're
I thought
getting
we were
somewhere.
done.
We're talking.
Nikola Jokic
We're having a
is pissed
good
off and frustrated.
conversation.
We get it.
And you just can't help yourself.
Keyword for this hour. Reminder to you guys. This hour's keyword is slow. So text slow in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get one more coming your way at 9:20 this morning. Also, keep this in mind. The Avs are back at it tonight against the Ducks. After last night's win over the Kings, you can tune in for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law starting at 7:30 on 92.5.
Let me offer just my thought on this. I think Nikola, in the next few games, because the tape is out and you're going to see more teams try to do what Utah did last night, you're just going to see it, especially in clutch moments in big games. They're going to try to front him. So it's up to the Nuggets coaching staff, along with Nikola, to figure out an antidote to that. You can't go on by, falling on guys because at some point something crazy is going to happen, right? It's going to happen.
Well, it shows
it's going to reach a boiling point.
It also shows that they're in your head. I mean, it's that too. Yes, Moshe, quickly.
Do you know how mad I got?
We're going to get another look at the couch?
If you were here,
quickly.
That couch. Do you remember how mad I used to get when I would talk about checkbook cover night at a Rockies game where everybody got a free checkbook cover? Mm-hmm. And it just flamed my bacon. Like you get a 7-year-old kid going home with a checkbook cover. Like, what the hell? I've got, as we get into, oh, by the way, I've got the worst promotion in the history of sports for a team.
Okay, we'll get to it next. Oh, by the way, stories from around sports in the world that we think you should know. Here's one of them. Nathan McKinnon commented on the Olympics, by the way, and not the answer I was expecting out of McKinnon. He said this.
It was great. Yeah, I had an awesome time. Definitely very memorable, and yeah, had a blast.
There's a lot to take out of that. Just what was it like playing with that group? A lot of people were just talking about the talent that was assembled on that roster.
Yeah, it was special. I mean, obviously, special experience, special group, amazing group of guys, players. Obviously, we came together really well and just came up just short.
So they kept pressing him on this. I'm going to give you one more quick clip. Listen.
Just fondly. I mean, I had an amazing time. It was a really unique hockey experience. Yeah, nothing but good memories. Obviously, it stings, still stings. But, I had an amazing time, everyone did, and nothing but positive memories from that tournament.
Is that him through gritted teeth just being like, here's the answer I'm going to give? Because my actual answer is, I want to fight anybody who asks me about that.
Yeah, it is. Hey, turn his camera off. Clear, he's not in the show. Just turn him off. Just get him off the show.
I'm here.
Yeah, there's the stuffy picture again. Now, listen. When Nathan McKinnon is asked about his Olympic experience, I'm sure he did have a good time, but I still remember Kreckman's clip or his tweet afterwards where he said, I'm sure.
That's not your favorite tweet of all time. It's got to be one of your top 10 of all time,
It was so perfect. He goes, I'm sure, I don't have it in front of me, but it was something like, I'm sure Nathan McKinnon will shrug this off, take this in stride, and be joyful for the experience he had. It's like, no way.
Moser could do some behind the scenes on this, but I guarantee Nate was coached on what to say when asked about the Olympics.
Well, listen, man, I don't know how anybody else feels, but if it was me, and again, Vic, don't chastise me for having my own feelings that maybe don't jive with your feelings. If it was me, I would be bummed and pissed until the day I die.
Me too. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, it was
Brett, if you had a chance to win the College World Series and you came up short in extra innings, would that not piss you off till the day you die?
I'd be joyful for the experience, shrug it off, and
you know what?
Take it all in stride.
Just shut up. Just shut your hole.
The follow-up
You're a
question.
Liar.
The follow-up question to Nate could have been, do you still have the stuffed animal?
Somebody's got to ask him about that. Maybe in the offseason. Wait till the
I don't
offseason.
blame him. He's a grown man who was given a friggin' dog toy as consolation prize.
Of course.
No, man. It's
Oh, by the way.
I'm done with this.
It's, you know what? For now, IOC, call me when you want to know what gifts to give guys. Instead of giving a grown man a stuffed animal, give him like a brand new wedge, 56 degrees.
No.
Dude, Vic, I love you. I absolutely adore you. Brett, from now on, I'm telling you right now, you want things to be right in this world, you have the three of us.
Let
Nelly,
me be in charge of gifts, consolation gifts.
Bring your silver flute, Nelly.
No. No. Vic, you're so wrong. Out of all the guys who rail against field day, you're talking about getting a gift they'd actually like for losing. I want to give them an actual cookie.
Take that L on the way out.
Here, you want a cookie?
See, well, then you're out. Let me and Vic be in charge.
All you're doing is
Nelly,
inciting the
you
crowd.
Take your flute. You take your flute and you go to the side. Let Vic and I be in charge of the prizes handed out to the losers. Okay?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Because I'll give people something they really, really want.
Look at the field day crowd. Everybody gets a nice ribbon at the end of this.
I have an by the way. The Atlanta Hawks are having a night here called Magic City Night.
Yeah.
Why is Moj mad now?
No. Just keep going.
Because you're ripping me off. I just told you it's the worst promotion ever by a sports team. That was my team.
I didn't know that. All right, go ahead. It's yours. Go ahead. Take it.
Am I frozen? Because I seem frozen.
You are
am I frozen.
It's
or am I
fine.
okay?
Just keep talking.
The Atlanta Hawks. This puts checkbook cover night to shame. They're having a Magic City Night promotion on next Monday, where they're going to feature the whole night in the arena around a strip club. And for the life of me,
is the name of the strip club Magic City?
It's a very famous strip club that has, I guess, like really good wings or something that they also sell.
By the way, that was the place that Lou Williams went. He violated that bubble rules to go to Magic City to get chicken wings.
Correct.
That's right.
And they're famous for their wings. I read this on NBA.com. So this is how good it goes. It's an iconic cultural institution. Is what
That's
they
one
call
way
it.
to put it.
How embarrassing are you, Atlanta? How embarrassing.
Hold on.
That is embarrassing.
Vic. So they're going to have all kinds of celebrities. It's a world-famous strip club, but can you imagine us going, the Nuggets having Shotgun Willie's night at Old Ball Arena?
No, I can't imagine it because it's uncouth.
On this show sometimes I say, and on stage 3, cinnamon. I swear to God, that's what. Apparently, they're not going to have strippers at the joint. Okay, they're not. But they've made.
Dude, just stop. Just stop. You're bringing your 8 and 9-year-old to the game, Daddy. What is Magic City?
Yeah,
what are we doing here?
That's a tough
What are we
conversation.
doing? What a joke. That is
That's for
embarrassing.
Daddy.
Luke
That's for
Cornett,
Daddy and Uncle Jim to know.
Luke Cornett, who plays for the Hawks, is begging Atlanta to cancel this. There are a lot of NBA players.
He plays for Orlando, I thought.
He does? He plays for
Who does
San
Luke Cornett
Antonio.
play for? I'm sorry, he plays for the Spurs. That's right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's begging them to cancel the event on March 16th, as are other NBA players. They don't want to be a part of that crap. What is that?
Okay. Do you know who's doing the special presentation? You can't make this up.
Ice
and we know who
Spice.
she is. No, it's Jamie Gertz, the actress, who's the co-owner of the Hawks because she's married to the guy who owns the basketball team. Prior to the game, Hawks principal owner, filmmaker and actor Jamie Gertz will present a special introduction of the Hawks AF podcast. Last year, Magic City celebrated 40 years with a 5-part Stars docuseries, Magic City and American Fantasy. Oh, my God. And American Fantasy was produced by Gertz, along with Grammy Award-winning music mogul Atlanta native Jermaine Dupri. So she was in Lost Boys, and now it's like stripper night at the gym.
So here's what needs to happen. How about this? The Vegas Raiders next year, they're going to have a theme night around the Bunny Ranch. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
That sound good?
Spearmint Rhino night at Allegiant Field.
Hey, Nelly, you said you had something backing this up.
If that's the worst promotional giveaway at a sporting event, then, Vic, I'm going to see where you think this one ranks. And I hate that I have to do it to our own organization. March 10th at Ball Arena, Avalanche versus the Edmonton Oilers is pickleball night. If you buy an exclusive pickleball package, you will get a pickleball paddle with an Avalanche logo on it and a bag and pickleballs as well.
Excuse me?
I'm not making this up. It is to celebrate the growing pickleball movement with fellow players, friends, and fans, and enjoy an exciting night of hockey.
Whose idea was that? Moj, whose idea was that?
I don't know. Vic's going to melt the ice.
But let me tell you something.
Moj, who decided that we're going to play a role in this ridiculous trend? This what else do you call it? What do you call it?
I don't know, but let me say something to you before you go crazy. Some of the nights they've had at Ball Arena, like what was the gal who wrote the novel, the book night?
It was Fourth Wing night, and Rebecca
night.
Yaros is the author.
Yeah, so Rebecca Yaros was there. I have no idea who she is. I have no idea about Fourth Wing. But it was incredibly popular. Like, they got a pulse on what's going on. So if they have pickleball night, as much as it may anger you, and believe me, it's 5:45 in the morning. I'm shooting hoops at my gym, getting a workout in before the show, and they tell me, hey, by the way, hoops boy, get your ass off the floor because we're going to play pickleball in here in 15 minutes, and that pisses. Yeah, I get mad too, but I'm telling you right now. Mm-hmm. And by the way, Pickleball Organization of Denver tweeted at me last night saying, we'll see you there, dominant dude. Or what did I say? I don't know. Anyway.
Wait. Some Pickleball Association tweeted at you?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to say it again for all those who haven't heard. I have no problem with pickleball.
I got pickleball.
If you guys want to do your
I don't either. I've got a paddle I play.
If you want to, I've played too. My brother has a court. It's a basketball court that they play pickleball on, but it's a basketball court first. If you want to play pickle, go ahead. It's adult ping pong. That's all it is. It doesn't take any athletic skill. Anybody can learn it. It's not that hard. It's not. Oh, boy, but there's pros. Oh, big deal. You can be pro at anything. What my problem is when you take basketball courts down and tennis courts down to
Convert
play your
them.
pickle. That's not acceptable. It just stop doing that.
I got contacted by the Denver Pickleball Club. They were very nice. But listen, so before you knock it, Vic, this is a thing. And we're going to have pickleball night, and you know what? I'm going to try to secure me a paddle of my own, even though I probably shouldn't.
One last, by the way. You guys are aware of Yankees second baseman Jazz Chisholm, right?
I saw what he did yesterday.
You ever had you had a hole in one, Moj?
Whatever you do, don't juxtapose those two names.
Yes, true. Moj, you got a hole in one?
Do I look like I've had a hole in one, jackass? No, I haven't.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I've had one.
Well, Vic, have you had a hole in one from 323 yards out?
No, sir.
Jazz Chisholm did that yesterday. And here's what there's
awesome.
like three parts to this. First of all, to get a hole in one on a par 4 that's 323 out. Secondly, I don't know what it is about athletes playing golf. I guess they wear whatever they want to. He's in a wife beater playing golf. Thirdly,
oh my God.
There's something that bothered me in watching the video of him doing this. He kept shouting as he went up there and grabbed the ball out of the hole, I double eagled. Just say you got a hole in one, pal. I know that technically he's correct.
Well, double eagle's harder than a hole in one. They're more rare than a hole in one.
Just say I got a hole in one on a par 4.
Yeah.
It's way cooler to say than double eagle.
Gotcha. And it looked like he was playing with a range ball, the Brett Kane specialty.
I'm telling you, it's baseball, guys. We just want to go out there and bang a ball around. We don't care which ball it is. Put it on the tee, let it rip.
I tell you about the time I had that kid beat my brains out with a practice ball. Beat me by like 6 strokes. That was a bad day.
By the way, the identification of the lady that Puka Nakua was with at the game last night, the LA Kings Avs game, she was with someone called Overtime Megan.
Part of Magic Mike night. Magic
What the hell is Overtime Megan?
Hang on. Quick Google search. Overtime Megan.
Megan.
Sports content creator.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's a host for the digital sports brand Overtime. So I guess that's where Overtime comes.
Overtime Megan, yeah. All right.
Very cool. Good for him.
God, Moser,
you know what? I've got 857 killer jokes ready to fly out of my face right this second about Overtime Megan, and I can't.
You
I
have
gotta
luggage.
keep them all to myself. I'm keeping them all to myself, but I've got so many overtime jokes.
All right. And
you
with
are
that,
you were did you go drinking last night?
The rarest of forms.
No, dude.
The rarest.
Do you understand what no sleep? I stayed up till 2 a.m. trying to hook up.
Well, then
for
don't
you.
do the show. If you're going to complain for 3 hours that you're tired, don't do the show.
I'm not complaining. You're making fun of my face.
A lot more to get to in this last hour. Stick around.
Am I complaining? No.
You mean like this? If you want your case to be taken seriously, you should choose a law firm that is taken seriously. Dan Caplis Law. Because Dan Caplis Law is a real trial firm. Proven that it goes to trial and proves the truth. When the insurance carrier does not pay all that it should in an out-of-court settlement, call Dan Caplis, the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 11 straight seven-figure jury verdicts, including a record $205 million jury verdict in a wrongful death case. Also, the largest truck track jury verdict in Colorado history. Those insurance companies, they fooled around and they found out. That's what happens when you take on Dan Caplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis right now. If you want your case to be taken seriously, call 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit them up at dancapleslaw.com.
I've become an expert at this over the course of this year because I did this every Monday with the Broncos, it felt like, and now I'm going to do it with the Nuggets. They won, and I don't really care. That game pissed me off. It wasn't good enough. And when you're playing a team that is as bad as Utah and is, as actively trying to be as horrible as Utah is, I don't think there's any excuse if you're a championship team, who's already been struggling, by the way, to be down 4 points late in that game and needing, by my count, 20 free throws in the fourth quarter as opposed to 2 for Utah to win that game.
They're sort of messing around defensively. You could see in the defensive intensity or lack thereof. They made the necessary plays late, but defensively they were just never really in that game. Case in point, look at the final score.
I'm like, are they incapable of just going out and proving to everyone to, when you play a bad team, just making them feel it? And I get that they did that against Portland and they had a good win against Boston. but you're coming off of a couple of games, or a lot of games, in which you're losing close to good basketball teams. And you're like, part of you thinks, hey, a couple bounces go your way, maybe these things can flip and everything doesn't seem so dire. But then I see a game like that, and it further pushes me to this feeling of this isn't right. And I don't know if just guys returning from injury are going to get this fixed. Again, it should help. But there has to be like an attitude and a confidence that's just missing right now.
Okay, so give me an order, and Moser, I'll ask you first. In what order? What needs to change for the Nuggets to find their way again? Because 6 games now, they've got a 6-game stretch that is going to be the hardest 6-game stretch of the season. Again, Lakers and Knicks on a back-to-back. Then they've got, what's after that? Houston. Then they've got...
This 6-game stretch is L.A., New York, OKC, Houston, San Antonio, and then the Lakers again.
I mean, that is tough.
That's brutal. I looked at that lineup, Vic, about 2 weeks ago, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know what they're going to come out of that stretch record-wise with, but I hope it's 500. I hope that it's just somehow maintained. Vic, I wish I knew, because on any given night, the defense stinks. But then you know what they do? Like that Clippers game, I'll still go back to it. God dang, that fourth quarter. Ole, ole, ole to the bucket. And the Clippers are just driving on because the Nuggets won't stop it. But then you get that Boston game, and they lock down so tight that DK just locked down. And I'm like, that's it right there. It's is it a want to, or is it a scheme on any given night? Is it the lack of confidence? Is it lack of belief? Is it Vic? It's all these things that play into it. And Brett was correct earlier. There was a time around these parts, Vic, and you and I have talked about this 1,000 times. Hey, it wasn't pretty, but you know what? They got the win. Thank God they got the win. Let's keep on going, okay? Those days are long gone. This is a championship, supposedly championship caliber contending team. You don't jerk around with a friggin' team that's trying to tank, being investigated by the league, and giving up 125 points to them. You gave up $125 to a team that for the last 2 months has been willfully trying to lose.
Again,
now maybe they wanted to win last night, but Brett is correct, Vic. You're better than this. Start acting like it.
All right, so Moj, I'll disagree with you on this. The organization is actively trying to lose, but the players on that court are trying to win. Both can be true.
But you're out there. Nikola Jokic is getting posted up by an accountant. What's his name?
Well, there's a bunch of them.
My buddy texted me this, and I want you to verify it if it's true. He just texted me. Chris says, you just saw the Nuggets have the second best odds currently to win an NBA championship this season. Maybe you're being a little too critical.
Chris, you stuff it.
Check that out. Verify that.
Say that again. What am I?
According to Chris, the Nuggets currently have the second best odds to win the NBA title this season.
Yeah,
all right,
the guy.
You're being a little overly critical.
So
check those odds. And being overly critical, I think at times is healthy because every team goes through it. Every team has those moments, those stretches. I mean, even OKC did. OKC had a stretch of 2 weeks where I'm sure their fan base was like, "What is going on here?" Right?
You're
It's
right.
just the way it works. The problem with the Nuggets stretch is the schedule doesn't let up. The schedule gets harder and harder, it seems, every week. Is it true?
They're third. They're
third?
They're,
Okay, what is it?
They're really close behind San Antonio. But
Okay, so they're still among the favorites to win an NBA title.
Here's the thing. That I don't care about what the odds makers have because I'm watching this every night with my own eyes. And here's my big problem. Because you asked, what do you want to see in this stretch? And I'm not even going to give you a win-loss record. The best game that they've played in months by far was the Boston game. Why? They didn't put up 130 points.
They play defense.
They play defense.
Yeah.
You have to do that. And if you're giving up 125 points to a team where I don't know how to pronounce half the guys' names, that's the problem here.
But they didn't. They didn't go into
that
game. They didn't go into that game with any intention to play defense. The intention was to win because they knew there was a superior team. And so when you could see that from the get-go, there was no push, no motivation.
It
just wasn't there.
They aren't superior to anybody. They can lose to anyone on any given night, especially if that's the effort that they're putting out there.
Some of these guys that got minutes last night for Utah, I don't know who in the snot they are. I have no idea. And maybe
Okay,
that's on
you
me.
guys are.
But Vic, hey, I apologize. Just let me finish this, and you can just go off on me. It's fine. Part of the reason, look, I don't want to be critical of them because they're a winning basketball team. I can't, and they're dealing with the injuries. And believe it or not, yeah, P-Watt and especially AG, huge misses out of the lineup. But the reason we're critical, Vic, is because we have such high expectations and such belief in this club. I know how good they can be. I've seen it firsthand. They know how good they can be. And so to watch them go through the motions on any given night and give up $125 to Kyle Filipowski, it gets frustrating. I don't care if it's a back-to-back. You're a championship team. You should have a championship mindset every night.
Where does that
I
start?
get frustrated with the Avs the same. I get frustrated with the Avalanche the same way.
Moj, let somebody speak.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
At what point do the leaders of this team take over?
I don't know.
At what point does that mindset come in from the leadership on this team?
Well, that's where I don't think that Jokic is beyond criticism here. Like, he just hasn't been right. And they take their cues from Jokic. And when Jokic is playing a passive game, it feels like the Nuggets play a passive game. Like, thank God for Jamal Murray last night. Jamal was the killer. He had to score 45 points to beat Utah. And that's the issue. And once again, we're kind of talking about, like, there's this balance between what you're missing and what you currently have. But when you're playing a game against Utah that they've shelved their top 3 to 4 players for the rest of the year, like there was a texter that wrote in, well, the Jazz are averaging 118 points per game at seventh in the league. Yeah, with Lauri Markkanen, he ain't out there. Those guys aren't on the floor anymore.
I believe that the next 6 games will reveal to you what the Nuggets will do this season. And I'm not saying you have to win all 6 either. I'm not saying you have to win 3. I'm not saying you have to win 4. I'm just saying how they perform and how they compete in these next 6 games and how they react.
Here's something else, by the way. You were talking about the Jokic getting fronted. And Jokic has gotten really floppy with his – I mean, when he just fell on top of the dude, I forget who the guy was for Utah. Didn't know who he was. But when he just falls on top of him because the guy's trying to, like, it wasn't boxing out because there wasn't a shot up. I don't know what was going on, but he's being fronted by smaller guys.
Players are if you don't think more players are going to try that, you're fooling yourself. Players, especially guys who have nothing to lose in this league, who are trying to make a name for themselves, bottom of the roster players, they're going to be instructed by their coaches, go in there and be a gnat, be a pest, and get in his skin. And that's exactly what they're going to do. And the Denver Nuggets are going to have to figure out how to counter that somehow, some way.
This is Jokic post-game.
How are you seeing teams throw multiple bodies at you in the last couple games?
I was trying not to force it and try to play the game. And I think it was okay. We did a good job, passing, scoring. We still score 120 points, so it's a good night for us.
See, that's the weird thing. We get so focused on the offensive stuff from the Nuggets, and the Nuggets score. They're one of the better offensive teams in the league. It can get a little sticky when the games are close late, and that's a problem. But that's why I'm way more focused on the defensive part, because if you can't do that, getting a stop late is a necessity. And you don't want to get into this track meet, and it feels like it's been like that over and over again. The Golden State game that pissed everybody off, the reason that upset you wasn't because you didn't score. It's because, you turned the ball over, but you allowed 10 straight points in the span of like a minute and a half, and the game was over.
Maybe Nikola is using this window as a precursor to the playoffs to get the referee's attention that this is the way it's going to be. I want you guys to all see this.
It doesn't work, though.
I'm just wondering if that's what this is, if that's what's happening right now. Hey, everybody, look, this is what's coming.
I mean, they've tried this. I mean, Mose, you remember this stuff, don't you? Michael Malone would go into press conferences during the playoffs and be like, how is he not getting calls? Nothing changes.
Look what this has done to us, though. Look at Vic. He doesn't have any answers. He's throwing out questions the way I'm throwing out questions to Vic. I look to you to be the guiding light on all things Nuggets. I couldn't watch last night. I'm doing my own game in L.A. But what I see a team, Brett, that you brought up. It's taking its visual and emotional cues from Nikola Jokic. And if he's frustrated, the whole team is frustrated. That's the way it goes, Vic. And you're frustrated. Look at you this morning. Your face, even though I was 16 minutes late, your face has been it's been a little rough today.
It's in the same way that the team is unselfish because Jokic is unselfish. If Jokic is playing in a frustrated manner, so do they. If he's not confident late in a game, then so is the rest of the team. That's just kind of how it goes. They're taking their cues from them or from him like they always have. It's always been that way. So a lot more we can get to in just a little bit. Got one final keyword coming up in just a few minutes. Also want to talk about the Avs win last night.
Yeah, because the Avs were in a tough one. They had everything going against them, and they've persevered. They found a way. There was a while there, Moshe, early in that third period, when they couldn't keep the puck in the zone. I was like, uh-oh.
Well,
and then they turned it around.
We'll get to it in just a second along with the keywords. Stick around. Your final keyword today is, well, it's a Ticket Tuesday. I should say that first. Ticket Tuesday. Chance to win tickets to Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. It is mild. Like not hot, mild. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. But again, this hour's keyword is mild.
Going to get to the Avs in a moment because I thought that third period revealed a lot about them. But I asked everybody, what would you do differently with the Nuggets? This one came in, and this is somebody who knows basketball, obviously. I don't know if this is going to work, but 3596 texts in. Starting your two-man offense at 30 feet with the best big in the world, we has to grind and expend energy just to get within 10 feet is not good. Their offensive rebounding suffers because of it. The offense makes it look too easy for the defense, also makes it very tough to come from behind. Yes and no on that. Yes and no. The Nuggets also have the number one rated offense in the NBA, and they've been number one rated for a while, so it's hard to be critical of an offense that is working.
They get sticky at late in games sometimes, though, and that is a problem. They do. But to the Avs, and I got some NFL news that we'll get to in a bit, but the Avs, they win yesterday in a game that, Moj, it felt like another one of those, kind of like Chicago. They had control of the game. They dominated most of it, but they didn't have a scoreboard to prove it, but still found a way to finish at the end. I mean, they outshot
But a nasty whistle changed the tone of that game.
Well, yeah, taking the Natchez goal, which was just a tap-in because you in it, I don't know, you say inadvertently or whatever you want to call it.
He meant to blow it. By the way, even an inadvertent whistle will stop play.
Yeah.
Even if a referee accidentally blows the whistle, I mean, he can go back and fix that, but he intended to blow that whistle. He did.
He just thought that it was in, the gut of Forsberg or something like that, or the arm?
Old Spice Hole. He thought he had it pinned, and it obviously it was never even pinned. It didn't leak and fall out. It was just, it went behind him, and that referee did not have that angle.
Yeah. But you take that off the board shortly afterwards. They tie the game at 2-2, and then you're thinking, oh, boy, is that going to be the turning point? But
then the Kings had some shots there.
Yeah.
Where it was like, uh-oh.
It was another game, Moj, where Blackwood wasn't, super tested. It's not like he faced 40 shots, but he faced 21, and a lot of them were decent opportunities that he was able to, do enough to get the dub, I guess.
It was a frustrating game. This whole morning feels frustrating for two teams that won games.
I know, isn't that weird?
Yeah,
it's
you're
us.
pissy.
Maybe it's us.
I think it is us. Brett, Vic, I look back on wins for the Nuggets and the Avs in the past, and I go, man, they won that game. You move on. I mean, they're the first team to 40 wins on the season. They've got 89 points. They'll be the first team to 90 points. Like they have been, they were tied for the first team to 10 points. Then the Avs were the first team to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and now they'll be the first team to 90. And here we are moaning this morning about a whistle. I mean, they sucked it up and got it done. Yeah. Great play by McKinnon.
Hey, Jared Bednar called it a great game. Jared Bednar loved it on both sides. He loved everything about the game. It's just a study in perseverance.
Yeah, Vic, maybe we expect it to come easy. You tell me. Do you expect the defense to come easy for the Nuggets and buckets to just flow in? You tell me.
I don't feel remotely close to the same feelings between those games. I was mad at the Nuggets. I was fine with the Avs. I thought they played well. Again, it was just one of those, they didn't have the scoreboard didn't prove what I thought the game felt like.
I agree. I don't think nobody's upset at the way the Avs won that game.
No. I thought they played fine.
No, but they passed up. Vic, have you ever seen a guy pass up a wide-open three and you're going, why are you doing that?
Happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, they're passing up shots at times. Now, they didn't get a chance to work on the power play last night because they didn't get one until 35 seconds left in the game, and they scored on it. So, Nelly, mark that one down. I'm going to take it. But you're making the game too hard on yourself. You're a good team. You play a good structure. You play hard. You play smart, but you overthink it sometimes. That's what's happening.
The big thing here is that the Avs got what you were hoping for. We just were talking about this yesterday, that McKinnon felt like he was a little bit, his gears were grinding just a little bit. And seeing him go out and do what he did last night, which is bury that goal. That was a beautiful play, by the way, to Taves to close out. And that was the game winner, right? The game-winning goal. I thought your top dogs played really well, which obviously needs to happen. They've been carried a little bit late before that Olympic break by some other guys stepping up, but you need them to play at their peak, and it looked like McKinnon was back in full form. Gabe gets one on the board. I know that it was an empty netter for Natchez, but that's just karma for what should have been a goal earlier in the game. So, love to see that.
Absolutely.
Hey, any more whispers about the trade deadline Friday? Have you heard anything else that is emerged? We got 3 days here now.
Breaking. Avalanche brass on the road will be at the Ducks game tomorrow night as the Avs take on the Ducks.
Moj, I keep seeing these podcasts, these NHL podcasts talking about there's things trending between the Flames and the Avs on Kadri Talk.
Dude, you could say that about 50 teams.
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
We'll see. I think they're going to do at least something. I mean, it feels like
they get $8.7 million. They're going to do something with it.
When you see that Dallas and Minnesota are also poised, these are the 3 best teams in the league, boys.
Yeah.
They really are right now. I mean, I know that Tampa is having a wonderful year as well, but compare the Pacific to your Central Division, Vic. I mean, it's like compare the Nuggets division to, either division out east. You're like, this thing's just a murderer's row. That's what's going on right now. So if they're going to do a deal, and you've already done a deal, you got Kulak, who's been terrific on the back end, then you've got to do something. Or seemingly that would be the ideal.
That's why it's so important to win this damn division, to let Minnie and Dallas beat up on each other come playoff time. Let them handle it. You don't want to be embroiled in that. Just don't even mess with it. That's why, man. What is it? 6 points or 5 points? It separates.
Six separates Dallas. Yeah,
with a game in hand.
Well, and they won yesterday.
They won 9 straight.
Game. Yeah, they won 6-1 in Vancouver.
This is exactly like last year, except you were in third and not first, where the Avs were starting to win down the stretch, and you couldn't make up any ground because Winnipeg and Dallas kept winning, and you just couldn't find a way to jump. They got to be so frustrated that they're still stuck behind the Avs despite winning 9 in a row. And you're 6 points back with a game in hand. It's got to be frustrating.
I don't like Coach.
What's good?
After the game, when referencing Lecky's injury, I hate, again, it's the equivalent of the Nuggets and reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. When asked about the status of Lecky moving forward, he said he's going to miss some time. That's ugly to hear those words, miss some time, because I don't know what some time is.
Sometime is vague, and probably because they don't know. Probably because you don't. This is not where, okay, he's on LTIR, you use his money, he's not coming back for the postseason. He'll be back. It's just a matter of when. And every team's dealing with some of that right now. Everybody's got somebody who's banged up in some regard. You don't get to late February and have a team that's completely just feeling great. You wake up in the morning, your toes are tapping, your face doesn't look like 10 pounds of meat have been banging on it all night. No team is going through that. Even the worst teams are not going through that right now. Everybody's got something.
Because the schedule is so packed, the Olympic break has caused this, right? I just hope it doesn't lead to things that can affect the outcome of the season, right? I hope that the injury bug doesn't start hitting everybody because of the jam-packed schedule, because it is packed. I mean, look at the Avs schedule.
The Avs also, there were some teams that, going into the Olympic break, Moj, played 4 more games than the Avs, which seems like a really weird thing for that late in the year to have that separation. Seems dumb. But tonight, Avs and Ducks.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Avs and Ducks, 8 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Keys to the Game, Moj.
This ain't no joke. Look at me. I've got my pillow. Gripping my pillow tight.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. The Ducks, it's been 10 straight games. The Avs opponents have taken fewer penalties than the Avs. 10 straight games. For a team that was the number one penalty drawing team in the league for like 4 years in a row, this is crazy. Or one of the top 2 teams anyway. If the Ducks take fewer penalties, they are awesome. Let me see if I can find that number. They've got like 20 wins when they take fewer penalties. The Avs have 20 wins when they take fewer penalties. They're just both really, really good when they stay out of the box. So take fewer penalties than the Ducks. Also, Anaheim has won 5 in a row overall. They're 8-2-0 in their last 10, and they're the number 2 spot behind Vegas. They're trying to track down Vegas to win the Pacific.
Well, they've won 12 of their last 14.
Stay out of the box. The Ducks are scoring more goals than you. They're giving up almost as few goals per game as you. Stay out of the box. Simple. You can win the game.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, some news breaking. We were disappointed yesterday when we saw that the Houston Texans traded for David Montgomery. Felt like it could be a good fit here. So, your next one's like, oh, well, how about Breece Hall? Franchise tagged.
$14.2 million, the franchise tag. It doesn't mean he'll do it for the franchise tag. It just means it's going to give him more time to negotiate a contract, hammer one out. It just shows you that the Jets are doing everything they can to keep Breece Hall.
But he is forced to play on that if they don't come to a deal.
Yeah. But, I mean, a lot of times they just do it to buy them more time.
Correct. So at this point, $14.293 million for Breece Hall. So that dream of him being in the backfield for the Broncos seems to be off the table now, too. And then it comes to what's left. And the answer is not a lot. Not a lot. So if they are going to look to upgrade that room, it's going to have to come via a trade or another drafted running back in April.
Well, J.K. wants back, does he not?
Well, I think he's on a 2-year deal.
Yeah, but I think if you do bring him back, and I have no issues at all, I love the dude, you still got to add another one just in case because of his injury history. Would you agree?
Right. 1-year deal, my bad.
You have to.
Yes, and that's why I think that they're looking at that position as a must for that case around.
Okay, what if I told you this? What if I gave you this option? Bronco fans, would you be okay with this? Would you be okay with bringing R.J. Harvey back, bringing J.K. Dobbins back on whatever deal you want, and then drafting a running back?
That's fine. I have one concern. We're very worried about J.K. Dobbins and his health. I think if he comes back, again, he was on pace for like a 1,300-yard rushing season, which hasn't been seen in these parts for, 2 decades. I'm fine with J.K., but you can't trust his health. And they are very gung-ho about adding somebody else in that room. Does that say anything about R.J. Harvey? Does that say a level of, or I guess a lack of confidence in what they think he's going to be this year?
Well, yeah, I mean, but we've known this all along that they need another guy. You can overpay for Kenneth Walker because he's going to get overpaid now after his Super Bowl performance.
Well, and I'm telling you, $14 million, I know it's a franchise tag, $14 million for a running back it's a lot of cash. I think the value is going up.
You don't hire Davis Webb and keep him around to be your offensive coordinator if you don't think the game the same way or very similarly. I'm sure that what Sean Payton heard out of Davis Webb and what his ideas with Sean Payton's offense are going to be was probably very palatable. That being said, could he do something different with Dobbins and Harvey? Could he utilize them differently in terms of touches per game? I don't know. I don't know what's going on in his head. Sean Payton seems to think that they need another guy. What does Davis Webb think? We haven't heard that yet. But if these are his guys, Vic, then he's going to have to find a way to get the most out of them.
I'm looking at the draft, and I'm looking at the top running backs available in the draft because I really believe that they can supplement. If they bring J.K. back, I love that idea. Bring him back, but get an insurance policy in the draft. You have to have that. So I'm looking at the top picks in the draft that are running backs. You're not going to get Jeremiah Love. He's going to go top 10. Singleton from Penn State is up there. Mike Washington, he's that speedster from Arkansas. What did he run at the combine? Ran like a
4.3 something, yeah.
What do you know about Emmett Johnson from Nebraska there?
I thought he was, look, in the few times I watched them because they were terrible, but I tried to be a good husband, watch with my wife. I thought he was really good, actually. And he is sort of a bowling ball type. He'll run between the tackles. Now, he's not like high draft capital guy, but he's serviceable.
I'll give you the scouting report on Jadarian Price from Notre Dame, who's currently the 5th-ranked running back coming in this season. I love him. He's got a motor. He gets to the outside. He can return kicks. He can do a little bit of everything. Now, he wasn't the featured back. Doesn't mean he's not capable. That's my scouting report on him. Of course, I'm totally biased. There are other dudes that are available, but I wouldn't mind that one bit. Rather than totally overpay, re-sign J.K. Dobbins, so you've got your safety blanket there, right? You got the guy that you've proven he can. And if he gets hurt, make sure that you get a rookie that you're molding.
Here's one thing. You can overpay. I don't have a problem with overpaying right now.
But
you're in position to.
But you still have other positions you have to fill. Your linebacker positions.
But what is overpaying, I guess, for a running back? Like,
I guess overcommitting. I don't mind short deals. Short deals are fine. I'm saying long-term deals.
Okay, I'm on board with that. But if you give me if you give me Kenneth Walker, and he's got his own sort of injury troubles, it's one thing that weirds me out about him. He's always dinged up with something. But you give me like a 3-year deal with $20 million guaranteed, cool. Is that an overpay? Probably. But you need it. You need somebody like that. I'm not anti-overpaying right now. You are in position to do that because you are a Super Bowl contender with a quarterback on a rookie contract. Now's your time. It's a lot more concerning when you get into the territory of where some teams find themselves, which is I'm paying my quarterback $60 million and we're winning 9 games a year. That's where overpaying can't happen. But you're in great position right now. Like, elite position to make moves like this. So I love it. One last reminder. Keyword for this hour is mild. Like, not hot, mild. Seen people text in milt. Mild is the keyword. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 9:55. Stick around. It's $10 Tuesday at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. So we have our Ticket Tuesday. We'll announce the winner at the end of the show.
I can't stop looking at, I've seen this about 150 times. Joker on Keontae George's back last night. And I just don't know what to do with that.
It's a little ridiculous.
I don't know how to process this because half the world is saying, look at Joker flopping again. The other half saying, what do you expect him to do? This guy's wrapped all around his legs. What? I don't know what to do with this.
I'm more in the camp of that looks silly.
All around for the game, right? For the game.
It's just like Joker is... He can't do that, is what I'm saying.
Can't do what?
That is just showing to me, like, there's one thing about sports that I do think is important. Like, you can't show that you're frustrated because that is something that teams can take advantage of. It's one of the, like, yeah, Nelly, you can go ahead and pull it up. Like, this can't happen. Or you're just giving the guy a piggyback ride because you're mad about how he's defending you or something like that. Like, I don't like that. I think it shows like.
So what do you, let me, again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. What would you rather he do there?
Well, he's away from the play. Again, this looks like he's boxing out for a shot. The Nuggets didn't put up a shot. They turned the ball over. They're just trying to run their offense. Like, go around the guy. Try and get somewhere else. I mean, you can't just, Vic.
He's trying to prove a point is what he's trying to do, right?
The point's never going to be proven. Nobody's going to take it seriously. It's been like that his entire career. Like, he's not going to get that call. And so you got two options. You can get frustrated or figure something else out.
So the way guys are going to defend Nikola Jokic moving forward is take a small guy and just frustrate the living crap out of him.
Yeah. And this is why...
Moj, you've been frustrated by a small guy on this show for years. How do you get around that?
Who do you think I am?
My thing was turned
I
down.
am.
I don't talk. That's how I get around it.
So
you become mute?
Yeah, you just ignore it.
I just post up. That's what I do.
No, but do you understand what I'm talking about here?
It's ridiculous.
Like, when you watch this and you say,
cannot,
well, this is how guys are going to start defending him now, it's because they see it frustrates them.
But that's part of what comes with being the best player on the planet, or one of the best players, depending on how you look at it. And that is, look, your team is going to look to you for the visual cues, the emotional cues, all of that sort of thing. They're going to look to you. At the same time, it may be frustrating as all get out, I think, for Nikola Jokic, but you've got to not prove points. You've just got to keep playing the game. You know, and he's done a great job of that over the years. He really has settled down in his complaining to the referees, but that was silly. I think we can all agree.
Can I?
When is Coach Adelman going to be on with PhD again?
I don't know.
Can you look into that, Nelly? Because I wish for them to ask that question. What, as a coaching staff, what counter move will they have in place or plan to do when more teams employ that tactic? I'm just curious.
So Nelly will look that up. This is a little bit old, but if you go back to the Nuggets in T-Wolves game, after the game, Anthony Davis was being interviewed, and there's a clip of him where he was discussing if he was frustrated by the way that the Nuggets were sending two guys at him all game. And he gave an answer. The answer is not important. But there's something that happened afterwards that everybody's applauding this guy for, and I don't really get it. You're going to have to explain this one to me. So the ESPN assignment desk that has to get permission from these people to use their clips on ESPN's channels, right? They said, this is Dane Moore, who had the audio from Anthony Edwards. Said, "Hi, Dane. Please see your DMs for a message from us," which is saying, hey, do you mind if we use your stuff? Mm-hmm. And he said, "You do not have permission to use it, as I've told you numerous times in DMs, shouldn't have laid off all those reporters if you wanted locker room content." And everybody is like applauding this guy for that response. Can I say something? The 23-year-old chick that sent you the DM just trying to do her job Are you owning her by doing that?
You got him.
Yeah.
You got him.
Wow.
Oh,
really stuck it to him there.
I felt the same way. Listen, man, companies are companies. They're going to hire and fire. I don't know what you just proved by doing that. Holier than thou crap.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't get
You're
it
right.
either.
You can do whatever
it's
you
weird.
want.
It's
Well, you
just for
got
the
them.
applause. See, that's things I hate when people do things just so they can get an attaboy or you go girl.
You mean virtue signal?
Is that what that is? I don't know what that means. Is
That
what
would be the
means?
definition of.
I hate that stuff. Oh, yeah, you're such a way to be a good person or whatever. I
You
don't know
raged
what it
against the machine.
Right. You stuck it to the man.
Yeah, you're so heroic. Good for you.
Drives me nuts.
But you're so right. What's ironic about all that, he just says, I'm not going to give it to you because you fired all those people. Well, the person that's in charge of DMing you is probably fresh out of college, just doing his or her job, trying to help out.
$15 an hour.
Now they're going to get fired.
I just tried to do something. It's in my job. I need to ask for this stuff. That's it. Hey, just quickly here. This from Talking Baseball on Twitter. The Cardinals, Moser's favorite team, are introducing a ticket package starting at $29. Okay? It includes bottomless soda, hot dogs, chicken tenders, bratwurst, nachos, fries, popcorn, peanuts, chips, and ice cream. For $29 is an absolute steal.
That's impossible.
What's impossible?
That's impossible. I don't believe you.
Unlimited concessions is what they said.
No, for $29.
$29.
I could eat my way through that in 2 innings. Easy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you do this, these are your meals. Can I have 3 to-go hot dogs, please?
Define bottomless. Do you have to eat it at the counter in one sitting before you pay? I mean, what define bottomless? Can I keep going back inning after inning and getting a dog and a nachos and whatever? Or is there like, well, our bottomless is what a 5-year-old would eat, over the course of 10 seconds? I mean, come on, man.
Look, I'm just reading what's been sent out there. And if that's the case, I love it.
That's why I'm not a fan like Moj, you played in these member guests for golf tournaments, right? And one of the appeals of these member guests is unlimited drinks. I don't drink 1/8 what most guys do. They take more advantage of it than I do. I'm paying for them to drink. That's not fair.
Vic, I'll get your money's worth. Invite me out to one.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't like it. It's inequitable for me.
Do you remember my reception, both of you?
Oh, yeah, that was good. Thank you for that. Thank you for not charging. It's very nice of you.
Right, before you give yourself too hearty of a pat on the back here, this is what happens at weddings. If you have a good wedding, you pay for an open bar.
Well, I haven't finished my thought yet.
Oh.
I completely agree. I don't disagree with anything you've said, Brett. I'm calm, happy. What I am saying is that some guys can hold more than others, okay? And that was evident that reception night when at the end the guy goes, "We are out."
Who are the worst offenders?
Who
at your
abused
reception?
that? Riker,
Who are the
number
worst?
one. Riker was at the bar the entire time.
I don't think anybody abused it. I just think people enjoyed it. I don't know. But I can see where the Cardinals, unless there's a governor on this bottomless food thing, okay? Unless there's a throttle down mechanism involved in the $29 ticket, they are going to be fleeced. Or maybe they're saying, you know what? If we give these dudes enough free nachos and dogs, they're going to buy $800 worth of beer because we ain't giving away free beer.
That was not in the package.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of catch, Brett.
But how do you like? What if I said, "Hey, I got this bottomless concession thing," and then I end up getting 12 hot dogs and I give away 8 of them? How would they know?
Yeah, see, that's not happening. That's my point. Is that there's some sort of throttle down involved in it. There has to be.
I like the idea of
87 peanut bags and 52 nachos. Hey, everybody, gather around me. I bought the bottomless pit.
What do they call those people that follow around celebrities that like they're
paparazzi?
No. That are like their
hangers on,
personal assistant,
caretakers,
entourage.
Is it like Britney Spears had one of these? What do they call them?
Conservatorship?
Conservators, yes. You need to have a conservator that follows you around everywhere. Make sure you're not doing anything too crazy.
All right, you went through all of that to get conservatorship?
Yeah. I was trying to find the word.
Yeah, hammer shark.
Hammer shark. One last thing here before we get to our winner and fact checker. Zach Stevens of DNVR has heard the Broncos are already making a push to keep Alex Singleton, but here's what he also said. There might not be a bigger discrepancy between what a fan base believes a player will get and what the NFL believes a player will get in free agency than Alex Singleton. In NFL circles, Singleton is expected to not only be highly sought after, but receive a raise from his previous $6 million salary. And I have seen this constantly. A lot of people treat Alex Singleton like he is a replaceable level linebacker. I think he's better than that. Like, I don't get why people have this sort of hang-up with Alex Singleton. He's a good player. And like, we can just get rid of him, get somebody else in here. I'm like, it's not that easy.
So what's the issue here? That people in Denver?
Oh, he's just another one of your long lines of put him in the Sam Girard, Michael Porter Jr. category of guys that aren't,
Brett, is it possible that because they won without his tackles in the lineup that people feel that way? Is that possible?
Yeah, they also won without, J.K. Dobbins for a while, but he was pretty important.
Yeah,
and then Surtain missed time, and they won games. I mean, everybody's been in that category. They were good last year. The great thing about being good, you can lose some guys and still win games. Nelly said he needed some runway for this fact checker. Go ahead. Oh, and the winner first. Sorry, my bad. Winner of the tickets. Ticket Tuesday is, this is a fake name, John Peterson. Witness Protection John Peterson is the winner. Congratulations. All right, Nelly, go ahead.
Mike Smith.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's
That's the Italian
Fact
hockey
Checker.
player.
Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Hey, some of us have generic witness protection sounding names, man. Nothing wrong with Steve Nelson. Moj, on Today of All Days, it pains me to give you credit for getting anything right, but yesterday you mentioned that you did pay off a bet that you said you would do during the Avs Blackhawks broadcast on Saturday, and here's the proof.
He's got no chance. That's just the skill.
Sure feels like they needed Oliver Moore a tripping penalty, as Riker would say. Oh no, he's got to go to his bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
So you actually worked it in, Moj. Congratulations.
You actually dropped, when you said being bad, it had a news reporter sound to it.
But
oh no, he's got to go to his bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Being bad. Moj, do you travel tonight after the game?
No, staying here.
Oh, thank God.
We don't go to Dallas
the
until
Lord.
Thursday.
Good. Okay. Then we'll have some semblance of sanity on the show tomorrow morning.
If you think I'm showing up tomorrow, you are out of your mind. You've completely lost the narrative. So, Jock and Rock and Flax and Dill Holes on the text line, all you people, you're going to get what you want.
All right.
As my gift to you. Happy New Year in late February.
It's March.
It's also March, Moj.
It's March.
Whatever.
And he's gone.
Suck it, March.
8 o'clock tonight. Avs and Ducks right here on 92.5. Have a great Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
So this will get Vic off. I mean, this will make him touch himself.
step back fadeaway jumper's good again for Jamal Murray.
A double dip last night on Altitude Sports Radio as we welcome you into a 2K Tuesday and Avs Ticket Tuesday. Avs get a 4-2 victory on the road at LA with an empty netter. They'll play the Anaheim Ducks tonight, 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli right here on 92.5. The Denver Nuggets, yes, tonight. The Denver Nuggets squeak by in Salt Lake with a 3-point victory against the Jazz, and we will get into that. Chris Dempsey will join us at 10:20 to go over that game. And not all wins are created equal, Coach. We'll get into that a little bit, but the Avs, that third period was the October, November, December version of the Colorado Avalanche.
Boy, you look at that score sheet and all the right buttons were pushed in that game.
Oh, yeah.
And even more oxygen for my guy, Marty Nachos, man. Let's go. I love when he gets multiple points via the goals and the assists. And yeah, that was a team that just that looked really good and saw a little adversity, which I liked, had the equalizer, and then came back and put the game out of hand. And it was a good thing for the Avs. It was a great day.
There were some similarities between both games last night, right? The Utah Jazz are actively trying to lose basketball games to the point where the NBA is like, maybe you shouldn't put a guy on IR for sleep apnea. Maybe you should play a little bit more of your guys so you don't tank all the way and people don't show up to your games. Something similar happened with the LA Kings last night. The LA Kings were playing without $42 million worth of players on their roster, which is like 45% of the salary cap. Now, some of those guys were injured. Some of those guys were feeling under the weather, like our old buddy Darcy Kemper. The Kings had 3 guys making their NHL debut last night. One of them scored to tie the game at 2. I still don't believe the Avs having to eke out a victory, and it was an eke out victory. Like it got a little sketchy in the third period. Mackenzie Blackwood had to make a couple of big-time saves. Now, Anton Forsberg on the other side for LA had a stellar game. He was the number 1 star as the LA Kings goaltender. It didn't feel the same as that Nuggets win did last night. It felt a little bit more satisfying because of the fact that they played their best hockey in the third period. Do we get to celebrate an empty net power play goal with 2 seconds to go?
100%.
Do we call that a power play goal?
Was yesterday 100% on the power play?
100% on the power play? One for one?
Raj, the vibes are a lot different right now with the Avalanche than they are for the Nuggets.
Way different.
So you are allowed to celebrate stupid things. You are allowed to celebrate all victories. And so, yes, the Colorado Avalanche can absolutely celebrate an empty net power play goal.
They had one taken away from him. You see that play last night? The referee blew the whistle. It was infuriating. And again, as a former youth coach, certainly nowhere near the NHL level, as a former youth coach, I love hating on referees.
They're also in that part of their season, though, too, right now. They're in the dog days. When you watch the Denver Nuggets play basketball right now, especially considering that they have been playing a majority of the season minus several of their star players, and just been a rotation in terms of who's not available, they look like a team that is, ornery, but not in the good type of way. They just look a little ornery. I think refs experience the exact same thing when you get to game 61.
Some fatigue.
Yeah, just like, I'm about ready for this thing to at least take on a different vibe. Because playoff hockey feels completely different than games 62 through 82.
That call was nuts.
Insane.
The top line yesterday was so damn good. And the top line has been the best top line in all of hockey the entire season long. The Athletic came out with an article that showed the top forward lines for each team, and Colorado's number one unit, the Natchez Landeskog McKinnon line, is nearly a goal and a half better per game than the next best top line in the NHL.
Who's the next best top line? Is it
Tampa Bay's number one line? They looked at last night, and they had an opportunity to put Colorado up 3-1, and it felt as though that would have been the dam breaking for LA. LA is in this weird position where they're a few points back of the final wild card spot, but they're injured. They fired their head coach. They don't know whether or not they're going to be sellers or buyers on Friday's trade deadline. I feel like that goal to go up 3-1 halfway through that second period, after the top line had the puck in the zone for 90 seconds, would have ended the game right there. And then you could have maybe taken your foot off the gas and not played Nathan McKinnon 20 minutes and not played Cale Makar for 25 minutes. The call was brutal. Now, the thing in the NHL is, like, you lose the puck, you blow the whistle, but typically there's a little bit of a beat when you lose that puck. You kind of like search for it, and then you go, oh, I can't see it, and then you blow it. That puck hit Anton Forsberg in the chest, and the whistle was blown immediately. That happens sometimes, but it only happens when a goaltender has guys barreling down on him. Natchez was net front. It's not like he was right on top
There
of
was
Forsberg.
not an inevitable dislodging of the goalie, displacement of the goalie inside of it. Just didn't feel that way.
Hated it. It was like, you know, when referees in the NFL would immediately blow the play dead on a strip sack that looked like a throw. This stopped being the case like 2-3 years ago. And now referees in the NFL, when they see that strip sack, that tuck rule type of play, they'll let it go. And we'll just figure it out in the replay. Kyle Riemann could have done that last night.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I think it's going to come back and it's going to bite the Avs a little bit tonight. Because you had to lean on your top guys in the third period. They played, it felt like every other shift, Nathan McKinnon's line was out there.
And the Ducks, are they out?
No.
Yeah,
Dude, the Ducks are the second best team in the Pacific. The Ducks have won 11 of 13, 12 of 14, something like that.
Kings are all but out.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they're I think they're third right now in the wild card spot, but
no, they're even farther than that.
They are?
Yeah. I think they're 11th or 12th in the West. 4 points out of the final wild card spot. The Kings losing last night may have sealed their fate as sellers.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, they're 5th right now in the wild card spot.
Anaheim's legit. Anaheim's a playoff team.
33-23.
They've been up and down. Anaheim lost 13 of 15 in a stretch between December and January. And then coming out of that, they've now won 12 of 14. You know, if the playoffs started today, you know who Colorado would face as the 8th seed? It's not great.
Give it to me.
They'd face Connor McDavid and the Edmonton Oilers. So we're talking about this whole season long. There's so much jockeying in terms of positioning for the NHL that remains in the final 22 games of the season. Imagine we talk about how important the 1 seed is in the Central, and it is incredibly important to not have to play Dallas or Minnesota in round 1. But you somehow get your prize of the 1 seed is Connor McDavid and the Oilers, who have been to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. That would be the worst case for the Avs.
What's wrong with Edmonton?
The same thing that's been wrong with Edmonton since the day they drafted Connor McDavid. They don't have goaltending and they don't have defensemen. Now, they traded for a D-man yesterday. They traded for Connor Murphy of the Chicago Blackhawks, big right-handed defenseman, doesn't really do much on the offensive side, but is a pretty physical player. He's a unrestricted free agent this offseason. Connor Murphy's solid. They got him for a second-round draft pick. That was a good piece of work from Edmonton.
This is a pretty fun Western Conference group of playoff teams today, if we're to end. In terms of regional rivalries for the Avs, some recent history. And, I mean, obviously, out of the Central right now, it's the Avs, it's the Dallas Stars, punchable faces in Minnesota, which is, I think the Minnesota Wild, Colorado Avalanche, I don't know, like rivalry is it's not obviously deeply rooted. It doesn't go back for decades and eons, but this year it feels like a really good spirited series between two teams and obviously a Minnesota Wild team that's wildly talented, pun intended. Pacific, Vegas Golden Knights, who been a bit of a man.
It's been up and down for them.
Yep.
They haven't been the same Vegas team as we've seen in years past, but not an easy playoff out.
How about them? They're in first place in the Pacific, and they have 5 fewer wins than second place Anaheim.
Crazy, right?
They just go to overtime so much. They have 14 overtime losses.
What do I always say? Just get the point.
Get a point.
Just get a point. I've said it for years, and people have tried to call me crazy. Just get a point.
And then the Seattle Kraken, who, there's a little bit of potential revenge out there on that one. And then Utah and Edmonton. That would be a very fun Western side. And no offense, because I know Winnipeg as a city was buzzing a couple years ago when they had their fun. That place lights up when they play in the postseason. But at the end of the day, man, it was kind of a boring brand of hockey.
Yep. Winnipeg's out.
San Jose's they're close.
San Jose's a fun hockey team. I want to see them make the playoffs.
Yeah, I do too. Could you imagine if San Jose gets in position, and could they potentially unseat Edmonton as a playoff team?
The Pacific is separated by 8 points. There are 5 teams in the Pacific Division that are separated by 8 points. So I don't know who's going to be the 2-3 seed in that division. You don't want to play Edmonton in the first round if you're Colorado. You want your prize for winning the West in the regular season to be Seattle or San Jose or Utah or Nashville, something like that. That's what you want your prize to be. God forbid you have to go through Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and then your second round matchup is whoever gets out of the gauntlet between Minnesota and Dallas. And then if you get through that series, you've probably already played at least 12 games at that point. And then who's waiting for you on the other side? It's probably Vegas. That would be a really tough route to a cup. You need some help in the Pacific. You need Edmonton to figure it out.
And then the Eastern Conference, it's a lot of the same faces, right? Outside of the Sabres. Tampa, Buffalo, Detroit out of the Atlantic. Hurricanes, of course. Penguins.
Penguins are interesting. I don't know if they'll be able to hold on to that seed, considering Sidney Crosby's out for the next 3 weeks.
And the Isles.
Isles are a solid team. Always a perennial playoff team, but never able to quite get all the way through.
And then the Habs and the Bees.
Habs and Bees are good teams. Washington's solid. Columbus is fun. The Panthers are not going to make the playoffs this year. Not going to happen. They've been too injured.
Yeah. It's that championship tax.
Yep. Without a doubt.
And strangely, for a team that has won how many in the last 4 years? Florida has won 2 cups, back-to-back cups in the last 2 years. They're paying the championship tax that for some reason it feels like the Nuggets are still paying the championship tax from the 22-23 season. When you watch them play. Because it's really hard to win another one when there's a window. And the Denver Nuggets feel like a team that just, I don't know, man. We'll get to this in the next segment, but it's a hard team to watch play basketball right now.
It's a conundrum, and we're going to bring in Christopher Dempsey on the other side of the break to try and make sense of that conundrum. Well, they got a win last night, but they go into the toughest 6-game stretch that any NBA team will have this season. 6 games over the course of 9 days, starting on Thursday, all against championship-level teams. Maybe the Lakers aren't really in that conversation, but everybody else is knocking on the door of an NBA title. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we are giving away tickets to Sunday's matinee game against the Minnesota Wild. Your keyword is coming up next, so stick around for your chance to win your way into Ball Arena for the game. A keyword on the other side, and Christopher Dempsey. It's the Morning Sprint. Coach, Raj, KJ with you guys until noon.
I just saw your
It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota and Colorado this Sunday afternoon. And all you have to do is text the keyword Thunder right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you'll be entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. You can find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Thunder, like my favorite drinking game in college. We'll announce our winner today at 11:55. Have you ever played the AC/DC Thunder drinking game?
Raj, I've never played a drinking game in my life.
I forget about that.
I'm a good kid.
You are altar boy.
Very good kid. And you know who else hasn't ever played a drinking game before in their life? The guy that's going to bring some real Nuggets thunder, and that's our very own Christopher A. Dempsey.
It's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline. Must be nice having a guy who drops 45 introduce you on the show. Christopher A. Dempsey, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Demps, what's up, brother?
Oh, what's going on, guys? Just celebrating a victory.
Okay, all right. Is that what we're doing
I love
this
it,
morning?
Demps. Let's do it.
A win's a win? Is that what we're doing?
Well, look, both of you guys have coach/are coaching, and when your teams get into a bad space, when it seems like you can't just kind of get out of your own way, what you want to just, can you get to the winner's circle one time to re-feel how that goes, and then continue to build on the things that continue to ail your particular team. And so for the Nuggets, that wasn't super pretty. I mean, they scored a lot of points, but it wasn't super pretty. But I don't think they care about that. I think they need to get to the winner's circle, then reevaluate what happened, what went well for them, and then build upon that. And I just think that's what that game represented yesterday. Raj, you just mentioned that they're in front of the toughest 6 games that any team is going to have here. It's good to get a win, regroup, and then attack this next 6 games.
Demps, big storyline from last night was just the overall maybe frustration and an ornery Nikola Jokic with this defensive strategy that's nowhere near being new. It was employed by the Oklahoma City Thunder. And, he basically, yesterday we talked a lot about gooning. It's about having a goon. And the goon last year was Alex Caruso. The game last night saw the same kind of methodology against Nikola Jokic, just frustrate him with a smaller player, front him, and then play with a big behind him. Is that something that he's seeing a lot this year, and do you anticipate it being something that schematically teams employ throughout this remainder of the season and into the postseason?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Utah had to do it because they were small. Their bigs were all sitting on the bench. It was like Lauri Markkanen and Yusuf Nurkic and Jaren Jackson Jr. All of their 7-footers were sitting on the bench. So everybody else that they were putting on the court, with the exception of Filipowski, was a smaller player. So usually from a coaching sense, when you have that kind of size disadvantage, and then you have a guy like Nikola Jokic, you just front that person. So that's what they did all night long. I think the first time we saw this in terms of being a very significant game plan thing was last season when the Lakers did it here. I think it was a game right after the All-Star break where they came in, really fronted them a whole lot, had a lot of success. We thought it might be a blueprint for subsequent teams. It turned out not to be. And then, you had you had the rest of the season. Now, I will say this. I think I think teams are getting smarter about how they're fronting him, how they're switching, they're passing him off when he moves around. They're being very physical with him. And so I think he'll see a fair amount of that. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it has, put a little bit of a pause into his game right now, frustrated him a little bit, obviously. I think last night wasn't a frustrating experience for him, to be honest with you. I think from a Nikola Jokic standpoint, I think we're watching a player start to get himself back into the actual condition that he wants to play in. And I think that is really what we're seeing in terms of some of his up and down play. I relayed this stat on air last night, which was In February, he shot under 50%. The last time he did that in a month in his career was in 2019, November. He never does that, ever, 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 ever. He's got more months where he shot 60% than anything under 50% in his career. And so what that just says to me is that there's a player who couldn't condition, obviously with leg injuries, and is working himself back into the space that he wants to be in.
What's the latest on Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon's return to game play?
Yeah, so David Adelman about a few days ago said that he hoped to have the full group back for the final 20 games. So we're getting right on down to that. I would expect that we would see them next week. I think they're by and large, my understanding is they're by and large ready to roll. I mean, there's some confidence issues in terms of how they feel about really pushing off. I think Aaron really wants to play, but they're being cautious, as they should be. I mean, this is the second go around for him. He's missed the majority of the season, so you can't just throw him back out there, even if he wants to play right now. But I think we'll see them in short order. And guys, once we see them and they start to work into their regular rotation, regular minutes, then I still have no worries about this basketball team. Things have been very rocky for them, obviously, but given the personnel that they need to have on the court to get themselves through certain situations, when those guys get back on the court, I would expect that in very short order after their return, the Nuggets get right back to who they were at the beginning of this season.
You mentioned the regular rotation. When those guys are healthy, what's your starting five?
Well, if Cam Johnson is not there, then I would put Peyton Watson back in the starting
line. If Cam Johnson's there, everybody's healthy. Is Cam Johnson a starting player for this team, or is he coming off the bench?
I think that David Adelman won't mess with that. I think that if Cam Johnson and Peyton Watson are available to him, I think he would start Cam Johnson. And then what you would have is a situation. What he didn't have a couple of nights ago was the ability to say, okay, you're not playing really well right now. This guy, insert this guy who we think can play well in this particular space. What he would have is actually that now. So if you play Cam Johnson to start, Cam Johnson is not playing very well. You can just play Peyton Watson the majority of the game in lieu of that. And I think that's kind of how David Adelman is operating for the most part this season, in terms of if you're not playing well, you just don't play as much in this game if your name is not Jamal Murray or Nikola Jokic. So I think that he really wants the group to be back together. When the starting lineup was all together, it's only been 10 games. They're 8-2. So put them back on the court, have really high-level role players coming off your bench, and then keep it moving.
Christopher, when you look at this team, there are certain nights where it looks like it's a defensive issue, probably a bit like last night. There's certain nights that it looks like an inability or unwillingness for anybody not named Nikola Jokic or Jamal Murray to really, really let it loose, cut it loose. But really, at the end of the day, there's really not one thing. What is it that is just feels inherently off? Because it's not just one thing.
Yeah, it's a fact, man. It's all the things. It really is all the things. And, lately, when you talk about turnovers or untimely fouls late in games, or just questionable decision-making late in games, those are the things that I think would, I don't put this in a little bit of an air quotes, those are the things that would concern me the most, because those don't have really much to do with your personnel, which personnel is on the court or not. It's just, are you going to make this pass, or are you going to dribble into a crowd? Are you going to get in the air and throw an errant pass at the wrong time? Like, those things that's not a personnel issue. So as far as those things are concerned, I would really like to see them iron those out. They're still working on that, obviously. But Coach, to your point, I think this entire season has been one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. And because the Nuggets have such specific personnel for such specific things on the court, and they've really just missed all those guys at various junctions during the season, we've just seen weird losses. And so here's my point. So when you have games where you didn't have Jonas Valanciunas and Nikola Jokic, Oh, by the way, you just ran into a couple of the best rebounding teams in the NBA. They rebounded the heck out of the basketball, got all of the extra possessions. You lose a game that you probably wouldn't lose otherwise. When you don't have Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon out there to guard your perimeter, oh, by the way, you just happen to run into these teams that have great guards that can just get into your paint, collapse your defense, kick out for wide open threes, or finish at the paint, and you take losses to teams that you probably should have. Sacramento, Chicago early on, those type of teams. You don't have Nikola Jokic but that's actually the only time where they actually kind of survived some things without Nikola Jokic, and those weren't pretty victories, not ever in January, but they were able to see those through. But I just think that the personnel losses and then the untimely bad matchups because of those personnel losses just ended up having them take some losses they wouldn't ordinarily otherwise take. Now, beyond that, you can't make some of the mistakes that they had been making. And we'll see. Turnovers were an issue again yesterday as well. So we'll see what happens with that going forward.
Debs, it would be great to have this entire roster back together, healthy and rolling, but for whatever reason, it doesn't feel like that's ever going to truly be a reality for this basketball team, because you have to trust that the 65 some odd games that you've already played are somewhat of an indication of who you are and who you're going to be. So with that, in years past, we've always asked the question, what is who do we want to avoid in the playoffs? Who's the team you don't want? Who's the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Oklahoma City? Right now is the question, who do the Nuggets actually want to see that would be a good matchup in the postseason, and who would that team be?
Well, given where they are right now in 5th place, I would think that they want to get to 3rd. And I think that's completely on the table for them. Look, the Minnesota Timberwolves, they beat 3 out of 4 times this year. Like that, whatever happened on, a few days ago, that doesn't matter to me, not one single bit. Whether Nikola Jokic is on the court or off the court, or anybody else is on the court or off the court, generally speaking, the Nuggets just beat that team no matter what iteration of them took the court. Obviously, I don't think anybody wants to play Oklahoma City early. That's just a team that is a really good team, and obviously they get under the Nuggets' skin, and they're able to do some things on the court that most other teams can't. So that's why you would want to be in 3rd, because if you're in 3rd and you play the 6th seed, and the 6th seed is the Lakers, well, who cares about that? I mean, and then you move on to the next round, and the next round is the Spurs. You might care about that a little bit more. That is still a young team that doesn't quite understand how to get through a really grueling NBA playoffs and get themselves into the NBA Finals. So there's still some growing left to do with the Spurs. I think that is a matchup that is just fine for you. Then you play Oklahoma City in the Western Conference Finals with 7 games to get yourself to the NBA Finals. But outside of that, but honestly, Coach, I don't think if they're healthy, they're scared of anybody. I think we have watched the majority of this season not be the Nuggets who we thought they might be because their players aren't on the court. We spent the first maybe month of this season seeing exactly who this team was when all their players are on the court. And that team had, at that time, a historical net rating, one of the best records in the NBA, and they double-digit leads in every single game. So if you're telling me we can get back to those players being on the court full time, then I'm going to tell you we'll see that team going down the stretch and then into the playoffs.
Demps, I've heard Coach Adelman say this multiple times over the past about month of basketball. I can't keep playing my top guys 36, 38 minutes. And every game I look at a box score and I see, just like last night against an 18-win Jazz team that had a dude out because he doesn't sleep well, he plays 36 minutes. Is David Adelman ever going to get into a spot over the next 20 games when his guys come back and are healthy that he's able to not play Nikola Jokic 34, 35, 36 minutes? Because it feels like they're going to have to push all the way to the end, and we'll run into the same problem that we've seen the last couple of years where you kind of run out of gas in rounds 2 and 3.
Well, okay. To your point, I think it's going to be very difficult for him to do that now because
he wants to.
Yeah, but he look, when he can put some players on the court that he trusts to get him through certain situations that they are not being able to get through right now, then maybe it gives himself a chance to be able to do that. But even when everybody's back, Raj, I don't think that that's going to be a thing, just given the fact that now they have to win. And these games are all they will not blow out these teams coming up. These are all going to be very close games. It's going to require Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray to be on the court the vast majority of the time. And you still have games against the Spurs again and against the Lakers again and OKC again. So like the schedule is going to make it so that he can't do it. And can he do a game here or there? Maybe so. Can they get out to a big lead and hold it so that he can do that? That is up to them. But what I will say to this is, though, once they get to the playoffs, I think there'd be there's more of an opportunity to play a wider swath of players. This is not necessarily like got to get the rotation down to 8 and that's it, because they have more players that can do more things. And that might be the silver lining from a season with this many injuries is now you know that you can go 10 deep for real. Like not, I'm going to cross my fingers tonight that this player can give us 7 minutes. No, you put Peyton Watson on the court, he can give you 25 minutes of really good basketball. So I think that will be different, but I don't think it'll be different until you get closer to and then into the playoffs where you can kind of steal more minutes this year where you could not do that thing last year.
6 games, 9 days. It starts on Thursday, March 5th. It ends on Saturday, March 14th. 2 games against the LA Lakers, 1 game at home against the Knicks, on the road at OKC, on the road at San Antonio, home against the Houston Rockets. What is success in those 6 games?
Wow. Given the configuration, 3-3, 3-3. I mean, they have 3 of them at home, so that's good. And I'm very interested to see. I'm getting way ahead of myself here because the Spurs are on the back end of this, but I'm very interested to see how they play against the Spurs because San Antonio came to Denver early in the season, and certainly those guards just ran them right off the court. And I just wonder defensively how they deal with all those guards. I think obviously Victor Wembanyama is a thing, but I think Nikola and Victor will cancel each other out in some sort of way. So what are you doing with everybody else on the court? So that's interesting to me. But if you can go 3-3, 4-2, and then kind of survive so that you're in and around the same spot where you are in the Western Conference. If you finish with a record that's the same as the Minnesota Timberwolves, you won the season series. So that doesn't matter. So you just got to really catch the Houston Rockets here. So maybe the win against the Rockets is most mandatory.
That is Christopher A. Dempsey with his NBA baseline report. Off on Thursday, right? That's a Prime Video game. So you got a couple of days off, and then we'll see you Friday night at home at Ball Arena for the New York Knicks.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to all of it. Yeah, I'll just watch at home and then see what's up on Friday.
All right, my friend. Enjoy the sleep. We appreciate you as always. We'll talk to you next week for your next report.
Love you, Demps.
Love you guys.
It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we have your chance to win tickets all day long here on the Morning Sprint, on PhD, on Kreckman and Lindahl. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see Colorado and Minnesota. We'll give those away at 11:55. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20, right before KJ's NFL Notes. It is franchise tag day. Breece Hall, he's not going to be a Bronco.
Dang it.
So who's next? We'll talk about it on the other side. It is a 2K Tuesday. It is a little early for a 2K Tuesday. Crisscross is as pretty early 90s there, KJ. You're getting a little loosey-goosey with the rules. I like the vibe, but it's a little loosey-goosey.
It's too early?
92 is that's early. That's before I was born, brother.
This song did release in 1992, and well, you look at Crisscross on the old Wikipedia, and their active years were 1990 to 02. And by the time you got to 2000, 2001, 2002, I don't think they were really rolling too hard. They did come back for a little 2007 to 2013.
You know what? It passes the vibe check, though. And that's all that really matters on a 2K Tuesday. And if you guys want your vibes played, just text them into 303-504-0925. Your song requests of the 90s and 2000s, and KJ will play them when we bounce back from break.
Good. One of the Crisscrossers passed away.
No, I did not know that.
I don't want to break news that happened. Sorry, gosh, stop. Yeah, he died in 2020, 2013.
News in the NFL. This happened during Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Breece Hall officially placed under the franchise tag by the New York Jets. He'll make $14.293 million if he plays the season on the 2026 tag. Can still negotiate with New York, but he's not going to be a Bronco next year. The other players who have been tagged, George Pickens, the non-exclusive franchise tag at $27.298 million, and Kyle Pitts, also a non-exclusive tag. He'll play at $15 million for Atlanta. So the apple of our running back eye is now off the board.
He gone.
Therefore, Coach, if you're fixing running back in free agency, who do you move to?
Travis Etienne. If indeed that finds a way to get him on the open market, which how long is there? We have just under 2 hours.
2 p.m. Mountain is the deadline for franchise tags. Now, it looks as though Kenneth Walker and Etienne will not be tagged, although things can change over the course of the next 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Travis Etienne feels like the type of back that Sean Payton would be able to lean into his entire skill set. Doesn't hurt that he's from the great state of Louisiana. That's where he was born. Sean loves himself some down south running backs from the Bayou. I like Travis Etienne because of his overall versatility. He ends up being a back that is productive statistically against heavy boxes, which I think we've learned that the Broncos are going to be a team that's going to see heavy boxes. The reason why the run game productivity started to dwindle after J.K. Dobbins was missing from the lineup. J.K. Dobbins is a very good pile mover. He's a guy that can get 4 to 5 yards consistently against a box that feels like you're running uphill. And I think Travis Etienne he's got some of that in his game, but he's got some overall versatility that I think would help the Denver Broncos. I don't see Kenneth Walker in Denver, and I feel like it's going to be an overpay. And I feel like Sean Payton
an overpay for the Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah, and that's why, right? Like, because there's that recency bias that his agent is just working like wild. And
I mean, recency bias is one thing, but he's had good seasons. Like, if you remove last year where he missed 6 games, he has seasons of 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns, 900 yards and 8 touchdowns, and 1,000 yards and 5 touchdowns.
You know what he doesn't have? Read his production in the receiving game.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. But isn't that what you have RJ Harvey for, though?
But with Sean Payton, don't you think, and obviously now Davis Webb calling Sean Payton's system, don't you think that you want to have a proficient pass catcher as your number one and your bell cow? Because that's a little bit of the West Coast offensive philosophy that Sean Payton employs, is that part of your run game is the free release of the running back into the flats, and you throw it out there to him and he gets 5 to 6 yards.
And Etienne, for sure, among the backs available. And let's bring Rico Dowdle into the conversation as well. if you add Dowdle into that conversation, who would be a fun back, right? 5'11", 215. He's a 4.5 40 guy, 1,000-yard rusher this year for Carolina. I think back-to-back seasons of 1,000 yards. Yep, 1,000-yard rusher with Dallas in his age 26 season in 2024. Not a big-time receiving back. Etienne has that over Walker. He has that over Dowdle. Yeah, but it does make R.J. Harvey look like a guy who he'd see diminishing value if you bring in a Travis Etienne.
Do you like what Travis Etienne's done through 4 years? 17 games played, 15 games played in an awful 2024 season for Jacksonville.
Yeah, and 26 still feels like he's got years.
17 games played. The guy has had 1,100 yards in 2 of his 4 seasons, 1,000 in his other one. 2024 was a dumpster fire in Jacksonville in general. That's why there was a new head coach. Duval came in.
He had 13 total touchdowns. He had 6 receiving scores this year.
And every year he's had at least 35 catches. He's a really, really good, versatile back that can do a lot and schematically can fit into a complicated system. Liam Cohen is not running a simple system down there, and he picked it up immediately and was extremely productive. And think about, man, every time the Denver Broncos since 2022 have had a chance to square off against Jacksonville, Travis Etienne has been a Bronco killer. The guy has been unbelievably productive in his games against the Denver Broncos. I mean, you look at this game back in 2022, Travis Etienne, ends up finishing the day off with, he 16 carries, 50 yards, touchdown receiving. He did it again this past year. I mean,
he's got 2 games against the Broncos. He averages 100 yards on the ground and half a score a game.
It's good. Would you take 100 yards?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, there was 3.5 seasons where the Broncos didn't have a 100-yard rusher.
And you got it twice. Was it back-to-back weeks or was it 2 out of 3 games? And then all of a sudden diminishing returns because that's when, unfortunately, last year running back.
Does Tyler Algier do anything for you?
Nothing. Nothing. He is Tyler Algier is.
He's the you swing and miss on Etienne, on Walker, on Dowdle, and you go, I guess we'll take him.
Dowdle doesn't really move the needle for me. I just don't see the overall fit. I mean,
you want a game breaker, and there's 2 game breakers available. That's it.
Kenneth Walker and Travis Etienne. And
That's it.
Obviously, Breece Hall's off the board. And the game breaker in the draft is going to be gone.
He'll be gone by top
Jeremiah
10.
Love.
He's likely going to be in the division.
Ugh.
And then you're looking at the running backs going against you in the AFC West are now Ashton Genty, assuming Kansas City gets Jeremiah Love at number 9, Jeremiah Love, Omarion Hampton, and now you have, as of right now, R.J. Harvey. And J.K. Dobbins.
And J.K. Dobbins for somewhere between 8 and 11 games, if you go off of history.
You have the worst running back room as it stands today. Now you bring Travis Etienne in there, and you are right up there.
You're the best in terms of
if it's Etienne, Harvey, and
Dobbins.
You have the best running back room in the AFC West.
Now you're you know what you're doing? You're equiting Davis Webb for success. Because isn't that ultimately what you want? Because you kind of are in a bit of a window. It's a big window because Bo's young, but you're in a young
rookie contract
window.
You're in a
rookie contract window and a defense that is at its. It's hard to envision this defense getting markedly better than it's going to be over the course of the next 2 years. Like these are all players that are right in their kind of their peak of their youth and they're on edible contracts. This is a window, and Davis Webb's going to be a first-time play caller. And you want to move the needle and show that something's different for this Denver Bronco offense, it's got to be consistent ground game. So why not give new offensive coordinator Davis Webb one of the most important toys to have in the run game? That's a really, really proficient runner. And he can also do all the things that Sean Payton loves to see in the offense, which is throw the ball to your running backs out of the backfield and free release, 5-out type of concepts.
3 years, $13 million per
Done.
for Etienne. You do it?
Done.
Do you do it for Kenneth Walker?
No.
What's your number for Kenneth Walker? 11?
10, I think 10 to 11.
That's not going to get it done for him. Someone's going to pay that guy $13 million.
It's so wild that Seattle isn't. Gosh, man, why would Seattle not do it?
They came out with it today. They're not tagging him.
Why?
He's going to market.
Was tag going to be the same number as Brees? Is it 14?
14.
Yeah, it's
14 and change.
What? I mean, the Jets are so stupid.
It's only 1 year. Yeah. I don't think that's a stupid thing for them to do. Because what were they going to do? He goes to market, and that's it. So because you have cap space as the Jets, because, well, there's nobody on the Jets, it's not like you're giving up anything for him. He either walks for free or he's on your team next year. I don't think it's dumb for the Jets. What was dumb for the Jets is not to trade him during the season.
The problem is I've seen a couple people suggest that you could solve your RB1 conundrum in the draft. While I'm not saying that is not possible, because there have been plenty of outstanding running backs taken in rounds 2 through 4, I think it's just a crapshoot. And you don't want to crapshoot in this 2-year window of Bo Nix and a rookie contract.
Can't afford it.
Go invest. And if you invest in Travis Etienne and you get great return on investment, dude, Travis Etienne's probably a Bronco for the next 4 years. And that'd be fantastic. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, tell him to kick rocks when he's 30 years old. I can do that to a running back.
Yeah, totally, perfectly legal. I think you got to go all in on Etienne.
You have to go all in this year because, well, you have all of the Russell Wilson money. And speaking of Russell Wilson, he had something to say about Sean Payton. If you haven't heard, stick around. That on the other side. 2K Tuesday rolls along on the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the head coach. He's Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's on the ones and twos, spinning them behind the glass today. And you guys at 303-504-0925. The playoff push is on, and you can get in on the action with Altitude Plus and enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code ALTITUDE7 at altitudeplus.com/checkout. Hurry, the offer ends on March 14th. You can apply the code to any monthly or annual plan and start watching now. Your subscription auto-renews after the trial, so make sure you guys have that in your head. We'll have another keyword on a Ticket Tuesday coming up about 15 minutes from right now ahead of KJ's NFL notes. But, Coach, you sent this to the group. Our old buddy, Russell Wilson, joined the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
In the last couple of years, we've had a little bit of jumping around. Broncos, the situation, which I'm going to read the tweet because, buddy, I'll be honest with you, that's awesome.
What tweet?
Oh, yeah, I'll read the tweet. This is the tweet that you put out. Classless, ... but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Now, to put a tweet like that is like very humanizing. When I saw that tweet, I'm like, dude, this is badass.
And that Russell Wilson bites back.
I don't say much. I never hardly ever say anything. I think there's a time and place. But sometimes you get fatigued of people talking about you. You just like you mentioned, we're all human. But it's one thing for people that maybe aren't in the field or aren't, people say bots or whatever, talking. Yeah. Like I don't worry about that stuff. Like that never. But to me, when you've been in the ring or you've been on the same side of this and that, and I got the same amount of rings as you got, meaning Sean. Listen, I got a lot of respect for him as a play caller, this and that. But to take a shot, I don't like. I don't think it's necessary, especially when I'm not even on your own team anymore. So for me, I've realized I've stayed quiet for so long. There's a time and place where I'm not. For me, I know who I am as a competitor, as a warrior, as a champion too. I've beaten Sean too. Like we've been on the same place and same thing. And so it's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
I have as many rings as you. That entire bit right there, that soundbite, it felt a lot like Will Smith telling Chris Rock to keep my wife's name out your bleeping mouth. Russell Wilson's tired of the Sean Payton bit, man. I don't blame him. Like, even a couple times where... there it is. I don't blame Russell one bit. But, man, the reality of Russell Wilson at this stage of his career is irrelevant. He is.
Yeah, he's a backup quarterback.
A backup quarterback that gets on major podcasts. What is the end game going to be for Russell Wilson as a football player? Is he just going to be a backup as long as possible? Isn't that weird? Are there many people who have done that have been Super Bowl champion quarterbacks and were the face of a franchise? He was. He was the face of the Seattle Seahawks at his peak.
You hang around the NFL as long as you can because there's always those teams that have injuries and want to get a guy who can keep them afloat for a 6, 7, 8 game stretch, or you have him in your back pocket just in case a young guy flops. He'll be that type of dude until he decides to call it quits. He'll hang around like Aaron Rodgers did.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers was starting unless he was hurt. Very different. Russell Wilson, did he not get to the point where he was essentially the third option last year in New York? I mean, it was Jackson Dart was your first option, and by the end of the season, I mean, Jameis Winston was a better option for the New York Giants than Russell Wilson was.
3 games, 0-3, 831 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 picks.
Yeah. It's about what he is.
His age 37 season.
He's got to hang it up, doesn't he?
Joe Flacco's a really good one. Joe Flacco just hung around and was either a spot starter here and there or a backup or a guy who you'd throw into a quarterback competition and he'd always look better than the other guys just because he can make every throw on the field and still can.
Does Joe Flacco feel different because it felt like, I guess there are some similarities. It felt like the Baltimore Ravens won a Super Bowl entirely on defense, whereas the Legion of Boom also felt like they ultimately won a Super Bowl on defense.
Dude, that 2012 run from Joe Flacco was phenomenal. Phenomenal. 4 games, Nearly 1,200 yards, 11 touchdowns, not a single pick. Super Bowl MVP. It was a really good run. Now, it gets helped because Denver's secondary decides to undercut a Hail Mary. Not a Hail Mary, but a shot play down the right side. It would not have happened had the secondary played that properly in a freezing cold game at Empower Field. Or was it Empower Field back then, or was it Sports Authority Field back in 2012? Something like that.
What's your opinion? I'd love to hear yours too. On the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. What really happened between Sean Payton and Russ? Was it just simply that Sean came in, inherited the contract, and was just by hook or by crook was going to move on from Russell Wilson, or do you think it goes deeper? Do you think it has a lot? Because Sean seems to continue to strangely harbor some type of bitterness to where he does cite things about the past involving Russell Wilson, especially strangely during a time where you're basically you've really moved on as a franchise. Like, you have really moved on. You've gone to back-to-back playoffs, and you went to the AFC Championship game with your replacement quarterback for Russell Wilson. But yet he still kind of mentions it. Why do you think that is?
Is it because his Seahawks teams had more success than New Orleans did? Got to more Super Bowls?
Maybe.
You won the same amount. Like, you heard Russ say that. We got the same amount of rings, man. So why are you acting like you're so much better than I am?
Do you think it has to do with the fact that Russ may be different than other quarterback? Well, shoot, man. Russ used the media and kind of used his own, I hate to say it, but kind of almost holier than thou bit, almost to try to make Sean look like the bad guy. That he was a little bit, Sean couldn't entirely keep him in a box publicly. And Russ kind of, I think he flexed his own little strains muscles at times with that little rivalry.
Yeah, Sean doesn't.
Although, does Bo kind of do some of the same things?
Not yet, but you can tell that he...
The press conference after the ankle gate?
The press conference was the first time that I saw it.
I mean...
That he didn't fit into the same Drew Breesy box that we thought Bo Nix was in when he was drafted. Do you ever remember Drew Brees doing something like that?
No, the only thing that we've seen from Bo, publicly, is him screaming at Sean Payton on the sideline. And then at times, if the play call doesn't come in soon enough, or if the personnel group isn't. But that's, I think, what Drew Brees probably even told Bo. What do you need to do to be successful with Sean? You have to anticipate issues. You need to voice your opinion strongly.
Yeah, I can't let it fester.
And you got to move on and play football. The first time that we saw, not Russell Wilson and Bo Nix, because they're completely different personalities, but maybe this whole sentiment that my head coach is wearing on me, or my head coach did something that might be slightly out of bounds with my name in his mouth. And for Bo Nix, it had to do with his ankle and a predisposition or not, which Sean would refute until the cows come home, and every member of the media would say, that's exactly what he said. And it's not Mike Kliss making that up. It's actually on the recording. And Bo Nix, he took exception enough to make sure that he went to the front office, the ownership group, and said, I need to clear the air on this because it's not true. But yeah, it seems like Sean is a really good guy to play quarterback for, because if you're his guy, which Bo is, Drew Brees was, he's going to give you every possible chance to be successful. So from that perspective, it's great. But that seems like there's another side of it that it can wear on you.
Do you think the relationship would ever sour between Bo and Sean?
It could. And I always wonder, well, okay.
Or will the relationship go far enough? Like, will Sean be around long enough for it to sour?
So if we had stayed status quo from the overall operation offensively of last season and the year before, my answer to your question, will that relationship sour, would have probably been absolutely. But Sean Payton did the thing. And whether he verbalized it clearly enough or not, but he humbled himself to the point of saying the best thing for a young quarterback, best thing for this franchise is Davis Webb. Sorry, that was a sneeze. I don't know, man. We're having an early spring. It's March 3rd and get allergies.
He has done his best to separate himself from Bo's next step in his career. And I think that's the best thing he could have done. Give him Davis Webb as long as he can have him. Sean's not going to be here for another 7 years, right? You think you got 5 more years out of Sean Payton?
Hypothetically, no, you don't. You're not getting 7. Hypothetically, had Sean Payton stayed play caller, had there been some outward expressions of frustration from either Bo towards Sean or Sean towards Bo, if it got to the point where it was boiling over, who is going to win the end game here in Denver? Bo Nix or Sean Payton?
Bo has the longer runway. Bo wins that battle.
Does that have anything to do with the fact that
Oh, yeah. It has everything to do with
Davis Webb is now the play caller?
It has everything to do with Davis Webb. The franchise told you, like, you don't have to pick between the two of them right now, but if they were forced, like gun to your head, if they had to choose, they told you this offseason who they're choosing. They're choosing Bo's happiness.
And then I guess it goes to the
over
next.
Sean's ego.
Is Davis Webb going to end up being the heir apparent to Sean Payton?
Oh, it's a long road.
Is it?
It's a long road. Davis Webb would have to sit here as an offensive coordinator for the next 3 or 4 seasons and be... Is he not going to be like, if they have another good season, they get to a conference championship or they get to the Super Bowl next year? Is he not like the number 1 target for a head coach?
He probably is.
A 33-year-old offensive guru, former quarterback, Sean Payton disciple. Like, that is the number 1 target in the offseason for a head coach. He's going to be able to do that for 3 or 4 years. Those are some pretty haughty handshakes from the Walton Penner ownership group.
If the Broncos win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years, is Sean Payton still coaching here the 3rd season?
How old is Sean? 62. Still kind of young, man. That's not that old. We're not talking Pete Carroll 74. That still feels pretty young. If they win next year, he ain't going anywhere, man. He's doing the LeBron, not 1, not 2, not 3. I don't think they chose Davis Webb. I think they chose Bo Nix's happiness.
I agree.
I don't think Sean's going anywhere over the course of the next 2-3 years, even if they win.
I think you're right.
Right? Like Pete Carroll's 74
I think
years
Sean's
old. That's so much older, man.
I think the better the Broncos do in the next 2 seasons is actually going to lend itself to the fact that Sean Payton's here for at least 2 more years after those.
I think if they do well, if they get to a Super Bowl, if they win a championship in the next 2-3 years, it means Sean Payton sticks around for more. If they take a step back over the next couple of years, I think Sean goes, I tried, can't do it. Now I'm going to retire and go back to TV.
The interesting part is if they take a step back over the next 2 years, that probably means there's issues with Davis Webb, the new play caller. And he's probably the guy that gets all the mud slung in his direction. And then all of a sudden it's like, is he really your next head coach? I don't know.
They're not taking a step back. They're in a golden
So
era
essentially
right
we just established there's like almost no possible way that Davis Webb is the head coach of the Denver Broncos.
No chance.
In 3 or 4 or 5 years.
No way. Dude, he's gone next year.
He's either a head coach elsewhere or it goes really bad and he's out. And Sean Payton takes over play calling again.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We are giving away tickets for Sunday's matinee against Minnesota. Your next keyword comes up on the other side of the break. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. It's a 2K Tuesday, also a Ticket Tuesday, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota and Colorado this Sunday afternoon. All you have to do is text the keyword Brampton.
Whoa.
Brampton, like the city in Ontario, Brampton, right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. That's Brampton. Brampton.
So actually, exactly as it sounds.
Yes.
Brampton.
Brampton. Like the Brampton Battalion, the former junior team of former Avalanche player and current Dallas Star, Matt Duchene. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. You can find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Brampton. We will announce our winner coming up in about 30 minutes from right now before we hand things off to PhD.
You ever been to Brampton before?
I've never been to Brampton.
What parts of Canada have you been?
A lot of time in Vancouver.
It's the best. It's the best Canada.
Vancouver's awesome.
Great city.
That's Vancouver in the summer, like that Kelowna area is.
Have you been to Toronto?
Unbelievable. I have.
I've never been to Toronto.
Toronto is not my cup of tea. It's very like New York, Chicago-y, that type, like very expensive to hang around in. But we'd always jump over the border to go and.
Have you been to Calgary?
I've never been to Calgary.
I kind of want to go to
Never
Calgary.
been to Calgary. No, sir.
Edmonton?
I've been to Sarnia, Ontario. I've never been to Edmonton. I've been to Vancouver, Kelowna, Quebec.
Let me know if you've been to Brampton.
Brampton.
Go ahead and just text Brampton to 303-504-0925 because you can get into Avs versus
Wild.
Ooh,
Wild.
That is going to be a good one.
I've always liked the Brampton Battalion. I think they're in the Ontario League. I'm almost positive they're in the Ontario League. I've always loved their jerseys and their logos.
Oh, that's cool.
Little like green beret
Really
looking
good.
dude. And they've got
my God.
It's a great hockey jersey.
Right here.
It's a fantastic hockey jersey.
Holy smokes. That's a banger right there.
Yeah, it's
man.
sweet.
Look at that beauty.
What do they call the those of you either current or former military members, the arrows, the rank arrows, what are those called? That are on your shoulders or on your biceps?
I know the name. Those are your stripes? Is that not it?
I don't know. I feel like it's got a different name. 303-504-0925. The arrows of rank on a military member's clothing. Because the Brampton hockey team has that, and I've always thought it looks really cool. KJ, it's 11:20.
They're arrows.
It's just arrows? That's it?
They're arrows, man.
I feel like it should have a cooler name than that.
Insignia?
No, isn't that a logo?
It's your rank insignia.
Your rank insignia. Okay. Got it. Understood. I'm learning things today. KJ, get us back on track. NFL notes. Every day here in the 11:20 hour, we go through the biggest stories in football with KJ's NFL notes. I'm getting some text messages. They're called chevrons in the Navy.
Chevrons.
Yep. There we go.
Yeah.
Chevrons, insignias. I think chevrons is it. That's what we go. It dictates your rank. I appreciate all of you out there for educating us today. KJ, what's first? Educate me and Coach on football.
I got you. As we've stated multiple times today here on the Morning Sprint, today is franchise tag deadline day in the NFL as we are officially 8 days away from the NFL's new league year. And we have a lot of Broncos free agents, so I won't list all of them for you guys, but I do have them on the list for the guys here in studio. And I wanted you guys to maybe kind of help the listeners out a little bit here. It's 2.5 hours away from the deadline here Mountain Time. We can safely guess that the Broncos probably aren't going to tag anybody.
Nope.
But of the Broncos free agents, is there anyone you would have liked them to tag?
No, not at all. No one's worth the average top 5 salaries in their position.
Was Jaquan McMillan not going to have, what was his potential? Was it a a different type of tag that was going to happen with him?
He's a restricted free agent, so they put a second-round tender on him.
Tender.
Yeah,
So-
second-round tender. He's not eligible for a franchise tag quite yet. So, yeah, between like Ellinger, Dobbins, McLaughlin, Adkins, Troutman, Humphrey, like maybe JFM. Is JFM the only one that you could have like understood a franchise tag on?
That's pretty big. That's a pretty steep price, wouldn't it? For JFM?
Franchise tag for defensive lineman would have been
21?
21 and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't afford that.
Well, you know what's funny? Jeff Legwall was on yesterday with Kreckman and Lindahl, and he said as much that he's more than likely going to get top dollar on the free agent market as a interior D lineman.
Yeah,
so,
but he ain't getting 21 and a half.
Maybe not that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's just below whatever that ballpark would be right below that. Maybe 18 to 19, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Your top paid interior defensive lineman as of right now in the league for contract average. Chris Jones, 31.7. Although I still think that's kind of like cheating. He feels more edgy to me than interior.
Yeah, he's a pass rushing son of a gun.
Milton Williams.
Go. That's fair.
A little more interior.
28.
26.
Okay.
Zach Allen, 25.5. Matabike, 24.5. Derek Brown, 24, alongside Quinnen Williams. Jeffrey Simmons, 23.5 is number 8. So to get him to 21.5, you'd be getting into the Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence type of contracts. Is he worth Leonard Williams or Dexter Lawrence money,
No,
Jonathan
sir.
Franklin Myers?
No, sir.
There you go.
Especially when you have some pretty good depth and or exciting younger pieces coming into the fold as a defensive line in general.
Who's the next player that they'll tag?
It's going to sound wild. This wouldn't. What if after 2 more seasons, Bo Nix hasn't like taken the extreme next right step, and it just still like his final statistics were right in a lot of categories. We're kind of in that middle of the pack type of space, especially interception numbers were fairly high. Like, could Bo Nix be a potential franchise tag to figure out, is this like really it?
If you don't want to make him a $60 million quarterback
Correct.
at the end of year 5, you could, as of right now we'd have to project a little bit farther out. As of right now,
42?
It'd be about $44 million for a non-exclusive quarterback tag. A transition tag would go between like $37 and $40 million, but you'd put the non-exclusive on him.
Could you see
so
that
that
happening,
if someone
though?
signs him, you get 2 first-round picks? Yeah, because 3 years from now, that tag probably rises to about 50, and you'd be saving $10 million to get an extra year of data, of testing on Bo Nix.
It'd
piss him off.
It would piss him off.
Piss him off.
Has that happened before? Rookie contract drafted by original team and gets franchise tagged. I don't know if there is a lot. I mean, it just seems weird because the way that the Denver Broncos are built right now on the defensive side of the ball, like all I can say is Bo's a really good man. He's been a great steward of the offensive resources around him, but he hasn't played like a $60 million a year quarterback, in my opinion. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yet, Steve Young was the first quarterback for the non-exclusive franchise tag in 1993. That was the first year that teams could place that on a QB. Jim Harbaugh went through it with the Colts in 1996. Drew Brees was tagged by the Chargers prior to being moved to the New Orleans Saints.
And that was probably injury related, right? Because remember he had
with
that
his shoulder.
Yeah.
Matt Castle was tagged in 2009 when he was sitting behind Tom Brady and then jumped in and had like that 4,000-yard passing season. He was really good.
That's a weird decision.
Weird tag for him, but then he got moved. Kirk Cousins was tagged by the Redskins in 2016, so there is a drafted quarterback who was tagged. And didn't Lamar Jackson get tagged like 2 or 3 years in a row? They had to go non-exclusive. They had to put the big tag on him as well.
Yeah, he had so Ravens placed non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar in 2023. was March 7th, 2023. And his tag at the time cost the Ravens $32.4 million. And that was before he had won an MVP, right? No, he won it in 2019. Is that right? Did Lamar Jackson, has he been in the league that long?
Lamar Jackson was drafted in 2018, and he won his MVP in 2019.
Okay.
So he was tagged going into his second MVP season.
That's crazy. That they wouldn't have just ripped off the Band-Aid and paid him.
They should have done it early. I would understand doing it now with Lamar at like 28, 29. You worry about the longevity of his legs. But when he was 22 or 23, coming off of MVP seasons and running for all those yards when he was a youngin' in the league, yeah, that was dumb. That was dumb by them.
And now Lamar Jackson has a $74.5 million cap hit.
KJ, what's next?
It's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
As we talked about earlier, Adam Schefter reported that the Seahawks are not expected to tag Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, who is poised to become an unrestricted free agent. He would be the fourth player to win Super Bowl MVP and begin the following season with a different team if he chose to do so. The other three are Larry Brown, Desmond Howard, and Dexter Jackson. If you're Denver and you want Kenneth Walker, what's the max you'd pay for him?
Coach, you said 11 or 12?
Yeah.
You said like 10 and a half, 11, something
11.
like that? And you could be convinced to go all the way to 12?
I'd said I would love to start it at 10.5 and try to get to, like 11 would be a ceiling.
I'd be cool with that. I'm still willing to pay north of $13 million a year over the course of 3 seasons for Travis Etienne. And you know what? Would guaranteed money get it done? I'll guarantee at least 2 full years of that deal for Travis Etienne. So 3 years, 13 per, right? That gets us to $39 million total. I'll guarantee 30 of it. Come here to Denver. I'm willing to pay more for Etienne than I am for Kenneth Walker.
All right.
But
So,
I'm not kicking him out of bed if he's the only one remaining.
so Bleacher Report had 10 running backs that are going to be free agents and their most likely destinations. Tampa Bay, Tyler Algier. J.K. Dobbins, Atlanta Falcons. Whatever. Rico Dowdle, Kansas City Chiefs. I'm okay with that. That doesn't freak me out. Travis Etienne, Denver Broncos.
Love it. Make it happen. As soon as humanly possible, make it happen.
Would you agree that Travis Etienne, the most well-rounded, most talented running back on what would have been the free agent market, even including Breece Hall?
No, I would have put Breece there.
I think the versatility as a pass catcher and the big playability might be slightly in favor of Etienne.
Even though Breece has a little bit more breakaway speed. He's a little bit more of a home run hitter. Receiving, he's no slouch. Breece Hall, sophomore year in the NFL, 590 yards, 4 touchdowns, 483 yards in his third season with 3 touchdowns, and last year 350 yards receiving with 1 touchdown. Now, it's not the 6 scores that Travis Etienne had last year.
Gosh, man, Breece Hall was a 4.39 40-yard dash.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Etienne was at 4.45, which is no slouch at 2.15.
If you take away last year's touchdown numbers from Etienne, Breece Hall they're basically the same receiving back. Breece would have been, I think he's the clear-cut number 1 free agent back had he gotten there and was not tagged earlier today by the Jets. I don't think there's a far drop-off to Etienne at number 2, but Breece is the best out of all of them. He does everything, and he can also blaze by you. Make sure you guys text in the keyword Brampton on our Ticket Tuesday. That's BRAMPTON, Brampton. 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message so you can try and win tickets to see Colorado take on Minnesota in their Sunday matinee in the Central Division. You won't want to miss it. We'll give away tickets on the other side. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Take a quick time out. give away some tickets, wrap up the Nuggets win, wrap up the Avalanche win, and preview the second of a back-to-back as the Avs take on the Anaheim Ducks tonight at 7:30 p.m. right here on 92.5. 2K Tuesday coming to a close. We're going to give away Avs and Wild tickets in about 10 minutes from right now. And Avs will be back on the ice tonight in Anaheim. Right back at it after last night's 4-2 win over the Kings. Pre-game coverage powered by Ramos Law starts at 7:30 tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's got your pre-game. Connor McGay, he has puck drop just after 8 o'clock tonight. So last night's 8:40 puck drop, it'll be a little bit better tonight. Still late one out there. The first round of the playoffs is going to suck in terms of puck drops. It's going to be a bunch of 8:30, 8:45, 8:50 puck drops.
Yeah, but it's the playoffs.
But it's the playoffs. You can deal with it.
It's different.
You can deal with it.
It just hits
I wouldn't be
different.
as tired today as I had this been a playoff game. I think I would have had more energy today, you know?
I think you've had good energy.
It was just a late night and early morning with the baby girl.
Ooh, yeah.
That was a quick turnaround.
Life comes in pretty fast, man.
I've done those late games for many years now, right? And even in the playoffs where you go into those multiple overtime games early on in this McCarr, McKinnon, Landeskog era where you're like double overtime against San Jose or Nashville or something like that, and you get home at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Were you here at the studio or were?
Oh, no, we were at the studio. Oh, yeah.
Like this studio?
No, the studio hadn't been built yet.
No, I'm saying now. I'm saying like last night.
I was at the studio last night,
Yeah.
yeah. I didn't leave here until about 1 a.m. last night. Got in bed at 1:30, fell asleep at 2, baby started crying at 5. It was a quick turnaround, brother. But they'll be back at it tonight against the Anaheim Ducks.
Speaking of which, that's a really nice kind of long sleeves hoodie, sweatshirt type thing, and looks kind of new, like but it's got some.
Yeah, it's got a little something in the middle of it.
It's got some spit up, I think.
Yep, it's ruined.
Welcome.
KJ was like, "Oh, I have to look for. I got to get my head right for the when we eventually have a family." And I went, "Nothing is off limits in terms of your clothes being ruined."
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Come on. No.
Clothes being ruined was at the very least of my issues when I was in diaper changing and kid burping mode. Have you ever had hand, foot, and mouth?
No.
Oh, yeah. All I can tell you is when you're doing the diapers that are a little bit, yeah, there's more stuff going on, more substance, if you will. Like, wash your hands for 4.5 minutes. Because you don't want any of that shrapnel working its way back into your system.
No, you don't.
Because
you'll feel skinny.
I couldn't eat or drink anything for like 7 days. That was awesome. IV feeding tubes, great. Really good.
Some news out of Major League Baseball as we're in the middle of spring training. I think Team USA plays the Giants today, and then they'll play Kyle Freeland and the Rockies tomorrow to get ready for the World Baseball Classic. Jurickson Profar, the all-star utility man who has bounced around the Texas Rangers and the Padres. He was a Rocky for a year, and then he was an all-star 2 seasons ago at the Padres before signing a 3-year deal with the Atlanta Braves, is facing a 162-game full season suspension for performance-enhancing drugs.
All right.
There's not many of those guys that face the full year PED plan. So
he was on that good stuff.
He was on that.
He was on that Winstrol.
Without a doubt.
That Boldenon.
It would cost him $15 million in salary and all playoff eligibility this year if the Braves happen to get there. Avs coming off of a nice, exciting win last night against an undermanned LA team. So you wish it had been dominant in terms of the scoreboard. I think it would have gotten there without that weird whistle in the second period. The third period is what I wanted to see. Now, we didn't really get the opportunity to see like a true power play, right? Because it happened at the end of the game and LA was pulling the goaltender, so it was fake. The third period at 5-on-5 is exactly who I need to see the Avalanche look like over the course of the next 20 games.
Mm-hmm.
In clutch time last night for the Nuggets, even though you beat a really bad, undermanned Jazz team in clutch time, it felt like you had to be kind of gifted it.
Yeah.
21 free throws compared to 2 in the fourth quarter. You had to have 45 points from Jamal Murray. You had to go 20 of 21 in the fourth quarter from the charity stripe. And with under 30 seconds to go, honestly, you had to get bailed out by a foul review. That could have gone either way. And I was listening to Kaz. We were in our auxiliary studio watching both games, me and Chris Mitchell. And I went, I don't think there's any way that they can overturn this. Like, Joker's got his hand on his hip. He kind of gets a little bit of the wrist on the driving Jazz player at the baseline. And we kind of like look away for 2 seconds. We come back and we were doing some live look-ins. They overturn it. And not only did Jamal Murray go to the line, you get the ball back. And it basically seals the win for Denver there. You had to have some help. It's not, the two wins were nowhere near the same. The opponents were kind of similar, very undermanned, but the wins were not the same.
Yeah, and I mean, not only are the Utah Jazz undermanned, it would benefit them to lose as many basketball games down the stretch as humanly possible. And that's pretty obvious. I mean, that's who the Denver Nuggets basketball team is today. They're a team that against an 18 total win team in the Utah Jazz, who are missing 3 of their starting players. You require all of those aforementioned things to be able to get a W. That's who you are today. And I know we had the conversation yesterday before the game about David Adelman and his voice and how it's received by the locker room, by the players. And that's something that, like, I know me, and just in terms of what I know about sports and coaches and vibes and teams, like, that's something that I have my eyes on. Doesn't mean that I think it's going to go one type of way or not. I'm hoping that the Denver Nuggets get fully healthy. Aaron Gordon plays starting this weekend to midweek next week, and plays all the way through the end of the playoffs in a NBA championship, and Larry O'Brien coming back to Denver. That's what I hope. I hope that Peyton Watson comes back. Frankly, I hope he takes a stranglehold over a starting position, because then it would be great proof of concept for David Adelman, who has cited that you get and play based off of what you earn and what you deserve. That would be the perfect case study. And you can see this thing coming together. But as of right now, it just doesn't feel like it's come together.
Our conversation with Dempsey at 10:20, if you missed any of it, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you guys get your podcast. You can listen back to it momentarily once KJ gets it up. Our conversation with Dempsey, it cycled around when they're healthy. They're a 10-2 basketball team. And now the stretch that they're going into is way harder than the stretch that they had in October and early November. Sure, you were able to beat Minnesota on the road. You were able to beat Phoenix at home, who is a play-in team as of right now. Everyone else, not really a great team there. You beat Minnesota in Minnesota twice in that stretch. I want to see at least 5 of the next 6 games with either full health or everyone but Aaron Gordon. And then I think we can start making these final proclamations as to who the Nuggets are going into the postseason. Because if you're healthy outside of Aaron Gordon, these 6 games against the Lakers, the Knicks, Oklahoma City, Houston, and San Antonio, again, you play LA twice, 1 at home and 1 on the road, to bookend this 6-game stretch over the course of 9 days that starts on Thursday. If you have pretty much everyone, that's going to tell you who this team is going into the playoffs.
And until then, you just got to find a way in especially in these next 6, man.
Yep.
You got to show that you have maybe solved some of this post All-Star break malaise that has just permeated, and it's just inconsistent. Is it awful every night? No. Portland was fun. You scored a gazillion points. The Celtics game was really fun. You held the Boston Celtics, albeit minus several really good basketball players, but you held them under 85 points.
You should have beaten OKC and Golden State on the road each, and you fell apart.
The Golden State game was that was an abject failure because of who was on the floor for Golden State. The OKC game gave me some type of hope. You just didn't finish it. You were what you've been concerned about. You were lacking the clutch gene when the game truly was on the line. It's going to be an interesting end of the season. Happy 30th birthday today, by the way, to none other than Cam Johnson.
Happy birthday, Cam Johnson.
Entering his, I guess it'd be his 4th decade of living.
Cam shares a birthday with Jason Tatum, who turns 28 today, as well as Hockey Hall of Famer Brian Leach.
The Leacher.
NFL Football Hall of Famers Herschel Walker, who turned 64, and Broncos Hall of Famer Randy Gradishar.
Oh, Randy Gradishar.
Who turned 74 today. Happy
Hall of
birthday to
Famer.
all you guys.
Hall of Fame Randy
Other
Gradishar.
congratulations that need to be sent out. Our winner, you're going to see the Avs take on the Minnesota Wild this Sunday in a Central Division matinee. Cam Ukala. Or Jukala. You guys have weird last names, and that's coming from me. Congratulations. Enjoy your game. That's going to do it for us today.
It's been fun hanging out with you today, Raja Niemi.
For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Stick around. You can win tickets with PhD next and Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 to 6 p.m. Avs and Ducks tonight, 92.5, starts at 7:30.
Oh, man, we got so much to get into, and we welcome Scott back from Utah, and we'll get going on that. The Avalanche, too. Tyler looking all snazzy, all dressed up here today.
Yeah.
I suppose when any of us dress up and put on a collared shirt with some buttons, it's a cause of an eyebrow raise. But, you know, what's happening?
Well, you know, I feel like most people just assume you're looking for a new job or something, right? You know?
Are you?
No, but looking for ways to make more money. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
There's nothing. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, when you're wearing the ring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got collared shirt, buttons, slacks, shoes, and the ring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
don't bust the ring out very often. I got talked into wearing it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
It was. I think it was a good move. Actually, I do. It was a big hit. Big hit.
Sure. Like when isn't it a big hit?
Yeah.
Like when do you say, well, my ring, and somebody's like, Scotty, seriously, you got some droops going on there. Just
You're gonna be all right, buddy. You're gonna be okay.
You get any sleep and you're frustrated and late, and then the first thing you do, you come up and
you got a droopy microphone.
You can't get your microphone to stand up.
I can get you to the Rocky
Been there,
Mountain
done that, right?
Revitalize health.
Been through that.
Sure, there's ways.
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
By the way, let me just say, you're all dressed up nice. Did you bring like a raincoat, a slicker, or anything?
I did not. No. Yeah. There was.
I don't know wind patterns and weather patterns. And I told you what was happening yesterday.
Oh, that is true.
A day
That's
later,
right. It's straight line weather. Straight line weather.
As my sprinkler or my windshield wipers were going off today on the drive in with the rain, I'm like,
straight line weather.
Wonder if Tyler remembers the conversation. How do you know? Here's another thing you should know.
That's why they're just one straight line.
No dumb question. Two things you should never question old dudes from.
Okay.
Weather and directions.
Okay.
Well, one thing I learned very specifically yesterday was that the weather in Denver will be the exact weather from Utah 9 hours before.
About a day later, you're going to get hit with it.
No. Specifically, you said 9 hours.
Well, then I changed. I said, wait till tomorrow. It'll be raining.
Okay.
So maybe.
And then I got up today. I go, hey, Alexa.
9 to 24 hours, we'll have the exact same weather.
Which is true.
Yeah.
Alexa, what's the weather like today? It's 47, high of 51, 88% chance of rain. I go, I can't wait to talk to Tyler.
This is way more funny. Hey Siri, what's the weather today? You know how many people in their cars right now? The phones are just going off right
great.
Text us if you just got a weather report because you're listening to us. We appreciate it. Well, I should look up Utah then. Hold on. I'll do this real quick before we get to some running back chat real quick. Utah.
Because this will tell us what it's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah. So right now in Utah, it's cloudy and 45.
Okay, now show me tomorrow's forecast here.
Well, but the sun is going to come out with a high of, about 46. It's going to be gnarly. So for us, let me see what Steve Jobs has to say about us tomorrow. Sunny and 62.
Okay.
Almost absolutely identical to you.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Hey, listen.
Straight line. Weather.
Listen, did not Chris Bianchi, who is your main two guy, did he not tell you quit listening to Steve Jobs?
Did he tell us that?
Yeah, he told us that like on the rain conversation.
The weather guys definitely do not like. They don't like that.
They don't like that. Before you get to the Nuggets in just a second, just real quick, we have less than 2 hours until the tag deadline happens. Okay. Kenneth Walker is not getting tagged by the Seahawks.
However, Breece Hall is.
Breece Hall is. So Breece Hall is out. But this means 2 of the 3 highest valued running backs will become free agents unless something quirky happens in the next hour or so that we don't anticipate. But that's ATN and Kenneth Walker. Now you can go down a step and you get your Rico Dowdles and Algiers and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Guys, who do you want? Because the Broncos have the money to do it, and they have ways to create more money by restructuring. Who do you want?
I would say Travis Etienne is the sexier pick of the 2. It's the bigger splash guy, the bigger big play guy. Ability to break away, yards after the catch, turn a 7-yard into a 30-yard. Kenneth Walker, that's your day-to-day guy. That's your that's your 4 yards in a cloud of dust guy.
Okay.
And he's going to break some here and there, but he's never going to come up short.
He broke some nice ones in the Super Bowl.
Sure did.
That's why he's one of the top guys. He's going to get paid one way or the other.
And that might have been him at his very best, as Mike Sanford just said on his way out the door.
Yeah. See, and I agree with that. That was why I would take ATN when I've had him on my fantasy team, and he killed for me.
He's done well for you.
Yes, in the past.
Like that.
But Walker, okay, now I will say this. I give Walker credit. He did it on the biggest stage of his life.
Sure did.
Mm-hmm.
He performed on the biggest stage of his life.
Mm-hmm.
So he got a little something. And I loved his patience in the running game, which I think would help. You know, Dobbins had a little patience in the running game, and it sure looked like the running game was pretty good. And then RJ comes in, and there's really no patience, and it was hit or miss.
Yeah.
So I like his patience and his power. I think RJ Harvey can grow into a Kenneth Walker.
Okay.
But I don't think he can grow into an ATN. However you say his last name.
Yeah, Travis Etienne.
I don't know if he can grow into that guy, and I'm with him. I think he's sexier.
Here's the deal. You got to be in on both. So let's go. Give me one. You got to be in on both. If you guys are more excited about Etienne, I get that. I'm totally down with Kenneth Walker. I like Kenneth Walker a lot.
I saw rumors that they were in on David Montgomery, by the way, but the price just got a little too high in terms of the trade deadline, and the Broncos offered push it up. That's the rumors. The vibe that the Broncos are interested in running back are through the roof, but there's other teams as well, including the Kansas City Chiefs and others. This will be an expensive battle. How much are you willing to spend? What are your magic numbers for either ATN or Walker?
10.
Knowing that you're going to have to overpay.
10.
10 for you? For either guy?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be light. That probably doesn't get it done, would be my guess. You know, I am generally speaking a very conservative guy in free agency and specifically with running backs, but this is a weird year. I want the Broncos to spend and I want them to go for it. So what's the number? What's it take? I mean, that's what I would ask. And then there's probably not a number that's going to talk me out of it because the Broncos are in a window where you've got a cost-controlled quarterback and you need to take advantage of that.
Would 3 years, $36 million, 24 guaranteed be too little?
3 years. Say it again.
$36 million, 24 guaranteed.
No, I would do that in a heartbeat. So a 2-year commitment for 12 per.
Will either one of these running backs do that though?
We'll see.
I mean, is that too low for them?
I don't know. I don't know.
24 guaranteed and $11 million at signing.
Those two guys are in a great position. Great position.
They sure are.
So,
and then you still go and grab Washington, the kid you like.
That's what I would do. I would get Mike Washington as well, and a room with ATN, Mike Washington Jr. and RJ Harvey. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're doing all right there. We're in good shape. And McLaughlin didn't get tendered, so okay, I'm not surprised. McMillan, they like him. He got tendered.
Bottom line is this is an exciting day.
Oh, it's really exciting.
The first news that popped out was that Breece Hall was getting franchise tagged by the Jets.
Yeah.
It was disappointing, but expected.
Right.
Right. We absolutely expect the Jets to do that.
Yeah.
So knock that one off the list. And then it felt like, you know what? The list is drying up really quickly because my expectation was that after Breece Hall got tagged, my expectation was that Kenneth Walker was next.
Right.
That the Seahawks were just going to tag him. They got all these free agents. They don't want to give him a long-term deal. Easiest thing to do is just tag him. So I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is drying up really quickly.
Right.
You're going to be down to one running back.
Right.
And it didn't go down that way.
No.
Instead, you've got Kenneth Walker and Etienne out there. You got opportunities.
All right. Will you be disappointed if the Broncos get outbid for both of these guys?
Yes.
Okay. It's not the end of the world, though, I'll tell you this, because you still got the Rico Dowdles of the world, which, are okay.
You're a 1,000-yard rusher guy.
Rico Dowdle.
And scores touchdowns.
Had two really good back-to-back years. Like, if that's our consolation prize, I'm not that disappointed. Now, if you don't get Dowdle, Kenneth Walker, or ATN, all right, I'm a little bummed if that doesn't happen with your needs and the money that you have available. If that doesn't happen. But right now, I'm like, I thought Walker would be retained by the Seahawks one way or the other.
Yeah.
Either they get a deal done or they would tag him. But you're right. And this is the problem with winning a Super Bowl. When you go all out for a Super Bowl, you have a lot of good players that are going to go somewhere else. And it happened in 2015 with Trevathan and Malik Jackson. And the defense was still good, but it wasn't as good. And the Seahawks will be good next year, but they won't be as good. And you got to just be smart, and you're in a win now window for the Broncos. So I am excited too. I'm really excited. I'm surprised that they have this many options.
You know, it's pretty rare when you go into free agency and you've got a very specific need at a position that there's actually top shelf talent available.
Correct. Because like the tight end market, not good. Like just not that big of a deal in free agency. And free agents are always a little banged up. The fact that you have this much quality depth, and ATN's injuries are Liz Frank like 3 years ago or something, and some shoulder thing like a year ago. Like, I don't know. You're always bumped up a little bit. He's 27. Not that bad. Kenneth Walker, I mean, he's a little smaller guy, but look what he did. And I love your guy, Mike Washington, man. I watched more on him. I talked to our pal Brandon Evans, big Arkansas guy.
He likes Washington too.
Of course, he likes Taylon Green as well. What he doesn't like is Arkansas's defense. And I
told you they couldn't stop a passing game to save their life.
Because I really didn't look into Arkansas this year. And I go, what, they lose every game 41-35? Guess what? They basically lost every game 41-35 last year. Or, like that.
28-24.
Something along those lines. So, Arkansas, man, like, you guys should have been way better. Holy cow.
But listen, they couldn't stop a pass play to save their life.
Your defense was miserable.
Yeah.
And it's a shame. So, all right, well, that's what's going on today. We'll keep tabs on any breaking news. Likely, I mean, we have hour 45 until, only 3 guys have been tagged?
Yep.
That's it. 3 guys have been tagged. Can you name them? Little trivia question.
Pickens, Breece Hall, and...
One more.
Don't know. Give me a clue.
Tight end.
Oh, Kyle Pitts.
Correct. That's it. Only 3 dudes. For whatever reason, the NFL tags are just, I don't know. It's just going down.
Pitts got tagged. Wow.
The Broncos, of course, are not going to tag anybody, nor should they. John Franklin Myers will test the market. J.K. Dobbins. It's so funny. You get so like in love with guys when you're close, and then there's a little separation in the season, and you see what your other options are, and it's like, nice dude and all, but like, come on. We got to shoot a little higher than J.K. Dobbins here. No offense to J.K. Dobbins.
Listen, I thought he was great. I'm not going to besmirch him.
No.
The injury thing we were worried about when he got in. But as Tyler, I think, said last year, listen, that's why guys like him are available, because there are some injury issues. But their running game was outstanding with him.
It was. It's not about his ability. It's just about the health.
It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Sunday's matinee against Minnesota. Keywords coming up next. Stick around to weigh your into ball for the game. The Nuggets added a player. I didn't even think about that one. I didn't think about like just unemployed guys on the couch. Now, he became very recently unemployed. I understand that. But what was that last night? Can't wait to dig into it. Coming up next. It is a Ticket Tuesday. We have your chance to win tickets to go see Minnesota this Sunday.
By the way, when it comes down, I'm good.
Okay. Text the You're funny. Text the keyword daddy right now to 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays means every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. The keyword is daddy. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Nikola Jokic on the win last night.
Nikola, how would you describe the way you guys were able to stay with it to win this?
Yes, I mean, the first half was so-so. But, they play really aggressive. They in the first half, they had a lot of transition points. And I think we kind of slowed them down until the fourth quarter. Then George made a couple big shots, and Jamal had a couple big shots. So we find a way to win the game, definitely.
This morning, Vic Lombardi tasked us when we have the David Adelman show to ask him specifically, which I'm happy to do, about what counter moves you're going to use when they put small guys on Jokic.
But you're playing Thursday, the team that initially started it, right? With J.J. Redick did it a year or so ago. Remember, put a little guy and just fronted and got physical with him.
Well, okay. To me, when Caruso was on Jokic, it was like a small guy on him. I know Caruso's not that small.
Game 7, basically, where they.
But this is, and the video of Keontae George being draped by Jokic.
Yeah.
You gotta watch the whole video. And really, I saw a video of a bunch of defenses against Jokic. They're grabbing his leg. They're not just blocking out. They're reaching around and grabbing him.
Right.
And they're fouling him every single time they're doing it. And it's a little guy who's doing it.
Right.
So you don't kind of notice it. And is this the way it's going to be?
Well, that's the way it's been, to be honest with you. They finally started, by the second half, they started calling that a little bit. Harkless, who ended up fouling out, ended up getting like 3 of those calls, and we showed him on the replay. I mean, his arms wrapped all the way around his hamstring, behind him. And they finally started calling that. And then Joker shot, 10 of 11 or 11 of 12 from free throw line? Dude, Chamberlain used to talk about it. There's been big guys that have talked about it all the time. Shaq used to talk about it. The big guys, the mindset of the officials for 50 years is you're big guys, you can take it. And if everybody who is a star shot the number of free throws, I think he's up this year. I think he's up to 8 this year. Last year he's around 5. So he is up to 8 this year. But other guys don't take the pounding he takes every single night from somebody.
Yeah.
What happened last night, Scott?
It was a great game.
Okay.
Why was it not a great game?
Well, come on.
Really?
You barely
No?
beat. Yeah, I mean,
So?
if you're talking about just from the game itself, but I mean from a Nuggets perspective, yeah, it's disappointing when you've got multiple bigs out there and it feels like you're getting out physical. That doesn't feel right to me. When you continue to have like an endless amount of turnovers, that doesn't feel good to me.
Ugly. Yep,
when it comes down to you got to win a review, or you might lose that game against a team that's actively tanking and is one of the worst teams in the NBA, who's sitting guys. That doesn't feel like a great game.
No, it just felt like there's mental lapses all over the place.
I mean, are you here to say it was a great game?
I mean,
last night?
Jamal was making some sweet shots. That was cool. Like it wasn't just 45.
How would you rate how they played in Oklahoma City?
In Oklahoma City,
So,
they played with courage.
I thought they played pretty good
to battle back to get that bad boy to overtime. So yeah, I was happy with the way they played there.
Yeah, I thought they played well.
And then they played Minnesota.
Which side is the ledger of that? Now, the Minnesota game, I didn't think they were all 100% in, and Joker even said it, I think, after that, didn't he? Didn't we have a quote from him
we gotta
yesterday?
find out who cares.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Minnesota game, I give you that. But the Oklahoma City game, I thought they played pretty good, and you put a mark on the right side of the ledger. Played pretty bad, and you put a mark on the left side of the ledger. I'd rather have a ugly win than that was a pretty loss.
Yeah, but you know it. Yeah, you know the feeling, dude. We've all been there, winning games that didn't feel like a win. When you win a game and you go back in the locker room.
That felt like a win to me because they really controlled the whole game. They didn't put them away. They didn't. There's something missing. I will grant you that. There's just some sort of level of guts. You called it physicality just a while ago. There's something that absolutely is missing.
Why did a 9-point lead on the Jazz not go to 16 to 20? Why does it go from 9 to we're losing late in the game?
Well, again, and here's another issue they have, but just like we talked with the starters having all the people come in, the bench got outscored by 20 points, 23 points, something like that, right?
Okay.
It was 34-17 at half, bench points.
Okay.
So I don't know what it ended up with.
The Nuggets had, I'm doing some 19, 22 points.
So they scored 5 in the second half.
And they had 25, 31, 39, 47.
So 47-22, would you say?
Mm-hmm.
And you won the game.
Well,
and your bench is getting outscored by 25 points. So
hey, listen, bro, it was a weird game from the rotations to the starting lineup. And listen, it's not like Adelman didn't warn us. He said it. We're just going to put guys out there and we'll see who we got. He wasn't lying about that, was he?
Well, that's what you asked for yesterday, to be very specific. I mean, did we not just say start throwing spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks?
I asked for Deron Holmes to start with Pickett, and we got Strother and Jonas Valanciunas, which, okay, it was weird.
Yeah, played pretty good, though. Look at Valanciunas plus minus.
Plus 10 in 17 minutes. It's kind of funny. He just played the minutes that he usually plays, but he played them at a different time.
Right.
So, okay.
Listen, there's something missing with this team. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm not going to say they got to get wins right now. You got the Lakers coming up with a back-to-back with the Knicks, and then you go back to Oklahoma City on Monday.
Oh, it's brutal. And I heard Vic this morning say the next 6-game stretch is vicious, and I'd make the argument it's 7 games because the Sixers are a playoff team.
Yep.
So you're playing 7 straight games against playoff teams.
And other than Utah, you played the previous 4 or 3 was playoff teams too, right?
Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Boston. Yep. Yes, sir.
So 10 out of your 12 games that I deem the dirty dozen are all playoff teams.
Well, here we go.
I mean, you're in the middle of it, and
here we go.
And I'll throw this out too. They made a big deal. Utah has had 26 different starting lineups, and that's a lot. Well, they got 18 wins. Denver has 23 starting lineup changes, and they've got 38. So have they not done something? Can we look at it and say, wow, they've had to mix and match starting lineups too and still find a way to find themselves. And you do know if they would have won that Oklahoma City game, they didn't, but they'd be in third spot right now. That's how tight 3, 4, 5, 6 probably is, right?
Okay.
I don't think
that's cool. You're sort of defending what's going on.
I'm defending because
do you realize the frustration that is going on though when it comes to watching that game?
But we also
looking at that.
We also want perfect because we think this is a championship team, and I get that 100%. You still missed 2 starters again last night in that game, so you're starting 60% of your starting unit again. You've only had your starting unit for 10 of how many games they played? 38 and 22.
God, I'm not trying to be a jerk here,
games.
Scott, and I'm rolling with you. But this was against the Utah Jazz. Guys are missing games because they have sleep apnea. They're being investigated for tanking. They've got
and didn't get fined because it was legitimate.
I mean, what did we say yesterday about that game? Boy, if they lose this one, we got real problems.
Oh my God!
I don't think we put an asterisk on there with the qualifier that was, if they barely win this game, what does that mean?
Where is this historically?
So
if
you're
they actually
in
lose
show.
the game?
You want show.
Well, I wanted
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
actually.
that's
How about this a little bit? And here's why. Because with show, you get to rest some of your starters like Nikola Jokic in the fourth quarter when you have a ridiculous stretch coming on. With show, other good teams are able to take their stars and say, okay, against one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league.
That was and this one blows me away, 31st close game or 31st, what do they call them when it's 5 points,
clutch minutes, yes.
They played 31 of their 60
They won
games.
They won last night, so they're 15 and 16.
Over half of their games they played all year have been clutch. What team has ever done that?
I don't know, man.
So I'm with you.
There's no easy street here for the Nuggets.
When they talked about resting players and load management, I think it was what it was called. I said, you know what load management is? Be up 20, go in the fourth quarter. And
that would be great.
That's what you do.
Yeah, that'd be a great way to go about load management.
Yeah, but they aren't doing that.
Yeah, you don't get that.
All right,
now you played 62 games, and you've had your starting unit together 10. What is that? Percentage-wise, what is that?
You're asking us.
Well, it's 1/6.
Okay.
See, he's wearing a shirt.
See?
And the ring.
And the ring.
Yeah,
and
he's
the ring.
a little extra smart
so
today.
A sixth of the games you played this year, you've had your starting lineup. I'm with you guys. I think it looks ugly. I walked out last night. I talked to a coach. In fact, the coach said, listen, they're going to have today off. They need to just get away from each other.
Yeah.
They're in the dogs of it right now. David said in the postgame they've had to play guys way too many minutes early on and everything else. And you just see this team is struggling right now. Do they have time to get it back? Yeah. Can they get it back? I don't know.
We'll see.
And again, health is one of those things ain't ever promised. Good to hope for, but it's not promised.
So the Nuggets are doing a blood drive with Vitalant. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on there, dude?
Oh, that's a good reminder right there. It's they've teamed up with the Denver Nuggets in March, and they're doing a blood drive right now. And all you got to do is get. And by the way, Vitalant is how you say it. I've said forever, Vitalant, because that's how it looks like it's spelled, but it's Vitalant, VITALANT.org/Denver Nuggets. You do that. Yeah. And I did this yesterday. You get an appointment to get your blood drawn. And you go in there and you can win an autographed Nuggets jersey. They're going to draw at the end of the month, but they're trying to raise awareness in the month of March. The Nuggets have kind of gone in with them. It's Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets. You can get on there and schedule your blood drive. I did it real easy. In fact, you can download an app and everything. I am going in. I will see everybody at 8:15 on the 28th, I believe, is when I'm going in.
Sounds good. Good thing for all of us to do. Meanwhile, on the same tip as the Nuggets, you realize what was going on with the Avalanche. They're playing kind of a down on your luck team that were missing. Are you ready for this?
And they only won by 2.
Dude. Well, yeah. 8. They were missing 8 starters or players, significant players, 8 players. The Kings were. They had 3 guys who made their NHL debut. And because of a terrible early whistle, despite a 2-0 lead, it was 2-2 going down to the final period. And then Devon Taves, who was self-deprecating and says, I was out there with 4 other great players. McKinnon played great last night, by the way. McKinnon played great. They got robbed on a goal, a quick whistle, which I don't know why the referee's so quick to blow a whistle. Either the puck's tied up or it's not. No reason to be weird with the whistle, but they were. Raj suggested a great rule change. If it's an obvious goal, beyond obvious, then just let it go. They didn't get that, but they did pull out the win. I guess there is something about just sucking up wins, Tyler, Scott, in this time. I guess there is something to it because it wasn't a big difference between the Avs and Nuggets last night in terms of getting wins against teams you should get wins against.
Except the difference is the Avs have a cushion.
The Avs have a huge cushion.
Yeah, and the Nuggets are trying to shrink a cushion in front of them.
Oh, the Avs can drop all sorts of games and be okay.
Right.
They can't go crazy with it, but they sort of pulled it out. I was actually encouraged by Nathan McKinnon yesterday. I think he's got the blues a little bit, And I saw a spirited dude, guy who made some really great plays, and they got it done.
I think they're going to be fine.
Did you see it's Mackenzie Blackwood's third start in a row? And I told you Bednar had said we're separating. Like, we'll get Wedgwood in now. He likely will play tonight, of course, on a back-to-back. Blackwood's played 3 in a row. But it is Blackwood's job to lose right now for the playoffs. Right. You guys all good with that? We feel fine about that?
Yeah. Hey, listen, you got 2 guys that I think are both quality goaltenders. And I say whoever's hot at the right time, put them in. Let's go. Roll with them. Because I think they're pretty close. I think they're good buddies. So it's not like this is an animosity. It's not like a guy who's your backup tackle and you guys just hate each other, right? I mean, there's a synergy, I think, between these 2 goaltenders. So, listen, I think they are built to win a Stanley Cup this year. I will be shocked, a little disappointed, but I'll be shocked if they don't.
Are we shocked if they don't win? Yeah, that's an expectation, right? Like shocked if they don't win. I don't think you actually mean that. Of course, we know that anything can happen. It's tough to actually win a Stanley Cup, but they got all the tools, man. And we've felt this way about both teams, Nuggets and Avalanche, at various points throughout the season. But Avalanche, golly, dude, I'm excited to see what changes are left and how they can add that in and how they can start solving power play problems, because they are so close. They're already there. They're so close if they could just solve that one issue.
Their trade deadline's on Friday. You guys ready for Naz Kadri to be back here?
No, he's not.
Oh, there's a lot of rumors about that one. I mean, I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but
I thought Nas, Dan, you'll have to tell me. I thought Nas wasn't even doing anything particularly good this year.
Well, he's on a horrible team. His numbers are down, but he's still a good player.
All right.
They're looking for some depth. They're looking to improve the power play. It's Naz Kadri or Ryan O'Reilly, most likely. Could be somebody else could surprise us, but it's not in the nature of the Avalanche to stay still. And the trade line's coming up here in a couple days. I'd be excited to have Naz Kadri back here.
Well, I would too. I mean, he's a fan favorite. It's always fun when you get a familiar name back.
But I was a huge Ryan O'Reilly fan too, so I'd be excited to have him here too. I think they're both winners. Their roles would be different. Are you looking at Kadri's numbers this year?
Yeah, not great, but he's having an okay year. And the Flames
You got 41 points. Is that what you're showing us?
Yeah, the Flames
12 goals, 29 assists. Is that right?
Listen, he got paid. He got his money. They did score a power. Did you see how they scored a power play goal yesterday? They had one power play opportunity happen in the closing moments of the game. They scored a power play goal on an empty net, but it still counts as a power play goal. And Bednar, well, that's a makeup from the one they blew, from the one that got taken away from them. And Cale Makar did have a goal two games ago, 4 seconds after the power play expired. I mean, it was kind of like a virtual power play.
Right.
Listen, man, I'm just trying to point out it's baby steps here to try to go. But percentage-wise, this will help them. They were 1 for 1 on the power play on an empty net goal. 4-2 the final.
And you realize Kadri's best year point-wise as an offensive player was his free agent year and the year they won the championship.
What do you know?
I mean, he went from 87 points that year they won it to 56, which isn't horrible. He had 75 his second year in Calgary, 67 last year. Now that just 41.
Oh, Kadri was such a key component to that team. It was unbelievable, and he, did a good job not getting himself suspended.
And he didn't do anything stupid in the playoffs like he did the year before.
Correct. The key word is daddy. If you want some tickets here on a Ticket Tuesday, you still got some time to get it in. 303-504-0925. Back to the Avs and Nuggets in a little bit. Russell Wilson shot back at Sean Payton.
Oh.
I'm always good for a little,
These two just can't give up on one another.
Yeah, it's something, isn't it? You'll hear it coming up next.
Look, and the euphoria, the way that game unfolded, that was strictly about Dart. I mean, and I that was in no way, shape, or form anything that was directed at Russ. So, and I might be able to see how he might perceive that, but coming off that win and watching how he played, that wasn't any intention at all.
What was the comment? Is like they had to play their good quarterback, or they had
Well, it was about Jackson Dart. It was like, I wish you would have started him yet. I wish you would have made that decision after you played the Broncos. Something along those lines.
It was something like that. And then Russ shot back about Spygate. And not Spygate, about what was
Bountygate.
Bountygate.
One of the gates.
We kind of liked it. We were like, hey, Russ, you know, way to go, Russ. Stick up for yourself.
It was so out of character for Russ. like Russ just never breaks character as the ultimate politician. You know what I mean?
Oh, no doubt. So he's on with Bussin' with the Boys, which is your guy, Will Compton.
Will's my dude.
And
Taylor Lewan.
Taylor Lewan, right? By the way, real quick, Trey Hendrickson not being tagged becomes an unrestricted free agent. Hello. I mean, I don't think that's going to be in the Broncos' radar screen, but he's going to have a couple suitors, isn't he? Trey Hendrickson. Wow. The Bengals are.
But they've had
so
4 years to figure out what to do with that dude.
I know they are just such a bad organization. Anyways, back to Russ. He's on Bussin' with the Boys, and here's the back and forth, and they brought up Sean Payton.
In the last couple of years, we've had a little bit of jumping around. Broncos, the situation, which I'm going to read the tweet because, buddy, I'll be honest with you, that's awesome.
What tweet?
Oh, yeah, I'll read the tweet. This is the tweet that you put out. Classless, ... but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Now, to put a tweet like that is like very humanizing. When I saw that tweet, I'm like, dude, this is badass.
And then Russell Wilson bites back.
I don't say much. I never hardly ever say anything. I think there's a time and place. But sometimes you get fatigued of people talking about you. You just, like you mentioned, we're all human. You know, but it's one thing for people that maybe aren't in the field or aren't, people say bots or whatever, talking. Like I don't worry about that stuff. Like that never. But to me, when you've been in the ring or you've been on the same side of this and that, and I got the same amount of rings as you got, meaning Sean. Listen, I got a lot of respect for him as a play caller, this and that. But to take a shot, I don't like. I don't think it's necessary, especially when I'm not even on your own team anymore. So for me, I've realized I've stayed quiet for so long. There's a time and place where I'm not. For me, I know who I am as a competitor, as a warrior, as a champion too. I've beaten Sean too. You know, like we've been on the same place and same thing. And so it's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
I kind of love it.
These two are sending Christmas cards, right? They buy each other presents, doing Secret Santas and stuff.
It's just kind of fun.
How about in we'll go on DMac's timeline 3 years. NFL on Fox or CBS, whatever game days, they're all going to make changes by then.
They're teammates again?
And they're sitting on the same dais. Just sitting on the same dais, breaking down games. Because you know Russ is going there somewhere.
It absolutely could happen, and Russ should be doing that next year is what he should be doing. And you know what? Not everybody on TV has to be the contrarian. Not everybody on TV has to be like the ultimate hot take guy. There is a role for Russell Wilson's on TV. There is. And he'll probably be really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a quarterback. He's got a Super Bowl. He's Russell Wilson. If he can be a little self-deprecating about stuff, which he probably will be, you know, you got to have a little realization about things. Like they're saying here, you know, you bounced around, you know, that's a little.
Well, he might be looking and say, well, Matty Ice, you know, did it for a year and a half, and now he's a GM of a team.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a pretty wild one.
Was he there 2 years? 2 years he was there?
Something like that, yeah.
We
didn't really ever talk about that one very much.
Yeah.
Matty Ice getting the John Elway role 2 years out. I mean, that's wild. I played with Matt in Atlanta.
Yeah.
There's zero chance that Russell Wilson does that.
When he got traded or picked up to Indy, 2-3 days later, the hotel we were staying at, I'm meeting Marlo down. There's a steakhouse tied to the hotel we're at, so we're just going to go into the steakhouse and eat. Go in there and sit at the bar is Matt Ryan.
Yep.
So I went up and introduced.
Was he taller than you thought he would be? That was my first thought when I first met him. I was like, "Oh, you're actually taller than I thought."
I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about that. But he was a gentleman. He was nice.
Another presidential dude, man.
we talked about. He said, yeah, he talked to Peyton about places to live, and I mean, he was super sweetheart of a guy, and just was sitting by himself. He would stay at the hotel until everything got moved around and put back in there for him. But yeah, he was super nice.
You know what's funny about Sean Payton? Okay, he's put his foot in his mouth a couple times, but which of those times when he put his foot in his mouth was he wrong? He might have just said things that were uncomfortable and people didn't like and whatever. But like, when was he wrong about whatever he said? Was he wrong that they'd rather face Russell Wilson than Dart? No.
Well, back up. Was he wrong about Nathaniel Hackett?
No, he certainly wasn't, and he got all sorts of flack. That was the
because it was kind of
he definitely
was not wrong, but it was a bit unprofessional.
Well, of course it was unprofessional, but that's an entirely different question.
Right. Like, so, yes, he takes criticism for that, but he hasn't been wrong. So when he's talking about, like, Bo Nix's ankle, is he wrong?
Oh.
I kind of doubt it. I think he just kind of got caught again.
No, Sean cannot help himself, honestly. Most coaches, they just lie by default. I think Sean Payton, by default, sometimes just tells a harsh truth.
I think you're right. I think you're right. It just sort of catches people by surprise, and they might not like it. But you show me when he said something that was outrageous or got people's attention he was wrong about. Go ahead. Give me an example. I think you're right. I think he knows
top
stuff.
Top 4 quarterback?
I don't know, man. You got there. I mean,
Did he call you got to remind me on that one. Did he call him a top 5 quarterback?
I thought he said top
4.
But that's a projection as to where he thinks it can go. So that's kind of an opinion rather than like a statement of fact. He didn't say that after the season. He said what he expected before the season. And he expected a Super Bowl level team, which they absolutely were. I mean, they were absolutely a Super Bowl level team. No doubt about it.
Yeah, we crushed him on that one too. Crushed him. Why are you talking about Super Bowls? Why are you putting this on this team?
Right.
Why are you comparing them to your other 3 Saints teams that you said you thought could win a Super Bowl? Why are you putting that on this team?
But he was right. He was right. And if Bo doesn't get injured and we have 90 minutes of snow that we've only had here in Colorado, do you know we got no snow in February? We got no measurable snow in Colorado, in Denver, Colorado, in the month of February. That is insane. Especially considered when it did snow. Apparently Friday, too, because Thursday I hear there's snow in Utah.
Good to know.
Look at wind patterns.
Straight across.
They have maps of wind patterns.
So
the wind never changes, huh? No?
I don't know. I feel like sticking up for our guy, Sean Payton, here just a little bit, man. I feel a little defensive.
You must have been called on the carpet about something.
No.
Did the phone number? Did the phone number reach out?
Nope. I'm just realizing this guy says things that are truth bombs that make other people uncomfortable. And if Russell,
I've always been welcome. I've always been the Sean Payton defender in this room. I've always been the guy that is like, yeah, you cannot like the personality, but do you like the results?
Yeah, I like Sean Payton as the coach of this team, so I'm going to enjoy the next 2 years before we get to the Davis Webb era.
But you're already trying to get rid of Sean.
What
are you talking about?
I'm just
now
predicting
we're
the
back.
future.
Now we're back to that. Yesterday we were playing Game of Thrones.
I think it'll be.
What day is it today with DMac?
No, I think I'm consistent. I like him.
So is Davis Webb Sansa or Jon Snow? Starting season 3 today. By the way,
is he Jon Snow, the
Man,
bastard?
You're moving pretty quick.
Is he the bastard child of Ned
You
Stark?
do have a lot of road trips.
I learned how to download them on my phone, and so I watched a bunch.
So who is Sean Payton then? Ned Stark? He ain't Ned Stark.
No, he's
You know who he is?
He's the Lannister dad.
He's the Lannister dad.
Yeah.
And he's got, the little guy. Yeah. He's got a couple kids that just, whatever with the kids.
Hopefully he doesn't get stuck on a toilet someday.
He's the Lannister. Good memory. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't take a bow from the little guys
in the toilet.
Going number 2.
Yeah.
From Russell Wilson.
Yeah, from Russell Wilson.
Is Russell Wilson?
Tyrion?
Is Russell Wilson Tyrion? Tyrion, whatever is little guy.
Tyrion Lannister.
Maybe he is. No, because Tyrion Lannister was like
pretty smart.
Yeah.
Brave and
yeah, that ain't him.
That might be Bo Nix, actually. Everybody
Well
might
said.
underestimate his ability and talent, and yet saved Blackwater from the first raid, put the dragon's breath in the ocean, right? Burn all them boats down.
By the way, how about the busing?
Can we, with the new Game of Thrones, by the way, do they not, why don't they tell us what happened to the dragons? What happened? Why did the dragons just disappear?
Well, you got to watch the.
God, I don't even know which one you're talking about.
I'm talking about the new one.
The Seven Kingdoms with Dunk?
Yeah,
there were no dragons.
I
in
know,
this one.
but that's the whole point.
It was in between.
Those are the dragon. It's the dragon family.
It's
but
the
the
mother of the
dragons have
dragons
disappeared.
in Game of Thrones.
There's no longer any dragons anymore.
It's in
because
between.
They
but
call
they
it-
mention it in Game of Thrones that man hunted the dragons and killed them all.
Here's what it is. It's budget cuts because dragons are freaking expensive.
The CGI for that, right?
Oh yeah, but it's still like really expensive.
Yeah, no, but it's not just they're not showing it, but it's part of the storyline. Like the dragons have disappeared.
We're just gonna talk about the dragons from now on. We're not gonna really see them. There's a lot of talk about dragons and Egg and Dunk, and they're just gonna take their horses and go on out. And talk about them.
Egg turns out to be the Mad King's father.
He's the Mad King's father?
Yeah.
Oh man, we are going. How far back? Are we back like 1,000 years? How far back are we?
It's in between the dragon
By the way,
thing and
House of the Dragon is 200 years before Game of Thrones.
Hey, by the way, in 2,000 years or whatever, they can't invent a car.
Must be grandfather.
Like the technology doesn't evolve at all in like 1,000-year period. So here we are as our society on Earth, and we figured out horses to cars in less than 200 years, and they got 1,000. They can't figure it out.
You do realize the first cars came in like in 1857.
Okay,
and that's after like 4,000 years of BC, and then another 2,000 almost. Almost 5,000 or 6,000 years.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so I'm getting lost in the Westeros world with Scott.
Late 1800s, I think the first commercial car was like either 9 or 13.
When we come back, here's a guy whose name could be in Game of Thrones, Tyus Jones. Tyus? How about Win Us? It's PhD on 92.5.
That's a good one.
We'll have another keyword coming up in 15 minutes on a Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you stick around for that. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We'll dig into the Broncos and their free agent running back needs as Kenneth Walker was not tagged. There are
big news for the Broncos.
I think it's unbelievable. 56 minutes until the tag deadline happens. Only a couple guys have been tagged. We'll get to that for a second. I don't know if you guys are digging this or not. I am. Team USA is playing a couple of exhibition games before the World Baseball Classic.
Are they floating around Scottsdale or where they or Florida?
Breaking news from Adam Schefter. The Colts are placing the transition tag on Daniel Jones. Coming out like right now. Just coming out.
Yeah, makes sense, man. I mean, they can't let that guy leave town right now. And when he's coming off injury, they probably can't justify giving him a long-term deal. So, if somebody comes swinging with transition tags, what's that mean again? I should know this. That means somebody can still sign him, right?
I guess, but
it's like you owe him picks if you do.
Yeah.
Like 2 firsts or something stupid.
Yeah, there's multiple different tags. I should know that. That's my fault.
It's
I apologize.
A 1-year tender for impending free agents allows them to negotiate with other teams while granting the original club the first right of refusal. If guarantees no compensation if the player leaves, unlike the franchise tag. So it's the cost of the average top 10 salaries at the player's position. So it does give the player some leverage. If you want to match the top 10, you could go grab Daniel Jones, but then they can come back and match it to keep him. Whereas the franchise tag, it's just done. Like nobody can talk to you. That's it. So, I mean, how valuable is Daniel Jones? So the Colts are... Well, they're rolling the dice.
Yeah,
he's not that valuable.
Because I could see one team making a move.
Who's that?
A team that had him. Can you think of it? I'll put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Daniel Jones, back to the Giants? That doesn't make sense.
Nope.
A team that had Daniel Jones. Who am I missing?
Gosh, I hope I'm not messing this up.
Did he not just go for the
Rams?
No.
Is he a Rams?
No, keep going. Keep going. You guys are going to get there.
Golly, man. I thought it was just Giants.
I'm not letting you off the sword on this one.
No, he was in somebody between Giants and then somebody.
He was?
Yeah.
And you're somebody who needs a quarterback. Was he Minnesota? Oh, okay. God, I don't even remember him with Minnesota.
Yeah. Now that would be fascinating. Minnesota needs a quarterback bad.
Well, if somebody...
Daniel Jones, you know when he's supposed to come back from injury? It's not supposed to be until like midseason, I thought.
Oh, you're killing me. I have no idea. I mean, he'll be back at some point. That would be wild if they came off the top rope. I mean, if you really loved him that much, I'm going to say he's going to stick with the Colts, and that's going to be that. I think the Vikings are looking at Kirk or Kyler Murray or give me who else? Somebody else in there. Anyways, they're going to push J.J. McCarthy.
What's wrong with me?
Geno Smith.
No, that's true, but gosh, Derek Carr. Derek
Carr from out of retirement.
Yeah, let's go. Bring Derek Carr out.
Okay.
Will you be surprised if Derek Carr plays this year?
No.
I won't either.
I fully expect him to play.
How if you New Orleans don't go, would you think about coming back here?
Derek Carr? What, to the Broncos?
No. If you're the New Orleans Saints, would you not say? Would you mind coming back here?
I don't know. That's kind of weird. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
He left there because he got hurt.
I got you, but sometimes it's just time to move on from one place to another. But
well, the Raiders. You don't think the Raiders could use him?
No, the Raiders definitely aren't going to use him. They're taking Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, that's going to be Fernando land. It's going to be good for them. Anyways, that's the news on Daniel Jones. Super quick. Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Alex Bregman, Cal Raleigh, Roman Anthony, Byron Buxton, Bryce Terang, Paul Skeens on the mound. That's Team USA, who's on ESPN right now taking on the Giants. And they're going to take on the Rockies, by the way, Team USA. They're going to play a scrimmage against... To me, this is cool.
Have you watched Bobby Witt Jr. play?
He is sick.
He's unbelievable.
Did you know his dad at all?
I didn't know his dad.
I didn't know if you'd cross paths at some point. Okay. Yeah, he's sick. The whole lineup's sick. I mean, like, talk about Team USA. Like, let's go. You want to talk about something I am going to be totally into and behind and nerd out about? We'll be watching Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Like, these are some of my... I love these guys. I love this lineup. Like, I am a huge fan of, like, every single one of these dudes. So this is going to be a lot of fun, man. So that's my nerd thing. Tyus Jones. Talk to us about why the Nuggets signed up.
Tell me this guy's amazing. Tell me that I just don't know enough about him.
He's who's the 49ers backup quarterback?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. He's a Mac Jones type.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Is he going to play?
I'll be shocked if he doesn't. I don't know why you make that move if he doesn't play. I think
because you had an open roster spot. He got available on Saturday. You had nothing to lose. You weren't adding anybody in the buyout market because Chris Middleton didn't want to leave.
I think they could use a true backup point guard.
I mean, it's kind of the lowest priorities. You're waiting until this guy gets cut on Saturday. This is what, third team this year? He's an 11-year vet.
Well, he was with Memphis, got traded somewhere, and then they released him after the trade.
Yeah, he just got dumped on Saturday.
Yeah, so.
I mean, it's okay.
I think he's a good backup point guard.
Oh, so he's your backup point guard.
Yeah, on paper, yeah.
So Jalen Pickett, you can go back to the bench. Nice knowing you. Okay. All right. See ya. Bruce Brown, you ain't our guy. You're not our backup point guard.
We'll play in a pinch, but we want you to be at 2 and 3.
KJ Simpson, okay.
The Michigan needs a point guard.
Well, yeah, because he was only on a 10-day contract, right?
No, he's on a 2-way contract.
Oh, he's a 2-way contract? Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be back in
Grand Rapids?
Grand Rapids.
Ripping it up?
Probably.
Oh, he probably will, actually.
Yeah.
And
you know that Harkless guy last night for Utah that was just, pretty good and was a little physical guard?
Yeah.
Averaged 27 in the G League last year.
Yeah, the G League is, you realize, like, how good these guys are. All right, here's a little bit from our guy, Will Hardy. And we can talk about the defense implemented on Jokic.
You know, there have been some other teams in the league that have guarded Jokic with smalls. And it's about trying to wear him down, make catches tough. You know, if you know a good coverage for Jokic, please email me.
Okay. Well, what are we about to see here, Scott? What did we learn from last night?
I don't know if we learned anything. I mean, this is something the Clippers did it a few years ago in front of him and put Harper and put bigs around him. Lakers did it last year and then just make it tough for him to catch, make him work for the catch, see if you can wear him out throughout the game. And then there's always 2 or 3 bodies, which I think David talked about it also. Now it's even more important for guys who got to make shots. Probably even more important that Aaron Gordon gets back because now you got one guy with 2 on the opposite side. Here comes Gordon slashing in. The big's taking him, and you're going to have a wide open 3. Now you got to have a guy making open shots. So I don't think it's anything new. It's just, what is interesting.
There were some weird looking moments last night in that game. I got you. It's not new, but
ESPN just did a little piece on it. I obviously can't hear what they were saying. But they're just showing, last handful of games, just how he just keeps getting beat up, and they're just, everybody's slamming him. I mean, the coach, right? Tell me how to do it. Email me. I mean, he didn't necessarily play great statistically, and yet he finished with the double, 6 assists, something like that.
Jamal really, it was so annoying to Jokic that Jamal obviously was just like, okay, I got it. You're going to do that. Cool. By the way, you know how like Jokic, when he scores 50, like they're no good? I saved this. When Jamal scores 40, they're like unbeatable. Let's see here. I'll get there.
Well, he scored plus 30 for the 18th time this year. He only did it 11 times all last year.
Yeah, the Nuggets are 15-1. Thank you, Dan. When scoring 40-plus points, including the postseason. It's tied with Glenn Rice for the second-best record in 40-point games in NBA history, only behind Klay Thompson at 19-0.
Wow.
So when Jamal gets hot, it's historically good.
That's the Murray Flurry, right? When he starts putting on the Murray Flurry, look out. I bet that record's still amazing when he gets 30+.
All right. Is there a different way to win here then for the Nuggets? Is it lean on Jamal time?
I think it's lean on those two guys, and they've got to ham and egg it. It's like Tyler's played this when you play it in a 2-ball or 4-ball game with you and a partner. You know, you might have a double bogey on number 1, but I had a birdie. We're good. You might have a par on number 2, and I might have a bogey. We're good.
Partner golf.
Yeah, partner golf, and it's ham and egg. And I think these two got a ham and egg, and then hopefully you get somebody who's a third guy, whether it's Peyton Watson off the bench, is all of a sudden can drop you 18 to 25 on a night, and you know, Cam Johnson gets his shot back a little bit, and Strother gains some confidence from getting some play times. He can be a downhill player on that second unit. Tyus Jones is not a score-first guard, but can he get you into an offense and run stuff? Health is a whole key. I have absolutely no worry other than what I said a while ago. You hope they're healthy. But if they're not, I'm not sure they have a chance. But if they are healthy, they got a chance.
All right, 7 games against playoff teams. Lakers, Knicks, Thunder, Houston, San Antonio, Los Angeles, Philadelphia. What's the record after 7 games, these next 7 games?
At least 4-3.
Really? Yeah. Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, maybe 5-2.
3-4.
Oh, man.
3-4.
3-4?
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you want to throw in your 2 cents on this? 7 games that probably define the season? March 5th through the 17th?
Well, 7 games defined, what, 3 to 6, 3 to 5, right? I mean,
I don't know, man. I think this is it. The rest of the way, I think you're going to do okay, you know, but you still have another game against the Spurs, another game against Oklahoma City. Well, 2 more games against the Spurs, my bad. But you're also facing, you know, the Memphis, the Phoenix, the Portland, the Utah. You know, you got some breathers in there. Portland actually twice, you know. But so
and Portland both times at home and Utah both times at home.
You got Memphis twice, you got Portland twice, you got Utah. There's Phoenix. There's some breathing room after this 7-game stretch.
Yeah, there's 8 straight games you should win.
Well, I'm not gonna say that after last night.
This team's not winning 8 straight games ever. What are we talking about? 8 straight games? Give me 3 straight. I'd be fired up.
All right,
you may get 3 straight this weekend. This week.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, you are feeling good, huh?
Yeah.
By the way, where were you broadcasting from? Were you guys
in the sky?
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Where the hell did they stick you dudes?
Is
that where you usually are for Utah games?
We used to be on the floor, but the last 3 years, 4 years, I think they put us up. We're up in the radio booth, basically.
It's like you guys have seatbelts and harnesses up there. I mean, it was
up there.
Holy cow!
Yeah, it was up there.
All right, listen, we'll come back. It's a Ticket Tuesday. We have another keyword. We'll update you everything going on with free agents, and I have a new game I want to throw by you guys. It might fail miserably, but Scott, you tend to be pretty good on these games. It's a good one. I think you'll like this one. Details coming up next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T can really slow you down in terms of your workouts, your love life. And guys, you lose 2 to 3% of your T in your mid-30s or whatever every year. And it kind of adds up after a while. Well, how about this? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've been helping men for years and years, just feel better and get that T back up to speed. How about this? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep. It's just better. So hit up my pals at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, here we go. A Ticket Tuesday with your chance to win tickets to go see Minnesota this Sunday. Hockey. Text the keyword dog, 1G, right now to 303-504-0925, first and last name, and you're entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is dog. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Best of luck. Ian Rappaport about the running back free agent situation.
Because almost never it feels like do we have this many good, productive, young running backs who are set to make some money. And the Javonte Williams deal really set it up to where it feels like $8 million plus is probably the market here. For instance, if David Montgomery gets a new deal, I would imagine he kind of comes in around there. You have teams like Denver Broncos, Seattle if they lose Ken Walker, perhaps the Kansas City Chiefs, perhaps the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have several teams that need a running back and want to go into the draft saying, we don't have a gaping hole. These guys are going to get paid in a way that we haven't seen in some time. And at the least, Mike, we're going to rebuild the running back market probably where it should be.
Here we go. You know, we speculated about that. Like, when are running backs going to be not looked over? When are they going to get the respect they're due because they've been so undervalued?
Well, didn't Saquon kind of reset that last year?
It was working in that direction. And I think we're about to see 3 or 4 guys get paid.
Yeah.
Like, really get paid.
Yeah. When you got 2 guys, that's how it happens, right? When actually, is that true? Hold on, let me rethink that.
Well, you got kind
if
of
there's
3
only
this
if
year.
there's only one guy, because lack of supply is what creates demand. See, I Leeds Business School grad over here.
Again,
okay?
The shirt and the ring.
Yeah, Leeds Business School graduate.
You're killing it.
Yep. So 2 guys means that it will not be as pricey, in theory.
So you got 5 or 6 teams. You got
I'm
like
smart.
You got like 2 guys for 5 or 6 teams. That will drive the price up. And that's the case they're in.
Yeah.
Where should the Broncos be in that mix?
I think they should go out. Tyler said earlier, I think you should go after both of them. I think you're going to have to overpay probably for one of them. And if you do, I think so be it. You've weathered yourself through the Russell Wilson buyout stuff. You now got extra money. The salary cap's going up. You know, if you got paid $10 million for a running back, which 3 years ago we thought would have been stupid money.
Yeah.
Now I think for one of these 2 guys, I think you're good.
Well, and listen, I'm still not going to sit here and tell you it's a great idea to pay top shelf money for a running back, but there's always exceptions to every rule in life, and the Broncos are in a very, very unique window that they might be able to absorb the salary cap. They've got the cap space, right?
Yeah.
And they've got the quarterback that's cost controlled. So now's the time if you're ever going to do it.
But is it a good investment if you pay a guy like that and then you run him 170 times?
I don't even know how many total carries did Saquon Barkley have? Like what's?
Oh, I think he was well over 200.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take your word for it. I guess when you said 170, when he said 170, when he said 170 off the top of my mind, I was like, I don't know, is that a lot or a little? I don't know.
It's a little.
That's a little.
It'd be a little, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That would be the representative of somebody who's sharing the load.
I got it right here.
Yeah.
280.
I don't really care. Okay, it's 280. So yeah, that would be really
like
light.
170 is,
but, I mean, to answer your question more indirectly than the actual number itself, I don't care if you're paying a guy a lot of money and his carries aren't super high as long as he's very productive with the carries that you give him.
Yeah,
Saquon Barkley's last 4 years, read this for carries? 295, 247, 345, 280.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? 345?
Yeah, that was the year he rushed for 2,000 yards.
Well, there you go. None of these
But
guys.
but the point being, do you want to pay $10, $11, $12 million, $10 million signing bonus, all the $20 million guaranteed, whatever it is? Do you want to pay that and then he stays healthy? And that's another thing you hope for. And I already said health is hope.
Mm-hmm.
And then you rush him 140, 150 times tops. Is that the money you want to spend for that? Now, listen, with Terrell Davis here, what do you have, 3, 4, 5 years in a row of 300 carries, 300 carries a year?
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? Whatever you paid him was worth it, right?
Yeah.
Probably was a little underpaid for how much you worked him. That was a true definition till the injury of a workhorse. You want to pay a workhorse and only going to get 165, 170 carries? So that's going to be up to, well, I'll tell you what. Got a new offensive play caller now too, so maybe you could do that instead of saying, hey, we want to run the ball, that actually this guy runs the ball.
Okay. I mean, Davis Webb will, in all likelihood, I hope, not have to run the ball on his play sheet.
That is true.
If you want to run the football, that's a mindset. It's an identity that you are built around, that there is no reminder that is needed to you. It's running the ball sets up your play action. It sets up the sequence of the offense.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need reminders when it's something that you actually want to do.
Right. Well, he'll have a $12 million reminder if the Broncos get one of these dudes. But
hold on. Dumb question. Is the changing of the offensive play caller a sign that they're going to go pay for a running back?
Absolutely. In my opinion, it was the definitive thing that Sean Payton talked about, what we got to get better at the offseason. The definitive thing. Yes, it, to me, is the answer to that question. And not only would I pay 10 to 12, whatever it takes, to either get Kenneth Walker or ATN, because those are really specifically the two guys. Listen, it doesn't have to be Mike Armstrong Jr. from Arkansas, but I really like him. I love the concept of drafting a bigger
power back
that sort of complements RJ Harvey, which all can pass block. So it's not a tip off. Like if a guy's in the game, what's happening? I mean, for his size, hey man, RJ stick his nose in there. He's fine. He's okay. He's a strong dude. Got big quads. He can do it. ATN, he's 5'11", I think. ATN. Mike Armstrong, 6'1" and change. Like, I love drafting a dude like that's the last thing I want. Don't talk to me about smaller, undersized running backs. We don't need that. We need somebody bigger. So when you're 6'1", and you can run a 4.3, yeah, you got my attention.
And you're 250?
Well, he ain't 250 yet, but
225.
Yeah, I mean, he probably will get a little heavier as he goes.
225?
Sure, he's only going to get bigger.
But that's a pretty big running back, 6'1", 225.
Dude, how did you guys suck so bad at football at Arkansas?
Defense.
Oh, my Lord. Because you guys had the weapons.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes. And now, do we still need a $30 million wide receiver? Or are we going to just sink our teeth into Marvin Mims and try to make something happen? To Pat Bryant and make something happen? To, get the most you can? And I still would love the concept of drafting like Eli Stowers. I mean, yes, Kenyon Sadiq too. But Tyler, if you could get some sort of tight end at number 30 like that, you could get Mike Armstrong maybe in the second round. Holy cow. And then we've got ATN. I'm not exactly sure what you want to do on the offensive line. I don't know if you want to restructure McGlinchey. I don't know if you want to dump Powers for Palcho. I don't know. I mean,
well, I think there's conversations to be had there. There's two recent rumor mills, and I'll just define them as rumor mills because I don't know this personally, but the rumor mills floating out there are that there's two guys the Broncos have got available for a trade at this moment. Jarrett Stidham and Ben Powers. Okay.
Trade for Ben Powers.
Yep. Because he's entering that year. Every contract has got that weird year where it's not equal. Like the number's just out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you call it an out year. It's a good year to get out if you want to get out. And what I would do personally, well, here's what I think is going to happen. I think the Broncos are going to try to trade him. I think that's actually going to happen.
Okay.
What I would do personally is I would extend him. So the numbers are out of whack in terms of the dead cap, the cap hit and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So fix it, give him a proper extension, and just get the numbers where you need them to be via proper extension. Your offensive line is a position of strength right now. Let's not mess with it. Like what we need on offense is playmakers. Let's just keep the offensive line intact. Whether you think it's elite, Scott, or whether you think it's just good, it's good. It's a good enough offensive line, right? So just keep it intact. Give him a proper extension and bring it down. And then Stidham, I think they're going to try to trade him. They're not going to find any takers that is like, what's worth it?
Darren Mugin, Jets? Oh, anything. Are you kidding? Come on.
I wouldn't say that's true, though.
A sixth rounder.
I don't think that's true.
Fifth rounder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, Stidham's value to this team is more than a sixth rounder. Because are you going to find a better backup than him?
Yes.
Where?
I don't know. You're going to figure it out. Well, I would draft Taylon Green, and then I would go get some Maybe just keep Ellinger and just do that. They seem to like Ellinger. What's his market going to be as a free agent? Nothing. So I'd keep Ellinger, and I would draft Taylor Green in the 6th or 7th round or whatever he's available, and have some fun with it.
You give me a 5th, I'll move on. If not, I think he's got enough value. You just hold on to him.
For this, I'll just give you the losses. They lost 10 straight.
You go back to Arkansas?
Yeah.
What are we talking about right now?
It is remarkable how good Arkansas's talent was, and they lost. You lost 10 straight.
I'll start with the first one. You lost the Ole Miss, who was ranked 41-35.
Close game.
One score. Lost to Memphis 32-31.
Want to have that one back.
Notre Dame killed you 56-13. I forget.
Yeah.
Tennessee ranked 12, 34-31.
Look at that. You're right there.
Texas A&M 4th, 45-42.
Wow.
Auburn 33-24. Mississippi State, who had a good year, 38-35.
How bad was your defense?
I told you, at LSU, 23-22.
So Taylor Green was under pressure, coming from behind.
Yeah.
Had to play from behind the whole season.
At Texas, you gave up 52, and at Missouri, you gave up 31. That was the last game of the year. They didn't show up.
You might have had the most disappointing season with the amount of talent in the nation last year.
Yes.
In Arkansas football.
Yeah.
You might have the most wasted amount of talent of anybody.
Yes. And there's didn't you say there's 2 or 3 guys that are draftable on their defense?
Yeah.
Their defensive backs were absolutely horrible. Horrible.
All right, I got a new game for you guys. And it would be great if we could have a listener. You win nothing, of course. 303-504-0925. We can dry run it here.
Are Scott and I playing against each other?
Kind of. You're
Or is
kind
it
of
just
playing.
Scott?
You're sort of well, everybody's kind of playing together.
Okay.
Match game. You a match game fan?
Yeah.
Really? Just kind of so-so on match game?
Are you talking about the ones with dates or
No.
that's dating game?
Gene Rayburn.
Oh, yeah.
Charles Nelson Riley.
And you filled in the words.
You fill in the words.
Yeah. That was a hilarious show, by the way.
It was a hilarious show.
Very low lot of sexual innuendo.
Tons of sexual innuendo.
Yeah.
Started very boring in the 60s, and then it got racy in the 70s.
Was good.
And then,
that one lady that was always on it? She was hilarious.
Kind
of an older lady.
Brett Summers. Summers. It was Brett Summers, Charles Nelson Riley, and Richard Dawson was a big player on it. And then they kind of rotated everybody else around.
Yeah.
Dan, we got a listener. That'd be great if we could get him going. Now, the game is really... Tyler, match game? Are you familiar with match game at all?
Yeah.
Not on your radar? Okay.
That'd be no.
It's got to be the simplest game of all time. All right, let's talk to Gregory.
You fill the blank out, and then the regular people would try to guess what the celebrities guessed. You see how many matches you could get.
Right.
The people with the most matches.
So all you guys need, Dan, you're playing too. Gregory, how are you, pal?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
All right. You guys need a pen and a piece of paper because you got to write something down. There you go.
Okay.
Just make sure you can write something down. Don't show it. Gregory, are you familiar with match game or not? Yes or no?
Say that again.
It's so simple. You'll get it.
Just play the game.
And Scott, I know you would be a better host at this than me because you are the host with the most.
It's okay.
There's no doubt. But here we go.
You win absolutely
nothing. That's right.
You gotta talk your voice like this.
You're way better. I'm not even going to pretend to do it. But here we go. We'll give it a dry run. Now we're going to talk to Gregory first, but you guys write it down.
Okay.
And don't give your answer out loud yet, Gregory.
Not yet, Gregory.
Okay.
The Broncos should blank at running back. The Broncos should blank.
That doesn't even make sense.
You don't argue with Gene Rayburn.
The Broncos should blank? What does that even mean?
Whatever you think.
Broncos they should cut Jaleel McLaughlin. They should get rid of Tyler Bidet, even though they're bringing him back.
You got to match.
How detailed do you want me to go here?
The goal is you're trying to match the listener Gregory.
Fine.
That's the. Look at Tyler. Tyler's angry with the game.
Well, because it's too vague.
This did not happen on Match Game. Nobody would ever yell
it's
at
too
Gene.
vague.
Nobody would ever.
It's pouring outside.
Am I wrong?
It's pouring outside.
Yeah, am I wrong?
Well, I know the game.
Tell me I'm wrong.
All right, Dan, did you write down your answer?
These probably are
No,
great
I'm still
questions.
thinking.
You're still thinking. It's
Yeah.
not that complicated. Scott, did you write down your answer? Of course you did, right? It's not that don't show it yet.
All right,
don't
I got
show it yet. You got it? We go to Gregory. Gregory, the Broncos should blank at running back. What's your answer?
Should start Harvey.
should start Harvey at running back.
That's an answer.
Greg, oh
So your
gosh,
goal-
Greg's terrible at this game.
Your goal was to match Greg.
Yeah.
Dan, what did you write down?
I wrote stink.
The Broncos should stink at running back.
That's a dumb answer. How's that?
Hey, it's my answer, Scott.
All right.
That is stupid.
We're looking for start RJ.
This game's going great.
What's your guess? What's your blank? The Broncos should blank at running back.
Sign Walker.
There you go. That's a great answer.
That's a great answer.
That's a great answer.
Great answer.
What's wrong with that? Why so angry? That's a beautiful answer. Doesn't match Gregory.
Because I would have given a 10-page paragraph essay if you.
You just had to write that. That was perfect. Scott, the Broncos should blank at running back.
Pay.
What a fantastic answer. I mean, Gregory was the moron there. He screwed it up.
And let me ask, how old are you, Gregory?
I'm 73.
73 is perfect.
You used to play this game. You used to stay home from work and played this game.
All right, let me try it out one more, okay? Little Timmy is so rich.
How rich
is he?
All right, we're gonna do this one more time. You guys ready?
No, wait, okay.
Little Timmy is so rich.
How
He's
rich
richer
is
than
he?
Dan.
Tyler, seriously, really, what
he's
is
probably never
wrong
heard
with you? We're gonna try it one more time.
Remember, anything pre-85.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm supposed to do on this.
Really? I'll try it one more time. Little Timmy is so rich.
How
He makes
rich
Scott
is
look
he?
poor.
Holy cow, Tyler, really, seriously? And you put a shirt on. Little Timmy is so rich, he wants to blank the Broncos. Little Timmy is so rich, he wants to blank the Broncos.
Well, now I want to write something inappropriate.
That's the game. Let's see what you come up with. The
Little
game
Timmy
is to
is
match
so rich.
Gregory, who's 73. Little Timmy is so rich, he wants to blank the Broncos.
I mean, I'm going to go. I got a boring one.
Your goal is to match Gregory.
Greg seems
The
boring.
goal. There you go. There you go.
The answer, his answer is, if it's boring, I think he'll hit him.
All right, let's see if you can match Gregory. Dan, you got your answer?
I do.
Little Timmy is so rich he wants to what the Broncos, Dan?
He wants-
wait, hold on. Sorry, I got to do Gregory.
Yeah.
Gregory, what's your answer?
Bye.
Buy the Broncos. All right, let's see if anybody can match Gregory. Dan?
I said, little Timmy is so rich he wants to embezzle the Broncos.
Embezzle the Broncos. I don't think that is correct.
Bye.
Buy. That is a match. Scott.
Bye.
That is a match. And you know what that means for Gregory?
Gregory, thanks for playing the game and for being the winner. You win absolutely nothing.
Hey, but it was fun.
Yeah, there you go.
I actually do have one more.
Well,
do you guys want to
let's
play?
go.
Or
Gregory, do we have,
now
we
I'm
have more
feeling the
people
game.
online? Let's.
No, we only have Gregory.
Well, somebody else call in.
Dude, the win absolutely nothing just draws scant few people. I mean,
and it packed the lines the first time. You want
Wait,
that?
hold on. You got to let Scott set it up. That was your problem. Last time
Can
you
you come
Scott
up with
set
more
it up and he
questions?
packed the line.
we're moving on.
Hey,
to
we're
other,
playing a game right here, right now.
We're wrapping the game up.
303
we're gonna play the game again, is what we're gonna do.
0925.
We're
If
going
you'd like to
into
be a
no-no.
contestant,
We're going to play the game again is what we're going to do.
All right, let's just get to the last question, and I'll let you steer the ship the next time we play.
Okay.
Then this is so easy. We'll play this a bunch. It'll be easy, and you can steer the ship. I promise you. Just wanted to test drive this. All right, Greg. Last one. Bo Nix will blank next season. Bo Nix will blank next season. Give the guys a second, Gregory, to write down their answers, and we'll see when everybody gets their answer down. Just put your eyes up, gang, once you get your answer down. Scott, you good or not yet? Tyler's thinking about it. Dan, there's smoke coming out of his ears, Gregory. The question is, Bo Nix will blank next season. That is the question. Everybody's thinking. No dumb questions coming up next. Tyler's good.
I'm locked in.
That's right, Ting. You lock it in. Scott,
All right.
You good? Dan, you good? All right. Let's start with you, Gregory. Bo Nix will blank next season.
Stay in the pocket.
Stay in the pocket. All right. Didn't see that coming. Dan, what'd you say?
Bo Nix will curse at Sean Payton next season.
There you go. Tyler?
Improve
next season. Scott?
Be Bo.
Boy, is that a match? Would that technically be stay in the pocket? Gosh, what would that
Did he
be?
stay in the pocket much this year?
Is that a match? Yes or no? Not a match?
No.
It's probably closer to Tyler's than. Also,
No matches.
I also wrote suck or win.
Greg, I'm sorry we didn't let you speak.
Greg, thank you for playing. We hope you enjoy.
Hey, Greg, were you married?
I'm
married?
definitely married.
You are.
Yes,
So
I
he's used to not speaking.
Yeah, I'm used to not speaking years after 55 years.
And that's Broncos match game on
Yeah.
PHD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, make sure you have the right strategy and team on your side. Give Trajan Wealth a call today. Put the ball in your court and call Trajan Wealth today. Don't waste your precious time looking for a 4-leaf clover or a pot of gold. There's no need to leave your finances to luck when Trajan Wealth is here to help. Call today at 303-900-1189. That's 303-900-1189. The simple truth is that there is more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle through this next stage of life. Trajan Wealth can build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Trajan Wealth is going to come up with a customized game plan for your family and your finances, and you are going to walk away feeling confident in your future. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No Dumb Questions brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. That's 303-900-1189. Guys, no dumb question. With the injury to Artturi Lehkonen, which he's definitely out today, and we'll see. Are there any updates on Lehkonen, Dan? Have you seen?
Nothing yet.
Nothing? Okay.
By the way, was that not a good pickup? Was that?
Artturi Lehkonen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was outstanding. It was
Ever heard of him?
Yeah, ever hear of him? Does that cause the Avs to reassess their plan for the trade deadline? Well, I don't know if that's a dumb question, but he's a forward, and I think they're looking for a center. Are you looking for somebody who could play both, that sort of thing? I don't think this has an impact of what they do at the trade deadline, guys. Yes, no, maybe, who knows? Who cares?
They I don't what move are they going to make? Like tell me what does Kadri mean? What does that mean specifically?
A scoring-minded centerman that can keep the action
But for the power
going.
play, is that what we're doing it
Could
for?
be. In fact, Dan.
Because why don't we do something specifically for the power play?
Kadri could be a big deal for the power play. Dan, what were the numbers you saw with Kadri in the power play the championship season?
It was 24% for the regular season and almost 33% in the playoffs, which led the playoffs the year they won the Stanley Cup with Nazem Kadri.
He was on that first line.
He was on the first power play playing the bumper spot.
So even though he's your 3C, your third center, he could easily be part of your power play one. If that magic still exists, and he could still do it 4 years later.
He's not young anymore.
Listen, you got to do something here. You got to do something. You got to improve your power play one way or the other, and you need a little bit more depth. Or as Bednar said, it's going to be Kale and the kids. And that's fine, but once we get to the playoffs, the Gavin Brindleys and Bartikovs of the world will see less and less time, and they're barely seeing ice time as it is. So, yeah, Kadri. And that doesn't mean that Parker Kelly goes off the ice. He can move from center to forward, and probably a lot less time for Jack Drury, guys like that. But, okay, what are we talking about here? And you get a little veteran experience, and you get a guy, and you say, well, maybe the Nuggets don't have that guy. Like Andy was all pissed off that, I don't know, we didn't have a street brawl in the Nuggets game, which I found a little funny. But, Kadri's a guy who definitely will mix it up. Can't question his toughness. We know he wants to come here. I don't think it's got much to do with Lehkonen, but I just think it's a good addition.
By the way, I was going to jump in on that conversation, but somebody turned my mic off from the studio.
Dan.
Oh, my God.
No, Dan wasn't gone. No. Dan was out of his seat.
Well, Andy will be back today.
I got a no dumb question.
Go for it.
Kind of twofold here. Daughter had a big day, was celebrating something. Okay.
Okay.
It was a big deal. Okay?
All right.
So took her to Red Robin. Okay?
Mr. Pibble lives. Yes.
Well, it had to do with Mr. Pibble.
It was Mr. Pibble related?
I actually forgot in my mind. I was like, what were we celebrating? You know what we were celebrating? Finding Pibble.
Get out of here.
That's exactly what we're celebrating. That's so funny that you brought that up because in my mind, I'm like, gosh, what was this about? I can't remember
Pixar movie.
But that's exactly what it was. We found Pibble and we're like, we got to go out to celebrate.
Okay. So we're going to Red Robin.
Went to Red Robin.
Great burgers.
Now, I might be admitting to something illegal here. I hope we'll
Dine
see.
and dash with this 13-year-old.
I did not dine and dash. However,
yeah,
I told her, I said, hey, you know what we're going to do it then? We're going to tell them it's your birthday. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a big night. We're celebrating. We're going to tell them it's your birthday.
What do you get for that at Red Robin?
You get a free little sundae or whatever, but they come over and they sing the song and they tell you happy birthday. And, she had the time of her life. She thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Wow.
She's like, they don't know it's not my birthday, so it becomes a whole deal, right?
Okay.
Did I mess up? Because do you know what happened the next day?
She wants
my other daughter.
My
My other daughter was not at this dinner.
Yeah,
okay?
it's your other daughter's birthday.
So other daughter calls me up. She says, Dad, I want to go to Red Robin.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I just went last night, but if you want to go to Red Robin, I'll go to Red Robin 2 nights in a row.
You went to the same Red Robin?
I went to the same Red Robin.
Oh, you can't do that.
But I didn't know, like I should have put two and two together. I didn't know that what she was going to do. The second she gets in the car, she's like, guess whose birthday it is tonight? I'm like, oh gosh.
So
no.
what'd you do?
No, I'm like, we can't do that. We're like, she's like, nope, it's only fair. You did it for kids. Now we got to do it.
What'd you do?
I told her, okay.
Why'd you just go to a different Red Robin?
This is a one-time thing though. It's a one-time thing. We don't get to do this later. Like, this is like a very specific thing. It's kind of technically morally wrong. Probably shouldn't be doing this. I was worried about getting the same waiter.
Yeah, you should be worried about everything. You're the mountain. You're Tyler Polumbus. You don't think it gets noticed when you walk in the door? You're 6'8". You don't think you stand out?
The manager did come over to me and say hi again.
Of course he did. Everybody in the restaurant would know you're there.
But
you realize the two of you can't hide, right? Everybody would know you were there the night before. It doesn't matter if you have the same waiter or waitress.
Yeah. So you know what? It was her birthday also. It was back-to-back days.
Did you have the same waitress?
No.
And did they blink an eye?
They didn't. Just handle business.
Did the manager come over again?
But was this a moral failure as a dad? Was this actually a bad move? Do my kids actually expect this moving forward now?
This is one that I would try to do all the time, and my wife would kill me about. So I don't find anything all that wrong with it. I think it's kind of fun, but I know I would get eviscerated by my wife for trying to pull that. It would not go over. So I'm conflicted because I know how.
I can't believe you brought up Mr. Pimple. That's exactly what it was.
Well, I was joking. I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
That's what finding Mr. Pimple was a huge deal.
You getting away with not telling your daughter the truth is the big deal.
I didn't lie to her ever.
All right. The question is, should you keep doing it?
No. It's more like how do I corral this?
When's the son call up and go, hey, Dad?
I guess the real question is like, am I a fun dad, cool dad, or is that like a moral failure?
Fun is once, moral failure twice.
I think it's fun, but I'm laughing about
Red Robin, if you're listening, I'll send you $20. All right?
You know what's so funny?
Oh my God!
He'll walk into a Red Robin. There'll be his poster on the wall. If you see this man, do
Wanted.
not serve.
Yeah, don't trust him.
Yeah, do not serve.
Are those really your kids? All right, we have the big question of the day coming up next. It's done, Dan. Real quick. Any other news about people getting tagged? Because the deadline is now come and gone. Are you seeing anything from Schefter or anything else going on?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, boy, oh boy, not many guys got tagged. Well, transition tag there for Daniel Jones. Pickens, Pitts, and Breece Hall.
Yep.
Okay. But Kenneth Walker, no. ATN, no. Broncos don't tag anybody. Guys?
Does it surprise you guys that Walker doesn't get tagged after winning the MVP of the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it does. No, I don't think that necessarily means they're not bringing him back, but I think it probably does. I mean, I think they're going to try to bring him back, but he's going to get a higher bidder elsewhere because the Seahawks have got like 8 free agents right now. And I thought the most simple thing for them to do with him, because he's a running back, you don't want to pay high prices, just tag him. I definitely thought he was going to get tagged.
I guess I say I didn't, only because they have so many other players. Now, they didn't end up tagging anybody. I think they had some restricted free agents that they kind of locked down. But they're just in a terrible spot, like, to bring everybody back. And they're saying that the key to our success doesn't hinge on a $12 million a year running back. That doesn't mean they don't like him. But they did have like a 1-2 punch there in Seattle.
You know what Breece Hall's price tag is on his transition tag?
He didn't get was he a transition tag?
Whatever the tag it was, it just popped up.
Well, the tag is $14 million.
$14.3 million.
Yeah, that's the running back tag. Yeah. Which is the lowest of all the tags. Like, the receiver tag is, oh my Lord. I mean, it's up there. I can look.
That's got to be over 30. I would think.
I would think top five over 30.
Yeah.
Aren't
all the new ones over 30?
We can double check. My eyes are on ESPN here. Hendrickson. How about that? The Cincinnati Bengals. One of the best defensive players in the league will become a free agent.
This guy.
The prime of his career.
They bungled this deal so bad with Trey Hendrickson. And last offseason, they had a chance to get him locked up long term. And they chose to do the wide receivers. That's what they chose to do.
Remarkable.
So they put him on a franchise tag. They've messed it up. He is an absolute elite pass rusher, and there's probably 0% chance he wants to go back there.
The transition tag on Daniel Jones I've just seen is worth $37.8 million. It's $6 million less than the franchise tag. Oh, man. Scott, I'm getting ripped off. I'm only going to make $37.8 minimum.
For a guy who was on the trash heap a year ago.
What a world, man. What a world. You have other breaking quarterback news, Dan. What do you got?
Adam Schefter, the Arizona Cardinals, have informed quarterback Kyler Murray that they tend to release him on the first day of the league year next Wednesday, barring a trade between now and then. They owe him $36.8 million guaranteed for the upcoming 2026 season.
Wow.
Another $19.5 would have triggered on March 15th for 2027. He now will be moving on from Arizona.
So they're just going to eat the money. That's another terrible organization.
Listen, the one thing we've always said about the NFL, everybody's always said about the NFL, is it a copycat league. If something works, everybody's going to try to do it. I'm telling you what, the Broncos led the way. When they did what they did with Russell and still had success behind it, I think more and more teams are less afraid to do things.
Well, and you might end up seeing it more often because we've talked about the dilemma with these quarterbacks a lot. And the way I view this with quarterbacks, the $60 million contract, it's a pass-fail. It really is. It's like, have you reached the pass line or not in your ability as a quarterback? And if you've reached that pass line, you know what that means? It means it's really scary to move on from you. We would prefer that you're elite, and that would be a lot easier to give you $60 million. But if you reach that pass line, we're now afraid to move on from you, so we're probably going to give you that deal, which is going to lead to a boatload of quarterbacks making $60 million and teams having to make really difficult decisions a year or two later.
And everything's relative, too. So this is relative to the cap and cap space, and the cap just went up.
Say that like Sean would?
Relative to $22 million. They're raising the cap level. So some of these numbers are going to feel wild. Like when you hear $14 million a year, that's crazy. That's the lowest level of all position players. We're taking kickers out of it. That's the lowest level for franchise tags for running backs. It just goes up from there for every other position. It does seem outrageous. That's a good way to put it. It's a pass-fail. It's not about, hey, can Bo Nix win the Super Bowl? It simply is, does he give you a chance to compete in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
And if the answer is yes, guess what? In this world, you make $60 million a year if your contract's up. How wild is that?
And as we stand today with Bo Nix, if you had to make a decision today, oh man, we are hovering. We are hovering on that line. you arguably have passed the line. It's probably a pass right now.
Yeah.
But my gosh, if he does not improve next season, it's going to be scary to give him that.
But there's no guarantee you're going to have a great quarterback class. Like, this is not a great quarterback class. I think Fernando could be incredible. But I saw a ranking of quarterbacks drafted in the past 4 years, and I think there were 19 of them. They had Fernando like 12th. It just, he's number one this year. And okay, great year for Fernando. Not a lot of competition out there, but he's really good, and I think he'll be fine in the NFL. But yeah, before you throw Bo Nix on a trash heap, like, what's Arizona going to do at quarterback now?
I don't know. Where are they, the draft? 3?
They're up there, but, are you drafting Ty Simpson? He's the number 2 quarterback. Is your future going to be tied to Ty?
At number 3,
I've seen a lot of people that really like him, though.
Well, because what DMac's saying, I mean, it's just like, what's left? After Fernando, what's left?
So then that's how you end up with Geno Smith. That's how you end up with pick guys up. That's how Russell Wilson gets another job next year. While you try to figure things out. That's how it happens. So Russell Wilson could pick himself up another, I don't know, $15 million.
15?
Sure. Sam Darnold was making 10 for the Vikings in 1 year, right? Before he became a Super Bowl champ. Now look at him.
Alec Pierce, a free agent. You know much about Alec Pierce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huge 6'3", Colts.
Great
huge yard after catch guy.
Did not
Best
sign
in
him.
the NFL.
Did not sign him, and he's a free agent.
That's $30 million, bud.
Is he that much?
He is that much. He's the number 2. He was the number 2 free agent after Pickens. So technically, he's the number 1 free agent at wide receiver. That's $30 million for Alec Pierce. Okay. You want to go get him?
47 catches, 1,008 yards, 21.8 yards per catch.
Yeah, his yak is like ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I think if you talk to Colts fans, they would say they want him back, and he's probably not worth the amount of money that he's going to get, all at the same time.
Yep. Kind of like Justin Simmons got him into that. Like, he played really well. He was one of the top safeties, but nobody really wanted to pay him that much money. And here he is. He's out of football for a full year. He just had a gap year. We'll see if he gets back to the NFL. Pierce, to me, is I mean, I don't know, man. I get knots in my stomach thinking about paying Alec Pierce, $30 million a year, but that'll be the rates. Something like that. I'm so much more interested in the running back situation. It's ridiculous.
Because that one's solvable. Running back is solvable in free agency. If you want a running back, guess what? He's yours. If you want Travis Etienne, he is yours.
I'll be pissed if they get cheap on that.
Kenneth Walker,
yeah,
he is yours.
Yeah,
because you've got the most money in the NFL and you got plenty of cap space. All you got to do is pay him the most money. Now, I'm not telling you that's a financially smart decision, but I'm just saying if you want him, he is yours.
And this
wide receiver is not that simple.
No,
wide receiver to me, that's going to come down to a trade.
If you got Pierce and Etienne for combined $40 million, you happy?
Yes. You got to do some restructuring to do that. Some serious restructuring. You're probably going to have to dump Dre Greenlaw. You're probably going to say goodbye to Powers. Am I happy? Sure. You got to do some work, though, to get there. You can. You could. It would send a strong message, by the way, for sure. You'd be giving up on Marvin Mims a little bit. But, all right. I mean, okay.
Well, what was your little math thing you did, Tyler, where you could restructure a handful of guys and get another, was it 17 or 20 million you found or something?
Yeah, I mean, listen, between guys like Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers, go down the list. If you want to redo Garrett Bowles, you could easily create another $20 to $30 million, meaning $60 million in cap space If you wanted it, if you wanted to go nutso, you could make it happen.
What are we doing? Are we trying? Now, a lot of that could just blow up in your face. And you got Bo a couple years from now, but it is a couple years from now. You do have it. It's a couple years. This is the biggest advantage of drafting a quarterback. This is why when a lot of people, get on my, in my chili about Fields. Oh, you want Fields now? Well, no, not now, because I don't get the rookie contract. The rookie contract enables you to do all this other stuff. And then you do have to reinvent your team. The Broncos will have to reinvent their team in a couple years. So this is kind of it right now, guys, for doing this.
So two-year window to get to the Super Bowl.
With this in this way. There's other ways to get there. If you've got a $60 million quarterback, I mean, that's what the Chiefs did. But look what the Chiefs had to do. They had to reinvent themselves. And they did, which was frustrating, and they won. So you can do it. It's just, there's different stages in this whole thing. But we're at the most exciting stage. We have a younger quarterback who now is a vet. 3 years, Tyler. Look at all the starts he has. Bo Nix is, he's a vet, period. The end. He ain't a kid. And he really isn't a kid. He's like 25, 26 years old. You got a coach who's been here for a good chunk of time now. It is his hump. Everything's his hump. You got great ownership. We all know that. You have an incredible facility, so everybody's going to be comfortable here. And you just got to fill in some holes in the running game and inside linebacker. Very doable. Oh, the future for the Broncos this year is bananas.
If they got this Alec guy and ATN, one thing we all said when all this process started, what is their biggest need? And we all said playmaker. Would that have fulfilled that, those two guys?
Damn close.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd take that for sure.
You got to get the tight end together somehow. Like, I don't really believe in Ingram, but you can do that in the draft, hopefully.
6'8".
Well, yeah. It's probably not going to be that guy, Caleb Lohner. But, but I think it's Eli Stowers. I don't think Sadiq's going to be available. And then I think you get Mike Armstrong, man, like later on, I hope. We'll see. His stock might rise. Suey Pig. What do you guys? Pig, Suey?
Ooh.
Chop Suey Pig.
Ooh, Pig.
Suey.
Ooh, Pig Suey.
Chop that Pig Suey.
Ooh, Pig Suey. Mike?
Ooh, Pig Suey.
Let's go.
Ooh, Pig Suey, Razorbacks.
Let's go.
Think it's Drew Sanders?
I don't even know the Drew Sanders question is amazing. Nobody knows what to say about that guy. Tyler, you got anything to say about Drew Sanders?
I don't know anything about Drew Sanders, and I never did. He's been here for a decade, and I don't know anything about him.
The Arkansas tape is great, but literally, Scott, nobody knows anything about this guy.
Won a championship in Alabama, switched over to Arkansas.
We've all
and then been hurt for 2 years, hasn't he?
It feels like he's been here for decades.
He's like Sasquatch of football.
They move him positions. He doesn't have a home. Drew Sanders is Chop Pig Suey.
He's Chop Pig. He's on almost like a mythical Ben Garland path where he seemingly is always on the team, but you're never quite aware of like where he is. So that's where we stand. All right, we have the latest football news. We have another keyword for Avalanche tickets on the way. The playoff push is here. Get in the action with Altitude Plus. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with the promo code Altitude7 at altitudeplus.com/checkout. Hurry, offer ends March 14th. Apply the code to any monthly or annual plan and start watching now. Subscription auto-renews after trial. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, love, essential to a fulfilling relationship. And erectile dysfunction can take a serious toll. Men, we all understand how important sex is in a relationship for you and your partner. ED could take that away, creating serious strain. All right, that's what we have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. You get love back in your life. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. And so if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the intimacy that you once had that brought you close together in the first place. So schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get that consult, the T and a PSA test, if advised a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you'll be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25 to serve you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It is a Ticket Tuesday. We have your chance to win tickets to Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword GREAT right now to 303-504-0925. That is GREAT with your first and last name. And you're entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this keyword, this hour's keyword is great. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Best of luck. All right, Dan, lots of action going on in the NFL today as we are now set up for legal tampering, which starts on Monday, and the field is set. Let's football go.
Yeah, and one of the next steps after the tag deadline came and went today is free agency. So let's look at the Broncos and who their unrestricted free agents are, and who would you guys like to see the Broncos' effort to bring back? So here are the Broncos' unrestricted free agents. Linebacker Alex Singleton, we've talked about him a bunch. Tight end Adam Troutman. Linebacker Justin Sternad. Defensive tackle John Franklin Myers. Running back J.K. Dobbins. Wide receiver Lil Jordan Humphrey. Fullback Adam Prentice. Safety P.J. Locke. Center Sam Mustipher. Quarterback Sam Ellinger, and fullback Michael Burton. Those are your Broncos unrestricted free agents. Any of those guys that are must-haves to bring back to the Broncos?
To me, Alex Singleton's a must to bring back. Now, what's a must? There's always a dollar figure that you're willing to walk away, right? But he's a priority, put it that way. Bringing Alex Singleton back it's a no-brainer for me. Bring him back, and then you don't have to worry about it. You can add depth at that position rather than trying to find a starter. After that, I still like Jonathan Franklin Myers. I'd like to bring him back. But maybe more importantly, it's figuring out who you're going to extend, who you're going to restructure, all those sorts of things.
Yeah, must is a weird word, because if it's a must, you would have tagged him or you would have done a new deal. I mean, if it's a must. But there's guys that'd be great to have back. Singleton, for sure. Franklin Myers, for sure. Even Troutman is a good quality guy, you know? I mean, sure. Must? I don't know. There's ways to move on without a lot of these guys. But sure, Sternad even. I don't know if there's any must, though. I think the Broncos put themselves in really good position here, Scott.
I think bringing a Sternad is good because now you know a guy that you can back up, you can start. You know, he's your joker and linebacker, right?
He's been great utility knife.
Yeah, so I like utility knives.
That's a guy would be nice if he didn't get any bigger offers out there. But my guess, if he has a better opportunity to start, he'll be gone no matter what the price tag is.
Well, do you think you can draft a Sternad and move Sternad into Singleton's place and save yourself $15 million?
I do not. I mean, you can do that. I just don't think they would do that.
Bring one of those two back for sure.
That's an interesting thought, though. That is an interesting thought that you would just move on from Singleton and say, we really like Sternad. It would be cheaper, and we're going to draft a guy anyways. The word is they're trying to work on Singleton right now.
Yeah.
And I think you may get a little discount from Alex. He's a little bit older. He's got families, well entrenched into this community. I mean, you might be able to save a buck or two there. I don't know if he's looking in his life to get the highest amount of money compared to have the highest quality of life.
But still want to be respectful, and he's still going to take something.
Well, I mean, he's still going to run you $14 million. I mean, he's going to make a ton of money no matter what. I think. You think you can lowball Alex Singleton, Tyler? You think you can get him for, I mean, what would lowball be, 10, 11?
I think you can get him for that, yeah.
Okay, well, then that's a definite no-brainer if you think that can happen. And maybe it can. Maybe it can. I mean, his story is so bizarrely unique. Captain of the team, went through the cancer scare last year. The ties that he has here are strong.
Leads the team in tackles year after year.
Sure. Good dude. Everybody loves him. But he is 32. I mean, it's
He's just a solid player. He's a solid player that if you let him test free agency, if he gets some monster offer, you probably got to let him walk. But if you can, find a reasonable deal to bring back a reasonable player.
I mean, I think the bigger question is you just cut your losses with Dre Greenlaw and just move on.
I wouldn't. No. I would extend him.
Okay.
You signed him on a 2-year deal, right?
Correct.
So bring that cap hit down, give him an extension, and hope that it works. That's what I would do.
Hope he stays healthy and happy?
Yep.
Are you drafting an inside linebacker or not?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, I'm still doing that. Well, it depends on if I get Singleton back.
Yeah, there's a lot of we'll see. We'll see in that whole department. This is why it's so quirky, just how they do everything. You get all hyped up after the combine, but really free agency is its own monster. And it happens fast. It will happen fast. And today is kind of the start because today everything is set. Dan, next story.
Guys, Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer writes this. The franchise tag also helps to further define the running back market. It leaves Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker alone as the top back on the market, and Walker will probably wind up getting somewhere between 12 and 16 million per season from a team like the Seahawks, Broncos, or Chiefs. It also makes Jaguars running back Travis Etienne the clear-cut number 2 guy on the market, and I wouldn't be surprised if Etienne pulls down $10 million per year. Would you be okay with the Broncos making it 16 per season? Is it worth 16 per for Kenneth Walker and the Broncos? Or would you rather have Etienne at closer to 10 to 11?
16?
He says between 12 and 16.
Yeah, gosh. No. I'm not paying 16.
What's the max you'd be willing to give to Kenneth Walker?
12.
I don't know. It's all relative to your budget and what you're spending on other things. I really don't care. This is where the football evaluation and the money guys got to get together. If you think he's worth it, go for it. If you don't think it's worth it, fine. I'll just be unhappy if it's neither guy. If it's neither guy and the reason was you got cheap, then I'll be bothered. But I really don't care how high you go because you got the money to do it.
No, there's a dollar figure. There always has to be a figure, man.
Okay, but how do we know what that is compared to the rest of the salary?
I guess just a little bit of common sense here. 16 is insane.
How much does Saquon make?
I don't know.
He makes more than 20. I mean,
they're not Saquon.
Okay, so he is the Super Bowl MVP, so he's not Saquon. He's what?
Saquon making 20?
I can look it up. But
I'll take your word. Don't worry about it.
I don't know exactly. Should I just do Hey Siri and screw everybody up in their car? Hey Siri, how much does Saquon Barkley make? Oh, okay. Let's see. Saquon Barkley. What do we got? I don't know. Next story, Dan. I'll look it up. Oh, what?
Please try again later.
Okay.
Yeah, Siri's not good at looking a lot of that stuff up. Okay, so
all right, hold on, I got it. Saquon Barkley signed a 2-year, $41.2 million contract with the Eagles in March of 2025, $36 million guaranteed, average value, annual value of 20.6.
It's a lot. I guess when you say he's making 20, the other guys, they might get 15 or 16 because that still is quite below.
You're the Super Bowl MVP. You had one hell of a year. You're a free agent. It's below Saquon. It actually is quite a bit below, right? $4 million below. That's a good chunk. Whatever. Here's what we care about. Don't be cheap here with running backs. You've talked about it. You need it. Go get one. Whatever it is, and we'll take your word, who you think is better. You've earned that right, Denver Broncos. You won 14 games last year. So we got to trust the organization here a little bit. We just don't want to hear about you being cheap is all. Unless you really want to come back and tell us Rico Dowdle is better than ATN and
Walker.
And it wasn't about money. And that's a stretch, okay, but I'm still rolling with you. But just signing J.K. Dobbins back would feel like giving up.
You want to splash, no matter what it is. You want to splash in free agency because you're worried there's going to be a defensive lineman taken in that 30th pick.
Not this year. I'm not that concerned about it. Not this year. No,
you don't want to splash. I want to splash playmaker.
Well, it's not. One doesn't correlate with the other. you're picking 30. I mean, I get it. You know, you're a little hamstrung with what you're going to get. I'd like to get a starter, but whatever. I just don't want to hear about you being cheap. That's all. I don't want that to be the reason. You've had to do that in the past couple of years.
I mean, my prediction, as long as Sean Payton's here, you're never going to hear about them being cheap. He's a give it to me now kind of guy.
Well, let's go. We actually had a pretty good free agent period last year. We were really excited after free agency last year. We were pumped. I was pumped. We talked all about Dre Greenlaw last year, like how incredible that would be. So that was great. I thought Evan Engram was cool at the time.
Hufanga? Oh, we loved
Hufanga was what we thought. We were pumped about Hufanga.
Yeah. We loved the potential of all of those guys, but we did put a huge caveat on it that you know what you're doing, buyer beware. You're buying broken products with all these guys. So if you sign them and they all hit, it would have been a tremendously successful class.
Yeah.
But if you sign them and you get some injuries, well, you should have known what you're doing.
Next story, Dan.
Guys, Mel Kiper has his latest mock draft out. The Broncos pick at 30 and 62 in rounds 1 and 2.
This could be fun. Like, who's available? Can you give us 5 or 6 guys who are available?
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull this up here. So at number 30, let me just tell you who he has the Broncos selecting.
Oh, well, that's the game. Let's guess who Mel Kiper has the Broncos picking.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll go CJ.
Player or position?
You could just do position if you don't want to do player.
I mean, my gosh, you're getting dialed in here. I'm not ready for players at 30.
I'll go CJ Allen, inside linebacker from Georgia.
Scott, what you got, man?
You can just do a position if you want.
Yeah, I'll go edge rusher.
Edge rusher? Okay.
Safety.
There is a safety who might drop. There's a, I forget his name, Thiemann, something like that.
Didn't he already do one like a couple weeks ago?
It would not, if there is a significant safety who might drop. Who is it, Dan?
It is a safety. Tyler was right. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety out of Toledo.
That was last week. He did that last. Well, that was, is this?
Well, this is his 2-round.
Okay.
This is his 2-round.
All right. That's the same guy he had last week.
That's right. So position group for pick 62 in the second round.
If you just took a safety, he's taken
running back.
He's probably taken an offensive lineman because he's way off here, but I'll say offensive lineman. Tyler? I'm thinking of this match game. We're trying to match Mel. Who do you got, Dan?
Wide receiver. Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame. It says the Broncos get quarterback Bo Nix some help here with Fields, a big perimeter presence who's capable of winning down the field. He also plays with enough physicality to garner tough targets in intermediate areas.
Yeah, in general, I like Mel Kiper, but he's way off here.
Yeah, hey, DMac.
He's way off.
DMac, you're missing the big point
for
here.
about 8 years.
Yeah.
You guys are missing the big point here.
What?
DMac should be all in on this. He finally gets his Fields.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Mel's way off on that one, but I mean, you got to pick out 62 picks. You're not gonna hit them all.
Let me ask you guys this question:
They're not going in that direction.
Would you be okay if the Broncos do not take a wide receiver in this draft? And are you happy with the room as it is going into next season?
I actually would be okay, assuming you went out in free agency or via trade and did something, because you've got a pretty complete wide receiver room right now. If you want to bring back everybody in that room and just add one piece to it, as long as it's a good piece, I'm down with that.
I'm fine with it. It's whether you believe in Marvin Mims or not. You just kind of have to answer that question.
Well, I think we do, but do you think Sean does?
It's a good question. I don't know. If you're not okay with them, then you got to go get somebody. If you are okay with them, you probably don't make. I mean, listen, you may pick up the little Jordan Humphreys of the world, like your 4th, 5th wide receiver guys. The Michael Bandys. Actually, they did sign Bandy, right? They actually did already.
They brought him
Bandy.
back.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's stuff like that.
Like the first thing they did.
They got that. They locked down Bandy, so we're good. But your real question is, do you spend...
Bandy's another one of those guys that's been hanging around for a decade.
He's crazy.
Both those guys have been around here like 3 years.
Yeah, but it feels so much longer.
Do you spend $30 million on Alec Pierce?
I like him.
No. I'm not paying 30 for Alec. I like Alec Pierce a lot. You got to budget him though. Y'all let 24-ish. Yeah.
And that's rock and roll. That's life in the fast lane. But this makes this time
You know what
pretty
you can
awesome.
do also? You can lowball salary wise, and this is again because of the Penner Group. You can lowball salary wise. Average salary is 30. You can lowball average salary is 35 or 25. but then all of a sudden they're getting 40 of it or 30 million of it up front in cash.
By the way, how much does Joker make?
All of it?
40 something, 47.
Isn't he next contract? He's going to be making 80 a year.
And you know what? It's probably not enough. Whatever he's making, it's not enough.
To have 6'2" tiny guards draped all over him.
Cutting in your quarterback theory, he's winning an MVP at like 3.2 million.
Yeah. How much does Jamal make? Jamal's in the 40s.
He just signed a new deal. Yeah.
What's more, how many points Jamal had last night, or how much he makes a year?
Points.
What'd I say?
No. You said it right. I was guessing points.
You think he scores? Dan, do you know that off the top of your head?
You asked a question. I answered it.
I'm gonna say points too, but I bet it's close. Maybe it's not close. What is it, Dan?
Joker's, the average salary on the contract is 55.
Bo Nix is going to look at that and be like, that's cute.
55, 59, then he has a player's option at 62.
Yeah, but didn't he have to like wait a year, right? Like they didn't offer him something because it's going to turn out
he declined.
to be
He declined it last offseason. They had a chance, and he declined it.
But they kind of told him like, "Hey, man, like
you probably can make more."
Yeah, because we're staring at 80 or something.
Yeah, mid-70s anyway.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, that guy ain't retiring. He doesn't like basketball. Okay.
Well,
you watch that guy on the sideline yelling and talking to his teammates and coaching them up and pointing them at the alleys and all that, and tell me that guy doesn't love ball.
How is he going to own 300 horses all throughout Western or Eastern Europe if he doesn't, keep playing basketball? Well, what's that horse stable going to be like? Come on now. Trivia question: what's the name of his horse stable?
Of course you know this.
I don't know it off the top of my head. It's gosh darn it. You win nothing. 303-504-0925. It's like happy golden something. It's got some sort. I remember it from like when they went out there and it's like the golden happy stables or it's something along those lines. But that's like his brand, his horse brand. All right. Dan, anything else? We good? Or are you looking up Jamal? What does Jamal make? What's Jamal making these days?
46 this season.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh, my God. So it's the more he makes more money than points he scored last night.
46.
Wow.
Well, Joker's making 55, and he's got an NBA high this year of 56, so he at least beat his salary in one game.
Jamal did not beat his salary. That is crazy. Jamal makes 46.
He's making 50 next year, 53 in 27-28, 57 and a half in 28-29 for Jamal. Almost 60. Teach your kids to dribble, parents.
Take more shots, Jamal. Take as many as you want. By the way, happy birthday to Cam Johnson today.
What'd you get him?
What would you guys get him?
Ability.
Scott?
Ability. I don't know. Give Cam a little confidence.
Scott, give him a funny gift. What you got?
We got to rah Cam up here a little bit.
We do? Is that?
Yes, we do.
Are we going to Garrett Balls it?
Family Guy socks.
That's what I mean. Listen, I know I said that and I'm being a jerk here, but not every player has to be handled the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Like good coaches, they don't all cuss out the same guys. They don't all butter up the same guys.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what each guy needs. And when Garrett Bowles was young and he was going through it, that dude didn't need to be called out in the media.
Yeah,
he needed to get buttered up.
I think Cam's the same way.
I went back and listened to that thing that you played yesterday of Cam.
Mm-hmm.
And he seemed kind of almost slip, but he doesn't go into it. He goes, other things going on.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that in mind. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
You could be right. Brenton Doyle of the Rockies, most people don't know this, lost a child during the season.
Jeez.
Yeah. And so he was slumping and stuff. And, it's like the guy lost a kid, So I'm going to give that guy a little grace. And hopefully, hopefully he's doing all right and be okay this year. But you find stuff out, it's like, all right. I'll cut him some slack. If he's going through something, he's going through something. You're probably right. Cam Johnson does not strike me as the guy if we're just getting all over him in the media like he's going to perform great. So we got to be just a little rah-rah Cam. We need him. We need him.
They didn't need him.
He's an important player for
I don't
him.
think it matters what the media says, because the media is going to do what they're going to do. How does the coach handle it? That's what matters.
It seems like he's a guy who needs a little bit of a hug and a little bit of love and a little bit of confidence building and, not a boot up his ass, but we'll see. He's a really good podcaster, though.
Maybe you got to put that away for a little bit.
Who's better, him or MPJ?
That's funny. As it turns out, MPJ is a better basketball player and worse podcaster.
We got the podcaster?
We got the podcaster. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best dealership in Colorado. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter. That's why every time I need a new vehicle, I go back to Phil Long Ford. I've done it 5 times. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to get you taken care of. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because at Phil Long Ford, there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, congratulations to Kimberly Martinez is our winner on our Ticket Tuesday. Nate and Andy will have more later on.
Were you a Pearl Jam fan at all?
Huge. I liked all these bands, though. Pearl Jam, Offspring, Blink, all that sort of stuff. I mean, I don't know if you put Pearl Jam and Blink and Offspring in the same bucket,
I don't
but
know if they were in the same bucket.
I know. They were all kind of around the same time,
Similar
though.
eras,
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love that. I loved the Offspring guy. You know, the Offspring guy became like a scientist or something. He's like a super smart guy. I forget what his name was, but you know, that blonde dude, like he did something. He did something in like advanced sciences.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what's that girl on the show with the nerds and they got the girlfriend, but the one chick that ended up marrying Sheldon is actually
Big Bang Theory.
is like actually a brain.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, I don't know if she's a brain surgeon, but
yeah. She was a little kid actress too.
Yeah.
Salem Hayek Salem, not her. It's something. I'm getting it close.
By the way, I got the answer on the Offspring guy. Dexter Holland, lead vocalist, rhythm guitarist, has a PhD in molecular biology.
Jeez.
How about that?
Wow. Does he do anything with it?
Rips on the guitar.
Well, he's a rhythm guitar. So
Who is her? She played Blossom when she was a little kid.
And then she was Sheldon's wife.
Yeah, but she's super smart too.
Yeah, look her up, Dan.
Yeah, it's like
Sheldon's wife.
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory.
Malik? That's not Malik.
But she has something to do. She's a scientist or
yeah, there's these Hollywood people that like go to Yale and they're also like Hollywood actresses and stuff. Well, it's annoying. I'm not gonna lie about it. You know, it's not good.
Yeah, but you got your communications degree from Syracuse.
Heck yeah.
I got my speech communication degree because you know I got kicked out of the communication school.
Really?
Do you not know that story?
No.
What for?
Grades.
Really?
It's a long story, but I'll just keep it short. Grades.
Is that why you steal everybody's stuff now?
Exactly. So in Syracuse,
plagiarism.
There's the Newhouse School of Communications, but then there's SpeechComm, which is in the School of Arts and Sciences. And if you're too stupid to get into the School of Communication, you end up with all the football players. There were a lot of them.
Hey, Leeds Business School grad over here. Thank you very much. I've done a lot with it.
No, I got you. Trust me.
Well, that's why you dressed up today. Maybe you are going to do something with it.
So I literally got kicked out of the Newhouse School of Communication.
Brag, but also was a multi-time dean's list. You know?
I was not doing that, man. I majored in radio when I was there. That's what I did. I was like your very stereotypical dumb jock, except with radio. So anyways, I got kicked out of the school.
And without the jock part.
Yeah, it was the radio. I did Division I radio.
He means radio jock.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Got through it somehow, though. Got through it somehow. You know what I'm more convinced about college than ever? Do you have the discipline just to do something for like 4 years and accomplish something? It's not the classes. It's not what you learn. If you just want a vocational, you should just go to a mechanic school and be a mechanic. And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Give you a job for the rest of your life.
I talked to a super rich guy one time. That's when it first hit me. Big corporate real estate guy in Houston, lived in like, the Beverly Hillbillies mansion would look small, right? I mean, this place was unbelievable. He goes, Scott, I don't care where you went to school. I don't care what you studied. I want to know that you got a 4-year degree because that means you can stick to something.
There you go.
And then I'll hire you and train you for what I want to do.
There you go.
So that's the first time I ever heard a guy, say that. And I went, oh, okay, I get you now.
I realized after about 3 years of college, I don't need this. Do you know how many times in 38 years of radio I've been asked about anything with any classes I ever took in school?
All right, so let me ask you this. So,
Zero would be the answer.
You did it over, and you have to go to a Votex type school. What would your Votex study? What would you guys study?
What is a Votex?
Wow. It's like repair or something functional or
lead school.
Yeah.
Like carpentry, mechanic,
electrician.
Electrician.
The Greenwood Village just came out of Tyler right there, by the way.
Yeah.
Cherry Hills.
More of a white collar kind of guy.
Did they have butlers at that school?
Yeah. Yeah, his name was Gerald.
Gerald the butler?
Yeah.
The answer would be nothing for me either because I can't do anything else. I mean,
You have to pick one.
I don't know, man. I can't do a damn thing. I've got no instincts in that department whatsoever. You know what I would have done if you're going to ask me the question, which is stupid, but I'll give it to you. I would have been into engine repair for boats. It's the one thing that I was kind of into. Like, I loved the boat that I had. I used to tinker with the Evinrude or the Johnson 15 on my Evinrude boat. So I used to, there you go. I'd be in a boat auto motor repair.
You live around a lake, where there's tons of boats. You're always busy.
I just always think that dad that's in the neighborhood that's always got the garage open and he's always working on the car. I just always feel like he's a cool guy.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
So I'd definitely become a mechanic, just tinkering on cars all day long.
You know what the secret I realized with that guy, by the way? Because I used to work with one of these guys.
Yeah, you just constantly you just need a job. You need something to do.
They never want the car to be fixed.
Yeah.
They really, really don't want, because what are they going to do once you fix the car?
Right.
Well, there's a movie I watched. A guy just fixed his 69 Camaro up, and they go, Dad, we're going to take it out? He goes, heck no, I ain't going to drive it now.
No, not now.
All the work I put in, I'm not going to put it on the road and try to ruin this thing. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's so funny. All right, it's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. The Nuggets will do what over their next 7 games? Little match game here to wrap things up. The Nuggets will do what over their next 7 games?
Shock the world.
Dude, I love your optimism today.
Sometimes Scott just comes in with this weird, overly optimistic takes.
Why shouldn't he today?
I just don't know where.
Why shouldn't he today?
Yeah, there you go, Nate. Go for it.
Feel good win.
Go for it.
Yeah, clutch victory.
Keep going.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray went for 45 last night. That's the story. That's the game that I watched.
That's it, huh?
That's it.
That's all you saw?
There was nothing else.
Sure.
Everything else was fantastic.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
David Adelman solving problems in real time. Hey, missing 4 forwards. The guy he figured it out.
Hey, the kid they got over there, they got a couple young kids that can ball a little bit.
Keontae George is
a scorer.
Yeah.
We are hyping up the Utah Jazz here today.
Dude, seriously.
Did
you watch Keontae last night?
Yeah, I watched Keontae.
I'll be shocked if they don't make the playoffs next year.
They got players, man. Flip is a problem inside. He does a lot of good things.
Okay.
He is.
They also have sleep apnea problems.
Yeah, they're also tanking on purpose and getting their MRIs checked out.
But they got NBA players.
They got 11 wins at home, Nate.
They played their ass off last night.
It was Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
It was.
We watched them play it.
It was.
Yeah.
Will Hardy, I mean, call him tanking all you want. Those players weren't tanking last night.
No.
Svi Mikhailuk was not. That dude wasn't tanking last night.
Cool.
And that's just it. That will happen in the NBA where Nuggets are on second night of a back-to-back. Jazz played harder than they did. They got energized. You're in the NBA. You're the best basketball players in the world. You got some confidence going.
I can't tell if Nate's being snarky.
I'm dead serious.
I can't if he's serious or snarky.
No, I'm dead serious right now.
This is serious Nate, not snarky Nate.
In all seriousness.
Okay. Because Vic Lombardi was ready to step in front of a bus
because to me,
this morning.
that felt like one of those games that if I was playing in it, it'd be like, yeah, we won, but I guess I'll see it film.
Yeah, do you think the Nuggets felt that way last night?
Uh-huh.
You really do?
Uh-huh.
I think they are a bunch of tired basketball players that won a brutal game on the second night of a road back-to-back, and they're not going to give it back. I think those guys were pretty damn happy to win that game last night.
I do too.
Yeah. And NBA seasons are long, man. They're a friggin' grind. Okay? Yes, do we all wish the Nuggets won by 30 last night? Hell yeah.
I wish they took a 9-point lead and made it 16 and didn't have to stress out their guys.
Yeah.
Which they should be able to do.
They should
be. Yes.
But they're not.
Yeah, okay.
They're not able to right now. They're missing 4 forwards. You're
playing the Utah Jazz. Who are they missing?
Everybody.
Okay.
Karl Malone, John Stockton.
Marketing?
Mark Eaton.
Yeah,
hey, but let me ask you this. You're right, they're missing some guys, but do they not have better young players than the Nuggets?
Hell yeah, they do. Yeah. Years of high draft picks.
Man.
Again, I like
what's the kid's from Rutgers' name? The 6'8" kid? I like him.
Oh, Bailey?
Bailey.
Yeah.
I think Bailey's going to be really good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I feel like I'm in a surreal universe right here, Tyler. I don't.
I'm not feeling it.
I'm like
No.
in a.
Well, listen, but you guys are flashback, and you still got fan blood in you, and you're supposed to
Really?
you're supposed to automatically hate anything they do.
Really? That's what this is, huh?
You and Dover.
That's what it is.
You and Dover. I'm gonna have to.
By the way, we all have fan blood, Scott. If you want to go in that direction, you know.
Find somebody that doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, but I was fired before the infection.
Okay.
I don't think Nate has it.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, didn't
he was there for like 2 weeks.
you work? Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, he was a KOA for 2 weeks.
No, he was at the fan for like 2 weeks. I remember it.
He was fired before the infection too.
I got a mild pinprick.
You were there
from the fan. Yes.
Listen, I beat all you guys. I was there in '98. I was there for this first Super Bowl. I was replacing Mark Moser in the morning.
Patient one.
I was, I spent
zero.
a Christmas there. My God.
Moj would have been patient 0, right?
I was there when Kevin Fulness was there.
He goes
down
the
in
furthest
Minnesota.
back, right?
How far back do you want to go?
Listen, I'm glad you guys are excited about the Nuggets and their big win. But watching that made me want to throw up yesterday. I'm glad the call went their way on the reversal, or the Nuggets probably would have lost.
Scotty, could you believe they got that reversal?
Yeah.
Well, when I saw it, I thought so. Yeah. Once you first see
when are you going to go?
I can't believe they got that.
I was stunned. They
went
got that reversal.
like Jokic's pinky finger rubbed up against the ball before he fouled the dude.
And that's the new stupid rule in the NBA that if I touch the ball
first,
and they clobber you, it's incidental.
That was so close. Like I was like, wow, that is going the Nuggets' way. I was like, that is an unbelievable break. And then it also, they did catch Jokic getting pushed in the back. That kind of went the Nuggets' way too. I think a lot of things went the Nuggets' way last night to get that win.
They did.
But Joker did miss the free throw.
Not the defense.
Well, they didn't help themselves on the defensive end of the floor. That was heinous last night.
By the way, $16 million for a running back. Are you high?
Yeah.
It's all relative.
How high would you go?
It's all relative.
With Sean's offense, not $16 million.
Well, how much? Davis Webb's offense now, bro.
12 tops.
Why do you care?
What I said.
Why do you care what the money is? Why do you give a crap?
Because they have cap space.
Yeah, they got room to grow.
Got no problem
really
with
don't.
cap space. None.
Yeah, but there's a hard salary. I mean, if you ask the question, why do you give a crap? Because they have a hard salary cap in that sport.
You're not saying 12 because of the space. You're just saying it doesn't feel good to you. Like there's a difference between saying, well, the specifics are this, or it feels weird to me.
Well, if you're saying 12 because of the space, then it's because of the space, right?
I don't know why Andy's saying 12.
I don't want to.
Andy's making this line.
I'm not going to pay you guys $16 million you're not going to use. Period.
You're not going to pay. Well,
they're not committed to the run game to have a $16 million
you got a new play caller.
How do you know that?
You really think it's going to change? All the rest of the guys are still his dudes.
Sean's just going to take a back seat.
You think Sean was lying when
you
said
sit back and observe?
It's only going to call some plays.
Yeah. You've got very full hair today. I feel like, you could try to sell me that this is going to work different because you've got the hair to do it today.
Thank you.
You do.
Yeah.
You almost got Wolfman Jack hair with the beard.
Is that right?
Yeah, like big hair.
He's got sleeves today, too. Did you have a job interview?
Yeah.
You look sharp.
The old joke around the radio station.
Back at the other one. Yeah.
No, you went back to their place. You could come back.
I was trying to make money. Yes, I did not have a job interview.
Okay.
But yes,
now,
I was
wait a
trying
minute.
to make more money.
Were you like the motivational speaker at some vitamin event?
Trying
sounds
like
to be
that.
a pyramid scheme.
Are you guys noticing the ring? He's wearing the ring today.
I did wear the ring also.
I was going to say, did you try out for a reality show today?
It was a networking deal. It was some big wigs.
What would that reality show be, Nate? What would the title of that be?
Tyler would be great
Judging
on
by
Survivor.
how he's looking, The Bachelor.
Thank you.
That too.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, what man hasn't dreamed of that?
Giving out the roses. Yeah, this
I don't
guy
know, that
right
seems
here.
pretty exhausting.
What, The Bachelor?
Yeah.
It's a lot of effort.
Tyler can
I
stay
really
awake
got to
for
sit
that.
through a lot of high maintenance people.
Andy would be the star of Eddie would be the star of Blue Collar Bachelor.
You just get tired of him. And you're like, yeah, I'm done with you.
Instead of a rose, we need tulips.
Yeah, it would be
weeds.
No, it'd be like a laundry detergent.
You gonna leave me alone at night?
Hey,
what's our date? You leave me alone.
Would we all be? I'd just be sitting on a swing. They'd be at the other end of the porch.
Blue Collar Bachelor.
You got to go.
I'm gonna be in the garage. You do the shopping. It's
Yeah.
Blue Collar Bachelor.
You don't like
starting.
fried chicken. I can't keep you around. You tried to give me a kale salad.
You haven't had a
Out.
carb this year.
Yeah.
Beat it, lady.
Listen, we're going to Italian every other night and taco trucks on the other nights. And if you ain't into that,
Blue
you
collar
gotta go.
bachelor.
Guys, it's time for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Columbus, Hastings, Dover every day. Dover. It's because Scott said Dover before. That's Scott's fault for putting that in my brain. Anyway, what's up to Josh Dover? DMac is on the show. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, though. That's our lineup actually hasn't changed. We're with you today until 6 o'clock. And yes, Andy, it didn't go great, and they won. It didn't go great, and they won. All right?
They won.
I got to say this.
They won.
Feels a hell of a lot better
fine.
than they lost, which so my viewing experience last night, by the way, was I was watching the game, and then, I don't know, like 7.5, 8 minutes to go, I had some kid bedtime thing to deal with. So,
yeah, it's just bedtime in general.
So I paused the game. Went and dealt with my thing, came back to it, I don't know, 10 minutes later, whatever it was. And so I was like, I can't look at my phone because I want to be able to take the game in with the emotion of it all.
Which is impossible in the modern era.
Exactly.
But good for you for trying.
Oh, no, I did it. I'm pretty good at pulling it off. I'm very good at leaving my phone on the other side of the house when I need to.
I'm with you.
I thoroughly enjoy it, in fact. So I didn't have to deal with like the death march of Nuggets Twitter last night during the game. I just, I watched the final 8 minutes, took it in on my own. I got to be honest with you. I thought they were going to lose.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought they were going to lose.
That felt like another clutch loss.
Every time
baking in the oven
that Keontae George blew by Christian Brown, and some of them are on CB. They really are. Some of them were on CB. Other times, Christian is trying to funnel a guard towards a big, and whoever is, Jokic is late on the rotation, and I guess whoever is supposed to be picking up Filipowski is late on the rotation, and everything just goes to crap, and there's a huge breakdown, and every time Keontae George just got to the rim and got a layup. It was brutal. Nikola Jokic, Andy, as you know, I pray at the altar of number 15.
That is your guy. He had a bad game.
He was awful last night. Defensively. Offensively, he very much had his moments. But
again, some turnovers. He and Jamal need to quit in the last 5, taking turns turning the ball over.
There's a longer Nikola Jokic conversation to be had today. And we're going to have it. The griftiness, the complaining.
I don't think he's mentally right.
All right, we're gonna talk about that. I tell you what, 3:20 today, the Nikola Jokic conversation has to take place. We need to check, and we need to have a referendum on our dude a little bit here today. So we will do that. Defensively, he was horrendous last night. There was plenty of blame to go around on the defensive end of the floor in that contest. They still pulled it out. They still won the game. They won a game where the young, tanking Utah Jazz really dictated the terms of the basketball game.
They did.
They dictated the physicality.
Yep.
They dictated the tempo in that game last night. And the Nuggets won because the Nuggets are better. They have better players and they're a better team, and so they won. And that's which honestly, like this sounds weird to say, is really good to see because they haven't been doing that. They've been losing games where they're better than their opponent. Last night was one where they actually won a game just on their talent. Thank God they did. But you know what? Like, I step back, all right? And I go, you're on the second night of a road back-to-back. You're exhausted.
And 3 and 4 days. They played Friday in OKC.
Great call. 3rd and 4 days. You're exhausted. It's March. You've been losing. The vibes are not great around this basketball team. And the fact that they didn't blow that game last night, where they were not They did not play better than the Jazz. They are better. They didn't play better than the Jazz last night. And the fact that they got it, like, this team needs to win more games where they don't play great. And they haven't been able to do that at all lately. And quite frankly, I was pleased as punch to see it.
Yeah, I like you laid out right there. I was not psyched. It was a tough watch. I've gotten to the point where I just stay off Twitter during all these athletic events, quite honestly.
That's a good idea.
Well, because,
I clown around on there sometimes, and then I'm just like, I get responses, and I'm like, why am I talking to anyone right now?
Well, and again, I've learned a lot that a lot of...
Some people are in on the joke, and other people are just mad.
Well, and sometimes you can just tweet something you're going to regret later. Now, unfortunately, there hasn't been too much of that going on later. You could tweet something at the half, and that may be like a negative take probably will hold up for the most part.
Yeah.
But the defense was just all-time bad last night.
Heinous.
And
awful.
What I'm getting frustrated with is you letting guys feel good about themselves. You know?
Yeah.
Somehow the
They get
Jazz
confident.
played enough defense so that Nikola and Jamal didn't feel good about a lot because they're worn out. They're tired. Jamal's tired of two guys in his face the minute he crosses half court.
Jamal, he felt pretty good about everything last night.
Well, he
was
scored,
incredible.
but again, you could still see a little of the.
Yeah.
It goes back to where I told you. Can we get a pick for him to run a guy in? Great to deal with whatever. Here's where I'm really at a loss. If you're going to be allowed to just maul and wrestle and do some of the crap that Utah was pulling last night against Joker, and they called it. See, again, this is why. For those that wonder why Oklahoma City goes off the theory of. We're just going to keep bowing you because at some point they're going to quit blowing the whistle.
Yeah.
It literally happened last night where they quit calling, and Scotty kept pointing it out, they quit calling the foul where the smaller guy was putting his rear end into Joker and then wrapping the arm around the thigh.
Yeah.
It's one thing to box a person out. It's another to try to suplex them.
Mm-hmm.
And the refs, I guess, got bored of calling it because towards the fourth quarter, they weren't calling it anymore.
He took 11 free throws last night.
No, I'm not saying, but I mean, again, even they got tired of their own foul.
Sure.
Because the Jazz just did not quit doing it.
Which again, that's any sport, right? You set the precedent early on in a game, and there are times, and the officials, they don't. I watch a lot of college basketball, okay? And in the pros, the players can dictate the officiating much better. At the college level, a lot of the officials don't go with the players.
Right.
And you look up at the end of the night and you're just like, there were 47 fouls called in this game. Okay? And it was an unwatchable piece of crap. Okay? Because the officials just, again, they had set their standard. We're going to call it this way, and they don't go along with it. And then they overcompensate and they blow too many whistles to try and send the message to the players to stop. But guess what? The players have their marching orders from their coaches, and they're going to get pulled out of the game if they don't play the way that they were coached to play the game. And so they're going to keep doing it. And in the end, the product is disgusting. Okay? So I'm saying all that to say I'm appreciative of NBA officials largely acquiescing to whatever kind of basketball game they are about to watch. Jokic is dealing with that frustration, though, right now. And Dempsey and Vic talked about it on the postgame last night of J.J. Redick and the Lakers kind of changed the conversation a little bit about how to play Nikola Jokic last year, and it has worked. Now, it hasn't stopped him. He's still the best player in the world. But it has given teams a way to be able to hang with Denver a little bit.
Yeah, it goes into the point. I want to get into the mental part of the thing. So let's definitely get into that next because I think there's a bigger issue at play.
Yeah. We got a lot to do today here on the show. Again, Andy, a feel-good win. Just feel good about it, okay? Nuggets win 128-125 last night, couple of nights off, and then Lakers-Knicks on a back-to-back. So we got that coming up here. It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, Andy. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We have tickets to give away today right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So listen for all your keywords. Speaking of the Avalanche, they doubled up the Kings last night. 4-2 victory
That took a minute to do, too.
In L.A., it sure did. But Devon Taves, the game winner with 5 minutes to go. Good to see. So we got that coming up today on the show. NFL offseason machinations. It's all happening on the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a lovely Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jamal Murray has it at the point. Guarded by Filipowski. Goes to the right hand. Step back fadeaway. Jumper's good again for Jamal Murray. 43 points for Jamal Murray. I don't know what else you want him to do, man. 1.6 seconds left. Bruce Brown inbound over to Jamal Murray, and there's the horn. Yeah!
Woo! Yeah! Let's go.
Not pretty, but effective.
Wow.
Just feeling good.
A lot of fanfare for
on a Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah.
It's a feel-good victory, Andy.
Did we have a new one that was supposed to enter the fray last week? Did we ever get to that?
What's that?
I thought you had another one of those end-of-game wild calls that I don't think we got to like Friday. On par with the guy that, or maybe it was he yesterday? On par with the hack at the end of the game that led to the free throws?
As long as we're celebrating, Andy, let's celebrate a Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword Leech. Andy, Leech. L-E-E-C-H. Not L-E-A-C-H. L-E-E-C-H. Text it right now.
Like Mike.
To 303-504-0925. I think Mike Leach was an L-E-A-C-H.
Was he?
Yes, I believe so. Now, Brian Leach, the old Ranger, he was with a T in there. I really have no idea what this is.
Okay, so is this the organism?
Leech. Leech, yes. Yes, it is. The organism.
Well, I mean, it's not really an animal, right?
It is. It is an animal.
A leech?
Yes. It's a worm. It's kind of worm. Worms are animals. I took, when I was in college, it was first semester freshman year, I took an animal biology course because I liked biology in high school. I signed up for animal biology at the University of Illinois. And it was me, the liberal arts major, and 300 pre-med nerds.
Oh, no.
Okay? And here's what I learned about animals from animal biology. Pretty much all animals are worms.
Okay.
That's it.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, animal biology, let's go learn about some rhinos and monkeys. Like, that'll be cool. No. They're pretty much all worms. There's like one classification of animals that's like everything else, from dogs to jaguars to whales, and then everything else is just worms.
Okay.
That's what I've learned. So yes, worms are animals. Leeches are animals.
All right.
Which is all to say. I got a C- in that class, and I barely survived it. It was not a good time. In fact, one more note from that class. I will always remember this, and I'll always love this kid. I couldn't tell you his name. I don't know what happened to this kid in life. I just remember him pointing out to our TA in lab one night that there had been a question on the exam, and it was specifically about, and this kid had done the work to go back and find it in the textbook, and he was like, I just want to point out there was a question on the test that was about a single sentence in the 75 pages of reading that we had to do this week. It was about a single sentence. It was 11 words, and 4 of the words in the sentence were the. And you asked a question about that.
Wow. It was a med student.
Yeah.
And that guy's probably like the top heart surgeon right now.
Yeah. And in my mind, I was like, well, number one, I'm sure I got that question wrong. But number two, this kid's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a fan of him. But again, the whole point was just like, well, yeah, we're trying to weed you out so you don't make it to medical school. We're trying to point out the kids that don't study hard enough are going to fail.
Well, you got weeded out.
And I'm here doing sports
Yeah.
talk radio.
Yeah, with
talking
your
about
liberal arts degree.
Exactly. Talking about leeches on the radio. Text the keyword leech, Leech, right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. While we're talking about leeches, Andy, Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays means every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword is leech. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck.
Someone pointed out on the text line, Brian Leach was the Leech, the old defenseman. Right?
He's got a T.
He's got a T.
He does?
Leetch. The long snapper, Mike Leach, was an Leach.
What about Coach Leach, though? I was thinking of the coach.
Oh.
The old MSU / Washington State / Texas Tech guy. I thought he was Leech.
Inventor of the air raid.
Yes.
Mike Leach.
Was he not Leech or no? I might be wrong.
Leach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good
Leach.
night. All right.
Uh-huh.
Enough spelling. What's wrong with Jokic?
But by the way, invented the air raid. Do you remember what school they were at when he and Hal Mummy invented the air raid offense?
School of Mines.
We were looking for Iowa Wesleyan.
Really?
Yes, it was between Iowa Wesleyan and Valdosta State.
Valdosta?
is where they got together.
Isn't that a good, like, March Madness round one school that you don't pick for your upset because you don't know where the hell Valdosta is?
Not even. Valdosta's a D2 school.
Well, then never mind.
And they literally developed an offense that is still used to this day. Okay.
God, good for them.
I know, right?
And then Mummy's kid was up at CSU for a while, right?
He was. Yeah, Matt Mummy. We had him on the show, remember?
Oh, yeah.
After Mike Leach died?
Yeah, it was
he
too
was
bad.
Awesome, by the way. Matt Mummy. He was a really fun guest. He was like out on the road recruiting, and he had to like pull his car over. He was like in the middle of nowhere, Utah, and pulled his car over to talk to us about Mike Leach. Told us great stories. It was an awesome interview.
You know, it's a great rivalry week. We've already had the Wolves and the Nuggets, Oklahoma City and the Nuggets, Avs and Minnesota, and Kevin trying to come up with keywords that don't give us on a tangent. That's a great rivalry as well.
And you know what?
And I feel like we're all trying.
Kevin remains winless
Yes,
all time.
Kevin.
Which really...
You're going to have to try harder.
It's not a rivalry when one side can't win.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
But we're not trying that hard. It just happens.
It just happens.
Like, we're not purposely going on a tangent. I legit thought Mike Leach's last name was Leech. Thus the keyword.
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
All right.
He'd be a worm.
So Joker last night, 22 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 turnovers. Not really all that bad, actually. Jamal had more turnovers last night than Jokic did. But he played the 36 minutes of that game. Look, they lost against Minnesota on Sunday. They had to go on the road. I honestly think if they beat Minnesota, I don't think Jokic would have played last night. But
probably a good call.
But they had to have it. So he had to go. All right, Andy. Since he has returned from the injury, I feel as though Nikola Jokic has fallen back into some of his worst habits, which is too much focus on the officials.
Way too much arguing with the officials, unfortunately.
Too much grifting and not always playing the possession.
What do you mean by grifting? Give me a little more.
Trying to get whistles.
Gotcha.
Okay, trying to draw.
Trying to
contact.
get the SGA.
Exactly. Trying to get contact. It's so funny too. And you know, Utah's broadcast last night, and I saw it making the rounds on Twitter. I think Spring even sent it over to us, complaining about Jokic flopping. I'd love to sit here and go full homer and be like, "How dare you say that about my guy?" The reason why I can't do that, Andy, is because I've been complaining about Jokic doing this for weeks now.
Yeah.
So I would be a massive hypocrite if I were to get on the air and complain about anybody else complaining about Jokic's flopping when I have been sitting here complaining about Jokic's flopping.
Yeah, but again, I think it plays into some of what we're talking about. Go ahead here. Keep going, because I really want to dive in.
Yeah, he is right now, I think he's tired. I think he is frustrated. I think he is dealing with some pain.
I know he is.
I think it's March, and he hasn't been to Serbia for a very long time. I do believe that prolonged stays away from his homeland negatively impact his mind frame, basically. And I think that naturally happens at this time of year anyway. Compound that with the way the team is playing, the way he is feeling, the natural fatigue of getting to this time of the year, and those first 2 months of the year where he even had said, I'm not going to do that, and I thought he mostly stuck to his word, it's gone.
Yeah, here's some reasons why I think why. Here's where I'm more concerned than anything.
All right.
You can tell, look, I'm reading body language. I
Sure.
wish I could tell you I have some deep insight as to, what he's got, what he's thinking, what's going on. And I can tell you, I just want to be clear because I know, look, sometimes I tell you stuff that Scotty and I have talked about. Scotty and I have not talked about this, and it wouldn't matter anyway. I don't think Nicole is making the social rounds on any trip, right?
No.
But what I see in my 25 years in sports radio, covering a lot of football, and I've seen plenty of this in football. I've talked to Ed McCaffrey about it. I talked to Terrell Davis about it and what you go through when you go through your first major injury and what it does to you mentally, which is what he's dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed this, and I mentioned it to you back in his first game back. He seems to be aware of people around him in the key.
Without a doubt.
He's not just looking at the basketball. He's not just focused on what he's doing down there. He doesn't want anybody stepping on him again. There's
carefully.
a reason why the crazy eyes came out against Lou Dort. I think it's the top thing on his mind when there's a crowd around him. He doesn't want to go through the rehab again. Everybody will tell you rehab sucks, right? I think it's also leading. Here's the other mental part about this. I think he's frustrated with his teammates, quite honestly. I don't think people are cutting the way he wants them to. Now, he had a nice back cut from Bruce Brown last night that he hit at one point, hit him on the backside, easy layup. But I'm not sure Julian Strother has been doing that. Christian
Did you notice
does
Julian Strother get yanked out of that game 2 minutes into it last night?
Yeah.
That happened pretty quick, didn't it?
Yes.
I think the funny part is I actually kind of thought Julian played okay last night.
He did, but maybe it took the getting pulled early to get him in the right mental headspace.
Sure.
I told you on the phone there was one point where, the defense, I don't know what's going on defensively. And look, Nicole hasn't been great either. But I thought there was one point where I don't even remember what player it was because they were all feeling themselves. Scotty said it at one point on the broadcast. I think it was Keontae George. But they were basically either going in for a layup or they were shooting threes. That was pretty much the Jazz offense last night. And it was built around one-on-one ball. Somebody, I think it was Keontae George, went around Joker, around the top of the key, or right around the arc of the key. And he turns around and literally nobody else is even near the lane to try to even get in the way of a layup. It was get by one guy and going for a layup, and Joker turns around as he's going back to inbound the ball, literally looks up and just shakes his head like in a no fashion, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So I think that shows some frustration. I think he's trying to get he wants the penalty calls now because I don't know why. He just wants them. They're
Penalties
getting rough
too.
with him. He's tired of it. Like there was one point, to your point, I don't think it was a flop, but he laid on the back, whoever that guard was that was trying to, remember that? He literally just
On the box
laid
out?
down on the guy. Now, part of me, I thought it was funny.
He was trying to get a whistle.
Yeah, if
he
you
was-
want to do this to me, then I'm going to put all 300 pounds on top of you.
Yeah.
Is this really a good idea?
I will sit on you, basically is what he did.
Well, what we're seeing right now, it feels like, is a guy who has been the ultimate in locking in mentally on the game of basketball, the offense, whatever else. And he just seems to your point, seems to be hyper-focused about some of the other stuff, mainly the refs, because I feel like maybe he thinks he can fix that. I'm starting to wonder, just a guess, does he feel like he can get these young guys to do what he wants them to do?
Part of this, too, is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because if we're sitting here talking about this on Sports Talk Radio in Denver, a couple of knobs watching games on television, Will Hardy and his NBA coaching staff are certainly noticing it all as well. And it is very clear, hey, Kyle Filipowski, Oscar Tshiebwe, all right? You can't guard Nikola Jokic. I know that. But I can tell you what is effective against him right now. Because this guy is getting bothered. And it's clear, and that's what we're doing to him tonight.
Yeah, and even if you're not like, again, I don't think they care if they get some foul calls along the way.
Right.
They know the cumulative effect is him frustrated by the fourth quarter.
Yep.
To the point where what happened last night, he almost fouled out.
Filipowski last night he had 5 fouls. What does he care?
Yeah.
He can foul out. You got 6 fouls, use them. That's absolutely what you should be doing to Nikola Jokic right now. And it isn't just Joker, by the way. Did you see the possession? God, I even put it in my notes. Jamal took elbows from both Collier and Shibwe in the same possession in the second quarter. Like, both of them stuck an elbow directly into his chest. Jamal didn't flop or anything. He did look over at the refs afterwards to be like,
what's going on?
Can nothing? Okay. And to Jamal's credit, he put his head down and he went and did the thing last night. He
played a hard-nosed game.
He was awesome last night.
Yeah.
That was vintage Jamal. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's the same thing because what the Jazz currently are. But watching him and Keontae George go back and forth, I was like, ooh, this is like old Nuggets Jazz, like Jamal Donovan Mitchell vibes going on right now. Like, this is kind of fun. It was a lot more fun when I rewatched the last 6 minutes of the game this morning.
Knowing they would win.
Knowing they would win. It was much more fun.
It was not fun in the moment.
But it was kind of like, ooh, like this is two really good offensive players going back and forth right now. Like, I'm kind of enjoying all of this. Jamal was fantastic last night. Nikola Jokic is, I think, okay, let's progress the conversation. Solutions. I don't have a good one. He's got to play through it, and he will, because he's the most mentally strong athlete I've pretty much ever covered. He's the best basketball player I've pretty much ever seen in my life. He will play through it. He will figure it out. The team will get healthier. There will be better lineup options than what they currently have.
To your point right there, though, they need an Aaron Gordon back. We keep saying it, but they need
a real life power forward they can play.
They need that.
They started double big for you last night, Andy.
They did.
And I got to be honest with you.
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. Jokic looked like he hated it. But I honestly thought like it was kind of effective the couple of times they deployed it last night. It was done. Let's put it this way. It was more effective than it seemed like Jokic enjoyed it.
Sure.
Well,
because I don't think he knew where to go on the defensive end.
Right.
Because Val went in there, and
The
Val
floor
was the
spacing gets
center, and
weird.
Val was the rebounder, and it felt like Jokic wasn't quite. And I get that.
Yeah, they're still working out the spacing. But they got a lot of offensive rebounds.
I will say this though: you need another. Here's what needs to happen. Tim Hardaway needs to get his shot and get cooking again. I don't know.
Yeah, bad shooting night.
You need Peyton Watson back. You need other guys for these teams to focus on because the blitzkrieg that Jamal and Joker are getting, I think, is wearing them both down.
Keyword Leech, Leech. Text Leech to 303-504-0925 right now. That enters you to win tickets to see Colorado and Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are triumphing over all other sports talk radio today. The playoff push is on. Get in the action with Altitude Plus and enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code Altitude7 at altitudeplus.com/checkout. Hurry, offer ends March 14th. Apply the code to any monthly or annual plan and start watching now. Subscription auto-renews after trial. Of course, if you're on Altitude Plus, you can watch the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Last night, you would have seen the Avalanche get a 4-2 victory over the LA Kings on the first night of a back-to-back. The Avalanche are in Anaheim tonight. We'll, of course, have that game for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 4-2 last night. Andy, good first period. McKinnon and Landeskog both scoring. Boy, Andy, you've been complaining about guys not taking away the eyes of the goaltenders, getting in front. And Adrian Kempe of the Kings listened to you as he screened his own goaltender so Gabe Landeskog could score.
Beauty. Thank you, Adrian Kempe. Let's trade for him.
Yes.
Let's get him in now. Hey, would you be upset if Ryan O'Reilly showed back up here?
No. I think Ryan O'Reilly's a good player.
Spring?
Oh, that's my guy. That's the number one guy I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep getting these Avs fans. They're like, you can't have him back.
Sure
Are
you
you
can.
kidding me? Have you seen what that guy does?
Yeah, sure you can.
That is the exact – I think I'm rooting for O'Reilly over Kadri, quite honestly, right now.
He's physical, right?
He's physical. He
wins
plants
face-offs?
himself in front of the net. He knows how to be gritty in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'd take that guy back in a heartbeat.
Third center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would really like to see him back in an Avs uniform,
I'll
quite
take it
honestly.
all day long. Yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge pro athletes for wanting to make a lot of money.
Right.
So I never had O'Reilly hate. But I get fans that do. Who gives a crap?
No, yeah.
Get the guy back here in a heartbeat. And he would check some boxes for this team. That's a really good two-way player.
Do you feel like, I was chatting with somebody over Twitter earlier, do you feel like, I feel like the Avs having this losing streak can't say losing streak, but a little more up and down than what they were beginning of the year where they're the hottest team in the NHL. I feel like maybe this happened at a good time. I feel like it let them take a more realistic look at what they were, because I do think as awesome as this team is, a lot of the early season success was based off of Wedgwood was otherworldly in net, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was appreciated because the Broncos season was going on and the Nuggets got off to the hot start. But Scott Wedgwood was out of his mind in that crease. He made a lot of saves, covered up some bad defensive mistakes. Guy was incredible. And of course, you know a goalie's probably not going to ride that hot streak for a whole year. He hasn't.
Sure.
No surprise there. They're still getting some really good goaltending play. But I feel like the up and down right now has allowed this team to really assess itself. I think they're going to make a good move at the deadline. And
McFarland has said they're going to be aggressive. They're going to do something by Friday.
Well, and I think if they just kept going like they were,
Yeah.
I don't think they would have done much. How could you? What would justify it? You know, you
Sure.
had the hottest team in the league.
Yeah.
So I think there's some positive in what's going on with them, too.
I mean, there's a part of it too, and this is where you got to remember, like front offices have so many internal metrics that they will use to be like, okay, this sounds weird, like the old you are what your record says you are, sort of.
Sure.
You know, like if you're evaluating what a roster is internally, you're looking for other boxes to check of, are we playing a particular way? Are we hitting particular metrics? Do we have any luck on our side that has perhaps inflated our record? You point out the play of Wedgwood. That probably has inflated the record a little bit for this team. Like, they're very aware of that stuff. Nobody will look in their own mirror as to what a team is and what their performance is more than the team's general manager, or at least you hope that they do.
Yeah. And look, I feel like the beginning of a hockey season can be sometimes just, it can lie a little bit. I feel like the first couple months of a hockey season, September football, you know, even really the first couple months of a basket, because you just don't know how much everybody cares after opening night in these marathon sessions.
The Nuggets starting 9-2.
Yes. Well,
they were all healthy.
Well, no, yeah,
was
to be
healthy.
fair, I was going to say they
That
were
was
healthy.
healthy.
They
Yeah.
haven't been healthy since.
Can I give you an Avalanche stat I think you're going to like?
Please, I'll
Okay.
take any.
Okay, so
if I'm going to like it.
Last night was the 40th victory of the year for the Avalanche, was it not?
Sure,
It
yes.
was, yes. Win number 40. The Avalanche are the first team in the NHL to 40 wins this year. It is the fourth time in franchise history since relocating to Colorado that the Avs were the first team in the NHL to 40 wins.
Historically, what does this mean for them, Nate?
2 of the previous 3 instances in which they have done this, they have won the Stanley Cup.
Well, that's a stat I like to hear.
01 and 2022. So right now, 66% of the time it works every time. Now you need to convert it to 75% of the time it works every time.
And I'm really glad that you gave us the years that they won it, because to me, those frankly are their 2 best teams.
Yeah.
Not just because they won the Stanley Cup. I mean, just loaded with talent and coming at you in waves, because 01 was a much better team than the 96 original Cup team.
Yeah. They were a machine.
Yes, they were. And so was, frankly, and the further we get away from it, don't you realize, man, 22, you want to talk about a wagon. 22 was incredible. I wish we could find a way to watch 01 and 22 play each other.
They were such a massively deep team in 22. That's every line that came out onto the ice could do damage.
Well, and you know what? They had scores. They were almost like the Blake Street Bombers of goal scorers.
Yeah.
Remember, Andre Burakovsky bounced like around 3
awesome.
lines. He'd get going, he'd get sniped. Now, he kind of fell into a slump at the end of his run, but just to think about an Andre Burakovsky playing third line for you,
That's, and again, I think that's a little bit of why you want to be able to get that third center push, whether it's Parker Kelly or whomever, make sure that they're pushed out to the wings where they're going to be more effective, and you've got a better hockey team. It's just solidify everybody, get them into their natural roles. Of course, last night we got an upper body injury for Arturi Lehkonen.
Is that code word for a concussion?
Could be. Yeah, could be. He's not playing tonight. We know that he's not able to go tonight. By the way, last night, the Kings, I believe it was their second goal last night, was scored by Angus Booth.
Yeah, you like that name?
Angus Booth. Sounds like a place you stop by at the county fair.
I do like that.
I got to go to the Angus Booth. Mm-hmm.
You weren't going to go, he really shook him all night long?
It was not.
Although I don't think, did Angus sing that one?
I don't remember. I'm not an AC/DC
No, wait,
historian.
Angus is the guitarist,
in the
isn't
slightest bit. Yes, he was.
Who wears the weird outfit?
Yes, now you are correct. Bon Scott and then Brian Johnson were the vocalists, if I'm remembering those correctly.
Do you remember on the Fox?
Not former Utah quarterback Brian Johnson, by the way.
On the Fox, they used to have a whatever, the return liner. This is Brian Johnson. And he would say Johnson.
Johnson.
I was like, Johnson? Yeah. Would you say that for Angus, the money talks?
Ooh, there you go.
Would you say Thunderstruck?
You could.
You really hate this, don't you?
You could.
Now you know how I feel when you've got a list and I've given you the
Keep going.
look of
Keep going.
See, there it is.
What else do you got?
My line. Yeah.
What
Did
else
you
do
work
you
on
have?
this? You know what? I'm proud of myself. I did not work on this.
Okay.
I did not. I did not know we'd be talking about a guy named Angus today.
Angus Booth. Mm-hmm.
Texas Fair.
Stop by the Angus booth.
Stop by the Angus booth. Get yourself a burger.
I want to read a tweet to you that I just saw. Okay, and I swear to God, I'm not trying
Did
to be
Angus tweet it?
Old guy. No, this was tweeted by Isaac Trotter, who covers college basketball.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you're not going to go old guy, but you're about to go old guy.
I'm not. Yes. Okay. So Andy, this is the last week of the regular season in college basketball. Okay. Of the 4 high major conferences in college basketball, there are only 22 players this week who will celebrate their senior night having played at only one school.
Wow, 22?
22.
Can you ballpark the schools? That's a lot of schools to only have 22 seniors celebrate one stop in the career.
10 from the Big Ten,
Okay.
10 players from the Big Ten, 5 from the Big 12, 3 from the Big East, 3 from the ACC, 1 from the SEC. Okay, we're including the Big East in this. Okay, fine. So that's it. That's your 22. High major scholarship players that played all 4 years at one school.
How about that?
I'm prepping to do games next week. There are dudes that are 4-school and 4-year players.
Yeah.
And good players.
Hey, look, we dealt with this at the end of football season last year. It was so weird because senior day shows up and all these guys are rolling out with their parents, which is cool or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, it is not what it used to be. Not tagging at the heartstrings. Who was Caden Salter? Caden Salter had celebrated his senior day. I'm like, this is so weird.
It's
Guy's
like
not even playing right now.
Some kid is a 6th-year senior that spent like 3 years at a JUCO, got a COVID year, transferred, got injured, redshirted, transferred again, played some coaching staff moved, played somewhere else. And you're just like you track the journey of these athletes through college athletics. It's so bizarre. And it's sometimes, a lot of times it's out of their control. New staff comes in and is like, I don't want you. Other times staff moves and you're like, well, I want to go play for those guys.
Or are they just going to go make some money? Good for you.
Or they get paid. Absolutely. But it's just the state of college athletics today.
Yeah, we may need to do away with senior night. Really is no point to it anymore.
Let's bring you flowers.
Yeah, here you go. Hey, thanks for the last 3 months and
like,
5 ball games.
What's that kid's name again?
Yeah.
Who's this
Oh,
guy?
there were a couple guys. I was like, what?
Who's he?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what now?
Nobody's proposing to the cheerleader.
Okay.
Seen that a few times.
Thanks for stopping by the Angus booth so I could yell at clouds there for a moment. Kreckman and Lindahl, Tuesday afternoon. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Sunday's matinee against the Minnesota Wild. The keyword is coming up at 4:20, so stick around. Yes, it is. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday afternoon. Nuggets win. Avalanche win. That's it, Andy. We called for a 2-0 yesterday, and we got it.
We did.
There's no further discussion required of any of it. They were just both great wins.
Nobody scared you or anything.
Nah. You just won. You just went out and beat two scuffling squads, and there's really nothing more to it.
It's good.
Yeah. Thank you. There you go. First appearance of the drop from that incredible, ridiculous college game played in a high school gym. You know what frustrates me about the Nuggets thing last night? Because I get it. Like DMac was going off, and I think a lot of us felt emotionally like he did about it is the Jazz. They stink. They're trying to tank. Can't lose to this team. But then you got to remind yourself how beat up the Nuggets are and the fact that it's the third game in 4 nights and that's second of a back-to-back.
They're on the second night of a back-to-back. They won a road back-to-back game, third game in 4 nights.
That's where you just got to kind of calm yourself and be like, look, just take your victory and save the angst for what could ever come in this I keep forgetting who are the 2 games? It's the Lakers and the Knicks back-to-back.
Yeah.
And then
Lakers
Oklahoma
and
City on Monday.
In all seriousness, okay, bitch about that game if you want. They lost a home game to Sacramento this year, right?
Terrible Sacramento.
They lost a home game to Dallas this year, right? In fact, you've lost twice to the Dallas Mavericks this season. You lost in Brooklyn, okay? Do not kick a win out of bed right now.
Not right now, and especially a clutch one. We've talked a lot about a clutch one. Well, guess what? You got a clutch win last night.
This team needs bad wins. They need bad wins.
Yeah, they just need any win.
Right. And what's so funny is, did you see Katie's interview with Jamal after the game last night? And Jamal was just Keontae George gets buckets, man. He does. Good freaking player. What's he average? 25 a game? You're in the NBA and you score like that, you get buckets. I'm serious, Andy. I wish they would have just blown the doors off the Jazz last night. What I watched is a team that's not capable of being able to do that right now. And David Adelman he's trying to solve problems in real time. Last night, he was trying to solve the problem of having to start Jonas Valanciunas because Cam Johnson now is not available. He doesn't have any forwards.
He just, I think he wanted some size too for some rebounding.
Yeah, he's got to play Bruce Brown at the 4. I've seen Nuggets fans have been complaining about these Jokic and 4-guard lineups don't work. They ain't it. If it's it's Jamal and Bruce and Hardaway and Strother and then Jokic in a lineup together, or CB or whomever it is that fits that bill. But he didn't have any better options right now. He really doesn't.
No, because you got to look at what goes. And look, and again, I just feel like he's the whipping boy sometimes.
Zeke, he got some minutes at the 5 last night.
Yeah, you put Zeke out there, but again,
you know what? He was only -1 in his 5 minutes.
Well, that's good. That's good. But
take it. But yeah, they had to play Zeke at the 5 last night.
Do you want a full diet of Zeke?
Valanciunas only played 17 minutes last night.
I know, it's crazy. Well, what do you make him going in there starting the game and then we didn't see him again until the second half? I don't even think he played. If I remember right, is that a sign he's still hurt? He can only handle so much.
I was going to say, I thought he would come back in the second quarter. I guess when you look at it at the end of the game, ideally, I'm assuming that Adelman and the staff and the trainers talked last night and were like, okay, nothing more than 20 out of Val tonight. That clearly, and he hit it. He played 17 minutes and they won.
Yeah,
that's huge.
No, I don't disagree, but I also think it's interesting because I honestly thought for a minute as Jokic had, he was close to fouling out, so they got him out of the game. I was like, man, do you just close with Val? Because at least he's not frustrated. Jokic was so frustrated last night, as we talked about last hour.
I think if Jokic fouls out, they lose.
I don't disagree with you necessarily, but I also was like...
Thank God he didn't. I still can't believe that call got overturned. I couldn't believe it.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I don't know that the refs wanted to extend it anyway.
I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Get the hell out of
You
Utah.
got to remember it's mid-March or early March for them too.
Yeah.
Going back to your point about Joker, I think all these guys, I think every NBA team's dealing with it. You know, you hear about the dog days of summer in baseball all the time. Well, right now, basketball and hockey, you know you got to make a push for the playoffs, and these games mean a lot. But it also, I'm sure to these guys, you're like, that is a month and a half away.
Right.
You know? We are not close.
It's a long way.
We're trying to act like we're close, and we know really in the standings time's ticking, but it feels like it is forever away before we even things out.
So Adelman starts Valanciunas last night. He plays Zeke in some backup 5 minutes. Deron Holmes doesn't see the floor, which if you ever wanted to know what the coaching staff thinks of Deron Holmes right now, that he didn't play last night.
Yeah.
Tells you
needed him.
everything you need to know. They don't view him as
viable.
As a viable option.
He is break glass in case of emergency.
Exactly. That's what Deron is there for right now. So he doesn't get to play in that game. I thought Jalen Pickett had good minutes last night. I was pleased with his play, but basically Bruce Brown is your power forward. And really what David Adelman has told you is I'm gonna trust my rotation guys even if they're smaller. That's because I'll play the guys with more skill. I'll play the better athletes. That's what I'm putting on the floor right now, and he did it. And again, they won. Adelman last night, after the game, talked about the thought process of starting the game with Joker and Valanciunas, the Twin Tower starting lineup.
Yeah, and it actually went really well. I think that we ended up being a plus 10 or something like that, those guys out there. A lot of it was I thought they were going to guard us. To put the smalls out there, I thought Jonas could attack the offensive glass. We got some high-low action. There were times it wasn't pretty. It's going to happen because we haven't done it a lot, and we don't practice a lot to script it. And it was just another way. I was trying to find ways to get Jonas more minutes. It didn't end up being a ton, but 17's more than what he's been playing. To try to get him back in a rhythm. And he's a plus 10, 13, and 6. Really good numbers. I thought he was really efficient. I thought he was very good the short stint in the fourth quarter, complimenting those other guys with Jamal. Just got to the free throw line, hit the glass. That's what we need from him.
Hit his free throws, too.
You did. Yeah, I thought he played. I actually thought he played pretty well last night.
Yeah, that last night was more. I was like, it figures. We talked about Jonas yesterday, and I talk about being a little disappointed, and then I get the Jonas I kind of wanted all year.
Yeah.
Last night in that game.
Yeah, he played well. Again, right now I am not in a place as a Nuggets fan to complain about a victory. I wish they would have won by 30. They didn't.
They didn't. But where.
They won.
I am not expecting them to turn into the the mid-'80s Detroit Pistons defensively. But Nate, there's got to be something better than what we're watching now, and you got to have something.
I would take the 90s Detroit Pistons right now defensively. I would take the 2010s Detroit Pistons defensively. Something.
I'd take last year's Detroit Pistons defensively.
Yeah.
I don't even know how good they were.
Not that good.
Last night it was just blow by or give up a 3.
Yeah. And the Jazz got confident. They knocked down their shots.
Keontae George, I don't even know what plane he was existing
Svi
in.
Mihailuk and John Konchar couldn't miss last night.
How about Konchar?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that dude. They made their shots last night, which this goes back to the point that I was making in crosstalk. Like, gripe about it all you want. These guys are all on NBA rosters, man. They don't suck at basketball. They are world class. If you... And we talked about this when the Nuggets were without Jokic, is when you throw teams out there like the group that won in Philadelphia and let those guys start to get in their bag, yeah, they'll beat you. Basketball players that get in a rhythm and get confident and are like, well, I'm not getting taken out of the game anyway, they will beat you.
Yeah, I can play. I can shoot.
Yeah.
You got no other options tonight, pal. You got to let me have this.
The Nuggets are losing everything right now. I can't complain about a victory. I really can't. That's too much of a first world problem. Andy, I got a tag thing for you. Not a skin tag. I'm not showing you something weird.
Tag the guy from Friends that also was in Miracle? The actor?
Who played the part of Jim Craig. We solved that problem in the break last week. The only guy that was the real actor in Miracle.
Yeah.
I suppose him and Kurt Russell. and the guy that was on the Americans. Okay, the Indianapolis Colts, Andy, have put the transition tag, the seldom used transition tag, on Daniel Jones.
Yep.
The tag guarantees the Colts the right of first refusal for Jones, preserving the right to match any competing offer sheet he might sign with an interested club. The news comes ahead of Tuesday's deadline to assess franchise or transition tags on players who are scheduled to hit free agency next week. If Jones does not sign a competing offer sheet, he would earn a one-year guaranteed salary of $37.8 million.
Still feels like a lot.
It's good money if you can get it.
Better than, you know what? You know why they did this?
Because they know they can re-sign Alec Pierce?
Well, maybe. I think they did this also to tell Daniel Jones. I do wonder, is there, all right,
this is
go see what your market value is.
Sure.
And guess what? We get to say, yeah, we agree with that market value if you get a good offer.
Yeah,
because you get a right to match whatever they get.
Because the franchise tag number for quarterbacks is $47 million.
Yep.
The transition tag is considerably less.
$10 million less.
Yeah.
$37 million. You said it right there.
I mean, we joked about it last week. If you're Daniel Jones and they're going to give you $47 million to rehab this year, you take it every day of the week.
Well, and I think it's a great move. It really is a good move for the Colts. I don't know why I didn't think of them doing this earlier, because it allows them to say, all right, you think we're dealing with you unfair? Please go out to the marketplace, see what they tell you, and we'll tell you if we like the number you guys come up with.
Which I don't think there's a lot of NFL teams that are falling all over themselves right now to give Daniel Jones $40+ million.
I don't think there's a lot of teams falling all over themselves to give him $37 million. He's got a torn Achilles and been very up and down in his career.
He's got 10 good games.
He's never folled up a great year with another great year.
Exactly. Yeah. Now that said, I get why the Colts want to keep him around.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
But
again, this feels to me like
you do so reasonably.
They've been negotiating. We've heard that.
Yeah.
And apparently Daniel Jones' side doesn't like what they've been hearing. Go out to the marketplace.
Back to the Alec Pierce side of this. Colts GM Chris Ballard said last week contract talks with Jones and another key free agent, Alec Pierce, were proceeding well. He called the franchise tag and presumably the transition tag, quote, a tool we have. It's not what we want to do, though, close quote.
But Alec Pierce did not get a tag today.
No, they can't because they transition tag Daniel Jones.
I thought you were able to use both tags, no?
Of what I understand of the rule, you can only use one of the two tags.
Really?
Yes.
Now that I didn't know.
Yes. You can only use one of the two, I believe. So that would again suggest that they probably think they can get something done with Alec Pierce by not tagging him and then having to battle it out with a quarterback. So, he is. By the way, if they don't get something done now with Pierce, he becomes an unrestricted free agent,
which would be music to your ears.
It would be.
Are you going $30 million for him?
I think. It's so funny. I feel like we talk about this soberly, like in, February. Now it's March. You're just like, Alec Pierce is going to get $31 million a year, which he probably is. George Pickens will get a little bit more, but I think Alec Pierce is, he's going to get a big fat pile of money. Speaking of quarterbacks, Kyler Murray is now also out on the market. What does this say about diminutive gentlemen that play that position? Because one of them is piping up about something having to do with the Broncos. We'll connect all of these dots coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Ticket Tuesday, Andy. We have your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Text the keyword RED. RED. R-E-D. RED. Text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you. Order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword RED. R-E-D. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to all of you.
Okay, I'm looking at all three keywords.
We've got
and yet
leech,
again,
we've got red.
I do not see the connection.
Let's
I
see
do
what-
not see the piece to the puzzle.
Leeches suck blood.
Which is red.
Which is red. That's the best I can do for you so far. Red was the name of the dad on that 70s show.
Okay. Were they were in Wisconsin.
They were in
not
Wisconsin.
Minnesota.
They probably did a lot of fishing, and they used leeches. I don't remember any fishing scenes on that show, but there could have been one.
Okay.
This is my early detective work that I have done.
I think we're going to need to maybe poke around a little more.
Okay.
My friend.
Yeah, poking around at leeches right now. Kyler Murray, Andy. Kyler Murray's out there. The Cardinals have informed Kyler Murray that they plan to release him next Wednesday on the first day of the league year. Sources confirmed to The Athletic. It is the end of the 7-year run for the 2019 number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. He went 38, 48, and 1 as the Cardinals starter. Played 5 games this past season, missed the rest of the year due to injury. The Cardinals will incur a massive dead money hit to have Kyler Murray go away. He is guaranteed $36.8 million next season, another $19.5 million 2027, which would have been guaranteed by March 15th. So they're going to have him go away. He signed a 5-year, $230.5 million extension in 2022. So, I mean, in some ways, the Broncos have really kind of made it like cool to not care about dead money, right?
You know what? I think you're being a little bit funny, but I also think you're being right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, teams have been like, you know what? It's just better to get rid of your problems
Make it
than
go
hang
away.
around and keep the problems around.
Which is what I said about the Broncos when they cut Russ. You don't want him. Make him go away. And that's what the Cardinals are now doing. They don't want him, and he is going to go away. His career has not gone the way that he hoped, that the Cardinals hoped. Andy, he has dealt with injuries. He's also short.
Yes, he is.
He looks
Which, I don't know about you. I give the guy credit. I didn't think he'd make it this long. I could not believe how small that dude was.
Yeah.
I thought he'd get blown up by a safety on a free, blindside
I think getting
blitz or
blown
something.
up isn't his problem. It's
can't see over the line.
There's that part of it. There is the, just again, the issue of like when you run that much, there's just the hits start to compile.
Yes.
And you deal with silly injuries that are going to cost you time out on the field. So this is what happened in his career. It hasn't gone great. The Cardinals are still paying him, so you can sign him to the league minimum in a couple of weeks here.
Yeah.
Teams are going to want him. He's too good an athlete.
Boy, where does he end up?
Pay $1.3 million for Kyler? You're Minnesota? Kevin O'Connell?
You're Minnesota, though. Aren't you just trying to get a reunion with Kirk Cousins?
You could do that, too, if you wanted to go in that direction. But if you're Kevin O'Connell and you're like, I'm pretty good at I can coach these quarterbacks.
Okay. How about this for thinking outside the box? If you're going to go minimum, especially.
What about
and
Atlanta?
he'd have to be down. Well, Atlanta could be interesting, but.
Speaking of a team that Cousins was on.
What about Baltimore?
To back up Lamar?
He's got. I don't know, man. Look, he's a good thrower from the pocket.
I was going to say
that ball he threw to.
I think he's going to want to go somewhere where he's got a better chance to be able to play.
Yeah, but man, Lamar is good for missing a few games a year. It feels like the last couple years.
But if he goes to like Minnesota or Miami or something or Atlanta, like he can start.
Who's the new coach in Miami? I already forgot. Who they
Jeff
end up hiring?
Hafley.
Yeah, I don't. Where did he come from?
He was the Packers defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley.
Who's their OC?
Oh, good question.
Because I'm not sure Kyler's a West Coast offense kind of guy. How about I just put it that way? So I don't think he's
Miami's on the
fit.
East
I mean,
Coast.
look, if he was a great LaFleur
Bobby
fit,
Slowick, Andy. Bobby Slowick.
see that if I'm not mistaken, that's a West Coast guy. I don't think he fits there.
Okay.
I just don't. I might be wrong. Maybe he'd be perfect for it, but
Get him booting out. Little play fake. Get him out in
but
space.
again,
Can see a little bit better.
you still like him in the pocket,
Little guy.
and you like quick reads and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They like him tall.
Get him on the move.
You know what I mean?
Everybody likes him taller than Kyler Murray. So he's out there.
What about Cleveland? And I'm being dead serious
Could
with
be
Bodkins, right?
Yep. Could be.
I mean, he's well versed in the unconventional.
Totally. I think he would work really well there, actually.
Would Kyler want to go put up with all that? If you're Kyler, do you want to go from living in Arizona to living in Cleveland?
He wants to play. I think he's going to go anywhere where he thinks he's got the best chance to lock down a starting job and start 17 games and rehabilitate his career. He wants to have a Daniel Jones / Baker Mayfield style
Sam Darnold.
Redemption season, play his way back into being a starter again and have a good career. So I think playing time is going to be his ultimate determining factor in order to be able to fix his market. So he's a shorter quarterback. Russell Wilson, also,
you know a guy?
He's shorter quarterback. So Andy, there's a lot of what have yous to this story here that we're about to do. But do you remember Russell Wilson was on the Giants last year, and he wasn't very good, and it didn't go great, and then they replaced him with Jackson Dart, and Jackson Dart started the game the Broncos played the Giants, and Denver came back and won 33-32. Insane, scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. Unbelievable game, right? So Russell Wilson, as we know, did not play in that game. That was Jackson Dart starting at quarterback. And after the game, do you remember what Sean Payton said after the game talking about Giants quarterback Jackson Dart? He started lobbing strays for no good reason. Go ahead, Spring.
And again, I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the Mayor Tisch family. They found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Yeah. We all know what that was.
Two middle fingers.
Everybody does. Come on now.
That was a shot at Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that friend of the Tisch family thing, that didn't age well. Ugh.
Oh! Yeah. What's going to happen there? It's going to be a sale.
Honestly, Andy, I don't think anything's going to happen.
Just going to be quiet?
Yep. Mm-hmm. I think there's
Nothing.
I think there's a lot of very wealthy men that are just like, don't ask my business, I won't ask yours.
Move along.
Uh-huh. Move along.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah. So Russell Wilson responded after Sean Payton had said that. This was back on the 21st of October. Remember when Russ, at Danger Russ Wilson?
Yeah.
When he tweeted,
decided to send a tweet out.
Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 years later through the media. Sunglasses emoji, laughing, crying emoji, hashtag let's ride, laughing,
I
crying
don't need
emoji.
all that. I mean, that, just.
That is dangerous.
Yeah. Go ahead and leave it an adult tweet. You could have left it that way, but that's okay.
Broncos country. Let's ride. So he hit him with the bounty hunting. Okay, classless but not surprised. Hit him with the bounty hunting. We know Sean Payton and Russell Wilson don't like each other. And now that was Russ responding. And Sean denied later that week.
That's not what I was talking about.
That he was talking about Russell Wilson.
I was just talking.
Come on,
That's
guy.
it. You literally just saw the guy's face and then went in and did a presser.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that.
Come on, guy.
That maybe wasn't fresh on your mind.
Exactly. So, fast forward to today. This hits the internet. Russell Wilson goes on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
Sure.
They are boys, and they are bussin'.
They like to ride the
Cool,
bus.
Carl.
And
you think it's the new battery-powered love bus from VW? Probably not. Maybe not that bus.
Don't know.
would Taylor Lewan and Will Compton fit in that?
They both slimmed down, maybe.
That's true. It's they took care of themselves post-plan days. So the Bussin' boys are talking to Russell Wilson, and they are complimenting Russ for standing up for himself.
Yeah, way to go, guy.
On Twitter.
Way to take on the man.
He doesn't stand up very tall, but he does stand up. And he stood up to Sean Payton on Twitter. And here is the audio of Russell Wilson addressing his dig at Sean Payton after Sean Payton's dig at Russell Wilson.
I don't say much. I never hardly ever say anything. I think there's a time and place. But sometimes you get fatigued of people talking about you. You just, like you mentioned, we're all human. But it's one thing for people that maybe aren't in the field or aren't, people say bots or whatever, talking. Like, I don't worry about that stuff. Like that never. But to me, when you've been in the ring or you've been on the same side of this and that, and I got the same amount of rings as you got, meaning Sean. Listen, I got a lot of respect for him as a play caller, this and that. But to take a shot, I don't like. I don't think it's necessary. Especially when I'm not even on your own team anymore. So for me, I've realized I've stayed quiet for so long. There's a time and place where I'm not. For me, I know who I am as a competitor, as a warrior, as a champion too. I've beaten Sean too. Like we've been on the same place and same thing. And so it's not a matter of disrespect. Just don't disrespect me.
He doesn't say much, but there was a lot of words right there, Andy.
There was.
Yeah.
As far as you and I have basically the same number of rings was an interesting one to throw in.
Same amount of rings.
Did he beat? Now I was trying to remember in those that back-to-back Super Bowl runs. Did the Seahawks beat the Saints? Because Russ was not the quarterback of the Beastquake. That was the guy that Hasselbeck.
Right.
Was the quarterback of the Beastquake.
Right.
So that wasn't a Russ team.
I mean, I'm sure he beat him in the regular season. Did Russ ever beat Sean?
I would hope you're not worried about that quite so much.
It's
whatever.
still win. Hey, dub's a dub, man.
All right.
Yeah, you'll take it. They did beat the Saints 2013 on their way to, they beat them in the divisional round on their way to defeating the Broncos. All right. Yeah. So he did beat him in the playoffs, and I'm sure in the regular season as well.
So I would say that's probably a little bit of what he's referring to.
Yeah, I've beaten Sean. Got the same amount of rings. I've beaten Sean. I like the part where Russ is like, I don't say much unless it's listing the names of every one of my teammates and every staffer that works in the building. Then I have a lot to say.
And by the way, great edit. Did you edit that up there, Spring? Did you edit that clip?
No, I did not.
Well, whoever
that was
did.
as is. Whoever did it for them.
Oh no, that was not as is. I heard the whole thing, and he had to talk about being a warrior and being a ring and then battling and just all this uber testosterone. Which you know me, I'm not one to turn away from the testosterone. I do rep the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Uber testosterone, all you want.
Are you a warrior for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic?
I'm a limited. I'm a champ. I'm going to, he used a lot of that.
Yeah.
But we got rid of some of the fanatical talk to just cut to the point, which I appreciate in that cut.
Cut to the chase already.
Because ultimately that cut was not as succinct as that just sounded right there.
Andy, I might surprise you on this one. I'm on Russ's side on this one.
Yeah, I get it. I'm with you.
I really am. Sean, that one, it's starting to cross over into unnecessary stray territory.
It was.
And
it just wasn't. Yeah.
Now, look, that's also part and parcel of Sean Payton. That's what you get with him, okay? He is an eternal grudge holder. He will hate Roger Goodell forever. He hates
referees, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Anybody that has crossed him low over the years, like Sean, will dislike them for the rest of his life, and that's a part of what fuels him and his football fanaticism. I get all of that. You damn near lost to the Giants. You should probably, he could have stayed in a positive place, but he's not capable of it. He clearly, during that game, a few times, Sean looked across the field. He spotted Russ. It's kind of hard to see because he was probably standing behind some taller people a lot. But he spotted him a few times and just he had his moments to be like, I freaking hate that guy.
Do you think he caught him going, run, pass, everybody?
Wasn't Russ ordered once Hackett was gone, wasn't Russ pretty much ordered to stop doing that?
Yes.
I think it was when the new staff got here.
Well, we still never found out who was our guy, Mike, the big tackle. Mike
Purcell.
Remember, he went over that game, I believe. That wasn't that the Panther game where he went and kind of got on him?
Yeah.
And we never really found out what was at the core of that.
Right. Yes, that all did happen.
Anyway.
Hey, good.
Yeah.
Good on Russ. Like he had his lines written. I got the same amount of rings. I've beaten him before. He knew he was with the Bussin' Boys. He had to answer that question. He had it locked and loaded.
Let's go back to what a lot of people have kind of wondered. Had Russ done that when he was actually the quarterback here on the sideline,
Would it have gone better?
Would this have changed anything? Probably not, because Russ still would have taken 1,000 sacks, and he just would have had to yell at him more because Sean was never going to get over that.
He would have audible to plays that Sean hated him for.
And he would have, yes.
Yes.
And so, no, I don't think it would have extended his time here. But Sean probably would have respected him more.
There was, perhaps, but, there was no... The reason Sean hated Russ more than anything else, and in all seriousness, Andy, size, personality, all of that, I don't think it was any of those things. It was that he took too many sacks.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the end.
Because what we found out about Sean is he likes his plays, he likes his rhythm, and when you take a sack, he said it, sacks are death.
Yep.
And what he's saying in code whenever he's talked about it is, because I don't have a lot of plays to get us out of 3rd and 14.
Too many 2nd and 17s.
Yeah.
And
now we're off rhythm, and I can't call the game I like, and
Right.
now I'm all screwed up as a play caller because you can't seem to keep things on rhythm.
Yeah. So again, good on Russ. You got your pound of, I don't know, your half a pound of flesh or whatever you needed out of this.
You got your scratch on the back. Do you feel like
scratch? Well put.
You were talking about. Do you think Sean? Because remember that was a bad first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
I think Sean looked over at that sideline and was like, "Hell, that guy's not here. All right, Bo, back to the drawing board. Let's get this thing cranking."
It is a Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword red, R-E-D, red. Text red to 303-504-0925 right now with your first and last name, and you are entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you. Order at papamurphys.com. Again, the keyword red. Text red to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about how you've been feeling lately, and where are we at? We're at March, start of March. Spring's on the way. You got a lot of stuff you got to get done. Maybe you don't have the energy for all of it. Maybe you don't have the energy for all that yard work. Maybe you don't want to get up and attack the day like you once did. Maybe you're noticing that your workouts aren't the same. Maybe you got a little bit of a reduced sex drive, dealing with brain fog, poor sleep. All of this is sign of poor testosterone levels. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them check you for your testosterone level, and they can help you with so much more. It can help you lose weight. They can find a way to help you support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans. It's not just about testosterone. They now feature GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. I am on the GLP-1. I've lost 45 pounds now, looking to get about 5 more gone, and call it good. Get on in there, have a discussion with them. Here's what's going to happen in your first visit. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic if you want to. Take a quick quiz. You can check on your low testosterone levels there. It's just 10 questions. First appointment's only $99. Get a T and a PSA test. And if you decide to sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, your appointment is free, and you can talk to them about all their other new programs. 5 locations in Denver to serve you. Fort Collins and the Springs included. 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, it's $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. Any large pizza, just $10. Find a location close to you or order online at papamurphys.com. We got a fresh ESPN mock draft today, Andy. Did you mock this bad boy?
I did not.
Post-combine mockery. Here we go. This is from Jordan Reed of ESPN. Leggy has, by the way, he has extolled the virtues of Jordan Reed as a draft analyst, says he's very good. And if Jeff Legwold endorses, I will listen. Okay, so I'm looking at the top of the draft. Obviously, Mendoza to the Raiders. After that, he's got Arvell Reese to the Jets at number 2, David Bailey to the Cardinals at number 3, Reuben Bain to the Titans at number 4. So boom, 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 right there. 2, 3, 4, all go edge, which kind of makes sense. That's the strength of this draft right now. Giants at 5 take Sonny Styles out of Ohio State, who's, his combine, Andy, was unbelievable. Freak of an athlete. After that, let's get to some of the more compelling stuff. They've got Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame going to the Saints at number 8. I have seen draft analysts that are calling Jeremiah Love the best player in this draft. That would be, again, that's a running back at number 8. But, okay, if Tyler Shuck is your quarterback of the future, then Jeremiah Love is your eventual Alvin Kamara replacement, and you're off and running if you're the New Orleans Saints. Chiefs at 9, taking Carnell Tate out of Ohio State. Bad 40 time and all. Andy, that dude just flat out catches the ball. I don't give a rip about his 40 time. I watched Carnell Tate play football. He catches everything you throw in his direction, which is the kind of player the Chiefs desperately have to have. Like Patrick Mahomes, I'm surprised he hasn't murdered all of his receivers for all the drops. So that's what they should be thinking right there. Next name I want to hit right here, Andy. This one I think is going to be interesting to you. At number 13, the Los Angeles Rams. Don't forget, they have the 13th overall pick because of that Falcons trade from last year. Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon. Yeah, there is no planet in which he doesn't make it out of the top 15 right now.
No.
His combine performance, I think, blew everybody away.
Highly disappointing, Nate. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it.
Too good of an athlete.
Although I will say I'd rather he go to the Rams than the Chiefs at this point.
Sure. And who knows? Maybe the Chiefs do that. I think they should draft receiver too. But Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon, who played with Bo Nix, by the way. It was Bo's last year, Kenyon's freshman year, but he really took off last year. He will not be available. He is too insane of an athlete. All right, well, scroll down. Let's get to Denver at number 30, Jordan Reed, echoing the thoughts of Mel Kiper from last week, safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo, going to Denver at number 30.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sold on this guy. It looks like he's a phenomenal playmaker. It sounds like another bit of a joker piece in that secondary. You continue to build your secondary. I'm not going to have an issue with it. Because, again, when they, I think P.J. Locke did a good job when Brandon Jones got hurt, but, you still need depth at that position.
I really believe, in looking at the way that they have drafted, that George Payton has told us his most clear vision for winning in this NFL is to have the best secondary he possibly can.
Well, you have to. And you have to have a lot of interchangeable pieces.
It's still the best unit on the team, and I think their front seven is phenomenal. It's not far behind. But I'll take the secondary 1 and the front seven 1A in terms of the strengths of this team. That's why they won 14 games. That's why they were one win and one fluky injury.
If you don't lose Bo Nix, you're going to the Super Bowl. Now, I don't think you're winning the Super Bowl. I'm not going to say that, but I think you would have gone to the Super Bowl.
Probably.
Period.
Yeah, and it
would have been on the strength of your defense.
Yeah, your defense is what got you there. So keep making the defense strong. I don't have a problem with it. I can make a case that they need help at the skill positions on the offensive side of the football, but just keep making the strength on this team.
Okay, and let's go back to the conversation, even though it is what it is. Leggy told us earlier in the week, he used, a matter of fact, I guess it was the end of or was it yesterday? Either way, he said it a couple of times, to use his own phrase, and we've even talked about it on this show. They like their receiver room more than we seem to think they like their receiver room. So with that statement, I don't think they're going to be looking to invest in receiver as much as people may think they are. What would you put more likely? A drafting of one of those safeties, because there's 2 phenomenal safeties that could fall, or a trade out of the first round.
I could see him trading out of the first.
Pick up another pick.
Sure.
Although people don't love this draft. That's what I'm kind of curious about. People especially think the last 3 rounds, the last day of the draft could be really weak.
If there is a team that, like, for example, if there is a team that is like, we want to get Ty Simpson, quarterback out of Alabama, so that we've got a 5th-year option available on a quarterback, you could be a destination trade for a team like that.
Yeah.
And if a team is hot to try to go get a quarterback, they'll have to pay a premium, and you could add picks. And especially, again, if 2027 draft picks are involved in it, that could be a savvy move for you, the Denver Broncos, a team that we saw it with last year's rookie class. Like a lot of them, Jahdae Barron, R.J. Harvey, these guys kind of, even Pat Bryant, they were good players, but they all kind of existed on the fringes of the roster. It's going to be the same situation this year. This is not a team where there's going to be a bunch of playing time available for a rookie. So they very well could be a team that does that.
Yeah, well, there should be a tight end. There should be playing time available for rookie at tight end because I don't know how great you are, I guess we'll see. Springer sent us over the note about how the Broncos could be heavily interested in signing the Super Bowl MVP, space in his name. Ken Walker. They said Kenny Walker could get anywhere. Kenneth Walker could get anywhere between 12 to 16 million.
Ken Dog Walker.
Mm-hmm. But they said the second guy would be ETN at 10 million. See, give me Travis Etienne at 10 million all day. And then go draft a rookie tight end, and then, hopefully get some fascinating players otherwise.
I will be a little surprised if Walker is the guy, because I mean remember the way that he was used in Seattle. Like, they were using George Holani as their third down back.
Right.
I don't know if Sean
Walker's hands aren't great, and that doesn't vibe well for the. Well, I don't know. Maybe if he's just the first 2, but are you giving $12 million to a guy that isn't all 3 downs?
No.
See, I'm with you.
Yeah, and I don't know if Sean's going to want to pay that kind of money for a guy that is not proficient as a pass protector.
And unfortunately, we saw it in the Super Bowl. He had that one play where he gets out, they blitz, Darnold gets it to him, he drops it. If he catches it, he's running forever.
Jordan Reed's mock draft, by the way, was a 2-round mock, Andy.
Yeah, who else you got?
2nd-round pick number 62, wide receiver Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame.
Do you like a good Malachi?
I do. Yes.
We haven't had a lot. I don't think we've ever had a Malachi on the Broncos.
I don't think so.
Draft some Malachis?
Remember some Malachis?
That's just Malachi Starks.
I remember Malachi Flynn. He had a cup of coffee in the NBA.
Is Malachi the name of the person from Children of the Corn?
Is that right?
Think so. A long time ago.
It's a movie I've never seen, but I know what the kids looked like.
Yeah.
So that's like where it exists in my pop culture brain. Honestly, I kind of got Children of the Corn kids. Let's be honest. I shouldn't be throwing stones.
Wow. Oh, I know.
You've seen my kids.
Yeah. They're great kids.
They're delightful children. They're very pale and very blonde.
They look like you and your wife. It's okay.
2 pale blonde people.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
They look like the offspring we would all expect you to produce.
Yes,
to be quite honest with you.
Yes.
And what are you going to do?
They're very charming. That's they.
Well, you want to just throw out a redhead and throw us all off? I mean, what are we doing?
I learned this today. I didn't know this. I was talking to a redheaded individual. Did you know that people with red hair are more susceptible to nerve pain?
Really?
I did not know that.
I did not know that either.
This is what this redheaded person told me. I don't know if it's true or not. It's just what this redheaded person told me. So next time you see Andy Dalton, just think like, oh, man, poor guy. He's got nerve pain.
Did you then smack him on the shoulder and go, that hurt?
I did not, no.
Now try me. Yeah.
I respected social mores and did not slap this
you're
person
not a big touch people
on
anyway.
the shoulder. No, I'm really not. No.
I'd be their problem, not you.
Exactly.
Bring it on in here, guy.
We haven't done a remote, by the way, in a while where you've touched my leg.
Yeah, we've sat a good distance where I can't get to it.
I know you.
We try to face each other.
Andy's a knee slapper.
No, I slapped the table last time, if you remember. I think I knocked a drink over.
That sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
That table at number
see.
38 is taking a beating for me.
The Avalanche are right back at it tonight against the Ducks after last night's win over the Kings, Andy. Tune in for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law starting at 7:30 on Altitude Sports Radio. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, just tag notes. Tag notes all over the place. Franchise tags, transition tags.
The game tag. Who's playing tag?
Skin tags. We've got all the tags
Tag
for
from
you.
friends.
That annoying tag that is scratching the back of your neck on that one T-shirt. Tags.
Freeze tag. You ever do a freeze tag?
Oh, good. Yeah, there you go.
They don't make tags anymore.
Crab walk tag. I know when you buy a shirt that has one now, you're like, what the hell
It's
are you
print
doing?
it on it, or else it's low and it's annoying.
Yeah, what year is this? Yeah, I hate the low tag. Tickles the ribs. I don't like it. Altitude Sports Radio. Let's dive right into it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's get tagging, Mark Springer.
Celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Let's get to that tag news. Let's start with this one. The Seahawks did not place any tag, franchise, or transition on Super Bowl MVP running back Kenneth Walker III.
Yeah, the Seahawks are like, we're not tagging a running back. We don't need to do that. Go ahead and see what the market looks like. And if it gets outrageous, we don't want to pay too much for a running back, and they will simply move on. Although Charbonnet, it's going to be a while until he's back and healthy. You would think they would want to have the services of Ken Walker around, but also that team has got to, pay a bunch of other dudes that just went and won the Super Bowl. Andy, should the Broncos get drunk and get into the Kenneth Walker sweepstakes?
No, probably not.
Yeah, I agree.
Look, I don't think, and again, we were doing it in crosstalk, and everybody was, and look, I think we're all curious how the offense is going to change without Sean Payton calling the plays. But this has not been an offense that has shown us that you're really going to commit to the run, right? We've been complaining about it since he got here. So now maybe Davis Webb shows us that's in fact what he's going to do. But there's a small part of me that's like, you know what, Davis, you are a new age, younger. You come from the new school, not the old school. So it's going to take me a minute to be convinced you're going to dedicate to the run.
Yeah.
And don't you often wonder when you got a Super Bowl MVP like this, like, why aren't they tagging him? Why do they don't think he's worth it?
Right.
He was their offense most of that Super Bowl that you just slid the ring on your finger on. You're letting him go. What do you know that we don't?
Right, exactly. And guess what? Even with the replacement level running back, you probably would have won that game because the Patriots were just a mess by the time they got to the Super Bowl, and Drake May couldn't do anything against Seattle's defense.
So, yeah, I like Travis Etienne more because I think he's more versatile out of the backfield. I think he'd be better on the screen, and I still think he can give you the running between the tackles that you want. That'd be the guy I'd be focusing on.
Here is a passage from Albert Breer's column talking about Ken Walker. Said he's the top back on the market. He will probably wind up getting somewhere between $12 and $16 million per season from a team like Seattle, Denver, or Kansas City. It also makes Jaguars running back Travis Etienne the clear-cut number 2 guy on the market, and wouldn't be surprised if Etienne pulls down $10 million per year. Tell you one thing that is kind of cool about this. Like, good to see running backs like getting some money again. That's nice.
Yeah.
Good for those guys.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for them.
I mean, again, we'll see how long you make all that money. They'll get the contracts that are front-loaded, and they can get rid of you the minute you're not producing anymore. But
somebody will get injured, and teams will be like, why did I spend that much money on a running back? I could have just drafted one.
Don't you also feel like, though, to me, again, it's the ultimate, my favorite catchphrase, we'll see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let me see somebody pay all these backs all this money first, because I don't believe it's going to happen.
I would have no problem, honestly, if Denver wanted to bring back J.K. Dobbins, pay another running back that is on the market, hell, draft one, throw a bunch of bodies at the problem. You're probably going to deal with injuries anyway. R.J. Harvey, and this is the other thing that I've made a continued point about this offseason. I think R.J. Harvey's going to get better. I really do. I think players get better from their first year in the NFL to their second year in the NFL, and I would like to see what that looks like.
Do you feel like that? And again, there's just a part of me, and I know that Albert Breer was the one that said that basically the Broncos would be in on Kenneth Walker, and I don't want to doubt his reporting because I know he's got deep sources, but there's just a part of me that feels like, especially at the end of the year pressers, that this is more a Ricky Dowdell kind of team.
Rico, too.
Rico, whatever. Mm-hmm. Rico, don't call me.
What
I'm
about
just saying,
Ricky Ricardo?
Sure. I liked him, kind of. Anyway. I don't. Do you really feel like they're a $12 million, $10 million a year back kind of team? I don't know if they are.
No, I
unless they think they've got their joker. I think they'd spin it on a Christian McCaffrey.
I just think, Saquon having the season that he did a couple of years ago at that price point was...
Yeah, and then he turned around and couldn't repeat it. Really.
Yeah, more outlier than anything else. You look around at the highest paid running backs in the NFL, and there tends to be a ceiling for those teams. It used to be don't pay receivers. I tend to be in the don't pay running backs kind of space. A player like J.K. Dobbins at the price that they paid him last year, and look how good that you had a top 6, top 7 running back in the NFL prior to injury. You got what you paid for, but still, I don't want to spend big money on a running back. I know that's boring of me. I don't think it's smart football business.
I think if you were a team that really based your offense around running the football, I'd be all for it. You don't.
Yeah. You're not gonna use a back like it's Jonathan Taylor or anything like that. Go ahead,
listen, if it was Jonathan Taylor, I'd be all in.
There you go.
High five.
Speaking of Jonathan Taylor, let's talk about his team.
Yeah, the Colts have placed the transition tag on quarterback Daniel Jones. If Jones does not sign a competing offer sheet, he would earn a 1-year guaranteed salary of $37.83 million.
So Daniel Jones, they transition him. They don't franchise him. He's free to negotiate with other teams. Andy, you made a great point on this before. Go ahead. See what your market looks like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Coming off of a major injury with a brief run of good play with one team. And the other part of it, too, is like, I think a lot of teams will look at it and say, Shane Steichen kind of figured something out with Daniel Jones. We don't employ Shane Steichen. So why take the chances that this could go back into the crapper?
Well, and it goes back to what you just said about J.K. Dobbins. You also have a bit of an injury history. Even when
Sure
you're
do.
playing well, are we sure you're going to get through all the way?
Yeah, sure do. So now are they going to pay Alec Pierce? According to some of the insiders, they're just like, they don't really expect Alec Pierce to leave Indianapolis. Sounds like a part of the transition tag and saving some money on Daniel Jones was designed towards keeping the services of Alec Pierce.
I'd have to think so. He's a pretty darn good receiver, as you made your case for why the Broncos should sign him, just maybe not at $30 million per.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Cardinals are going to release quarterback Kyler Murray.
By the way, did you happen to see sort of the way that this whole thing kind of ended between Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals? So last week, the GM of the Cardinals, when he was talking at the at the combine, remember he said like, I gotta, he was asked if he had spoken to Kyler Murray. And it was like, I got a great open line of communication with Kyler always. And the very next day, Kyler Murray was like, I haven't talked to that guy. Monty Ossenfort, by the way. Monty Ossenfort. Yeah. Kyler, by the way, through his people, was like, we haven't talked to him.
We haven't chatted at all.
Exactly.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
This guy doesn't want him.
That's the end of everything awkward that has gone with that team, including a clause in his contract, reportedly, that he's supposed to study
Not play
film.
Call of Duty and actually do some homework.
Not play video games all the time.
Yeah.
Right. So Kyler Murray now hits the open market. Could he still make the flip to baseball, by the way?
That's a great question. You know better than I would. I don't know. I don't know if he can still hit. Could he ever hit?
Oh, he could hit.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would trust you if he's going to be a high draft choice or was a high draft choice, right?
Yeah. No, he could flat out hit.
Does that stay with you? I mean, I've never been able to hit. I wouldn't know.
Right. I wouldn't. I mean, he's dealt with some injuries through football, but like the quick twitch stuff is still there. I don't think he's losing that athleticism.
When was the last time you think he stepped into a batter's box and took a look at some major league pitching?
Well, not major league pitching, but yeah, good question. I don't know. I don't know if is that a skill set he's worth to maintain.
I mean, listen, the reason why I bring it up is you're the one that's laid it out more than anybody, I think, in Denver about how hard modern pitching is to hit.
Sure.
So, it's got to be, I'm saying, what has it been, 7-8 years at minimum?
7 years,
since he's looked at a pitch, even in the minor leagues?
Sure. Well, I don't know. Does he
secretly go out with a mustache on and go do some hitting in the offseason?
Is he playing like the adult muni league? And
does he pull a Russ and just try to go to every,
some guy's
played for you,
throwing 65 and he just goes full Chad
Goes
Powers,
meatball on him,
hits it 475 feet,
and then stands there and glares at it, blows him a kiss as he tosses his bat and runs the bases.
Everyone's like, wow, that short guy can really hit the snot out of the ball. Where do I recognize that guy from? Nowhere. You don't recognize. My name's Kyle Murphy. You don't know who I am.
You've never seen me.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Mike Garafolo of NFL Media reports that the Eagles are interested in re-signing tight end Dallas Goedert, but it appears he is going to head towards free agency, and he will leave the Eagles.
Yeah, this goes a little bit back to yesterday where...
Number 3 or 4 tight end on the market, roughly, Dallas Goedert.
Look, I'd
Good
have
player.
him in for a visit if he was interested.
Absolutely. Yeah. If he's on the open market, I want to talk to Goddard. I want to talk to Cade Otton. I'd like conversations with both of those guys.
Yeah, and frankly, I wouldn't have a problem if you signed both of them and then drafted one. Just redo the whole room.
Tight end insurance all over the place.
Keep loaner around to see if you can develop him, but the rest, forget about it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that.
But see, again, this goes back to what you and I talked a little bit about yesterday. How the Eagles love A.J. Brown, who is a special talent, yet you don't seem to be demanding more out of your quarterback.
Hey, really quickly, something Spring just said struck me, apropos of nothing. He said, Mike Garafolo of NFL Media, they're folded into ESPN now, right?
They are.
Okay.
It's wild. Rich Eisen's doing a show that airs on ESPN every day now.
So along those lines, have you seen this commercial with Carl Ravitch and Brian Kenny? And they're talking about the MLB.TV package, but it's now through ESPN. So then, I saw that, and I was like, oh, cool. I already have ESPN Plus. Maybe I can just cancel my MLB.TV and then watch baseball since it's through ESPN. And then I Googled it, and it was like, no, you still got to pay for it.
Yeah. No, you're not getting that for free. What are you doing?
So what the hell are you guys advertising?
That it's their product now. I think you can
What do
get,
I care? I just want to watch a baseball game. I don't care who's presenting it to me.
I think that you're able to get, the big mucho ESPN and get it all.
I think my MLB.TV is now just something I have to pay, and it comes to me through my ESPN app.
You need to just get Fubo, which is what I'm looking into, and you can get it for $30 or something like that.
Okay. All right.
What do you think of that, guy?
I don't think about anything anymore. I know. I just know I'm getting jobbed by somebody.
Sure.
Okay.
If it comes to money, you're getting screwed. Just know that.
It's probably ESPN. All right. And finally.
High five. Hey, congratulations to Trey Hendrickson. He doesn't have to play for the Bengals anymore.
Big win.
They're not going to franchise tag him.
Yeah, big win. What's a deal for Trey Hendrickson going to look like?
Great question. I don't feel like you heard too much about him last year.
Yeah.
I don't think what he could have got a year ago.
No, but I would say just in terms of length of the deal.
3 years tops.
If you
Probably
want
2 and an option.
If you want a huge impact guy in 1 year, though, he'd be.
There's no doubt.
He's good money.
You know what?
He's worth spending on.
As you bring that up, maybe he's the new Dwight Freeney. Remember how Dwight Freeney at the end of his career signed with 10 different teams and was just the pass rush du jour?
I feel like that's Jadeveon Clowney, and then I was looking at the list of pass rushers the other day, and Jadeveon Clowney's on it.
Still hanging out there making a paycheck. Good for him.
And making so much money.
He is. I don't know why.
Good for him.
But Trey Hendrickson will be that new guy.
Has Clowney, I haven't updated.
He's Clowneyed a bunch of teams out of money.
My search on this in a while. Has he ever hit 10 sacks in a season?
It's a great question. I don't know.
Has
he
it
did
happened?
I think it's not been for 10 years.
No, he still hasn't. He had 8.5 last year with the Cowboys.
But he makes a lot of money.
I think
he just walks in and intimidates you. You're like, here, whatever.
Everyone remembers that one cool play against Michigan from when he was in college, and they're just like, I want that guy. It was a cool play.
It was. Very cool.
We've got another keyword for you coming up here on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to Sunday's matinee against the Minnesota Wild. The keyword is coming up next. Nuggets win. We'll throw a parade for it when we return. And here's a Nate Kreckman live read for my friends over at Roller Auction. Yes, Roller Auction. It's all online. The website is roller.bid. I appreciate that. I want to be able to take place in an open auction from the comfort of my own couch, wondering what streaming service I can watch baseball through. And you can do that at roller.bid. You don't have to go to the auction house and listen to somebody speak very quickly at you or anything else like that. In fact, I can check out the government, computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction, which is open for another 15 hours. They got bikes. They got power tools. Bikes and power tools. Load up your shed with my friends at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because that will enter you to win tickets from us here at Altitude. Our next giveaway, March 16th, Avalanche Penguins Catered Suite Ticks. You want to win them? Sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude.
Jamal Murray has it at the point. Guarded by Filipowski. Goes to the right hand. Step back, fadeaway. Jumper's good again for Jamal Murray. 43 points for Jamal Murray. I don't know what else you want him to do, man. 1.6 seconds left. Bruce Brown inbound over to Jamal Murray, and there's the horn. Yeah!
Woo! Yeah! Let's go.
Not pretty, but effective.
$128 to $125. Second night of a road back-to-back, Andy. Missing 4 forwards, winning in the clutch. Just feeling good out here. Jazz looked like a tanking team last night. Didn't look like they were tanking to me. Oh, Will Hardy wanted that game. He wanted it bad.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. I kept thinking, I was like, wow, the coach is not on the board with what the GM wants. That's for sure.
No, he wanted to win. No, Filipowski wanted to win. Keontae George wanted to win. Ace Bailey wanted to win. Svi Mihailuk wanted to win. They all, like those guys, they played their asses off last night. Did the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, because when you don't play defense and guys starts hitting shots, guess what? They kind of like basketball and they want to keep going.
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll hit a few more shots. You mean I can get some points tonight?
It's a clear reminder, guys. Organizations tank, players do not tank.
Neither do coaches.
Yeah.
Because they all know they're not going to be around to reap the benefits of what tanking brings.
Well, that's just it. Like if you're Will Hardy, like you and you've got that youth, you got George on the floor, you got Ace Bailey on the floor, you want Filipowski on the floor, like you want them to push in competitive games. They wanted that game last night. And honestly, I think they smelled blood in the water with Denver.
You know what the Jazz were really all night? Superior.
They were superior, and that is your keyword on a Ticket Tuesday.
I don't know if they're all that superior, but
that was a good lob, though. I needed that. I needed that.
It's good.
We have your chance to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. Read you. Text the keyword superior right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Papa Murphy's $10 Tuesdays mean every large pizza is only $10. Find a location near you and order at papamurphys.com. Again, this hour's keyword superior, as in the lake. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Andy, by the way, connected the dots. He got this line in connections.
I did, and I went and asked Big Kev.
You were wrong?
Yeah.
I'd like to believe you were right.
I did a lot of work, and I found out that there's red clay in Lake Superior that leads to red water, where they have also found leeches.
So red clay soil in Lake Superior has turned the water red.
Makes it look red. It's a natural phenomenon, they say, in Minnesota.
And there are leeches in that water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Turns out Red, Leech, and Superior are the 3 biggest lakes in Minnesota. There's something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're just all big lakes in Minnesota.
Okay.
There's a Leech Lake. I'd say, who's going to Leech Lake?
There's 10,000 lakes there.
Yeah. And with that many, I ain't going to Leech Lake. That's all I got to say.
Do you think Leech Lake is the only lake that has leeches?
No, but I don't need it. I don't.
You don't
need
need it
like
advertised for you?
You know what? I'm not going to Botulism Burger Joint either. Okay.
Bocce's Burgers?
Yeah. No. Ain't happening.
You know, Andy, you can get a good botulism burger at the Angus booth.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
I was proud of that one. Strong callback, folks.
You know what? I feel is spring out today? Spring, you got your headphones in? We haven't heard from Serbian guy.
No, that was good.
We haven't heard from
He just brought back Angus Booth. Are you kidding me?
Angus Booth. You think I forgot about Angus Booth? Scored a goal last night in his first NHL game. Stop by the booth. Ask about the...
Do you want to hear Angus Booth's goal?
Is he son of Calvin?
Is this Connor's call?
Yeah.
On Angus Booth's goal? I actually do want to hear it. Yeah.
Throws it up high for Artemi Panarin. Kempe further backwards now for Dumoulin. Unchallenged. Dumoulin pass towards the net. And they score. First NHL game for Angus Booth. First goal. And we're tied at 2.
Yeah, you know what? That
was history. That's history right there.
That wasn't quite goal.
Connor, he gave the moment a little bit more gravity for our friend Angus.
Well, I mean, the guy's name's Angus.
Angus Booth.
I told you there was I was coaching a kid named Angus once.
Uh-huh.
Had the worst mouth in the whole program.
Angus.
14. And I cannot, he would just say things on the field. And I remember an official finally came over and he's like, hey, man, your kid's mouth. He's like, I need to give him he was trying to be cool. He goes, because we had a tight game going. I think we were playing Rock Canyon, right?
Uh-huh.
And he's just like, I don't want to affect the game, but your kid's mouth is out of control. And I was like, you know what? I've been fighting him all year long. Just throw the flag. We'll go man down. So when he came over, I'm like, you see what you did? You cost us a penalty. Quit with your mouth. And we killed the penalty.
Angus? Is it because if your name is Angus?
Yeah, I don't think you got to talk like a sailor
you
that's
deal
drunk,
with
don't you?
Just a lifetime of, got a disease in your Angus, don't you?
You got to talk like you're either a sailor on leave,
got some Angus itching going
or
on,
or a member of the Sex Pistols. If your name is Angus, there's no in between.
A lifetime of those jokes.
A kid named Angus is not a choir boy.
Wrecked him, damn near killed him.
Yeah.
Poor Angus.
Well, that's why you become an angry hockey player.
That's true,
right?
Yeah.
You got to have a stick every time.
Angus Booth. That's how he got to the league. I know nothing about Angus Booth other than he played last night and he scored a goal for the Kings.
See, now people are coming up with reasons why. Bacterium Bar and Lounge. Yeah, I don't want to drink beer out of there.
Bacteria Bar and Lounge. Okay. Nikola Jokic, Andy. Nikola Jokic.
Again, and this is Kevin's fault for coming up with Leech Lake.
Leech Lake and Red Lake.
Yeah.
I don't
think I want to go to Red Lake either.
As well as Lake Superior. Yeah.
Now the Colonels jumped into the chat. We're not going to be doing that.
Ducks, by the way, play the Avalanche, Andy. They've got 33 wins, 23 losses, and 3 overtime defeats. That adds up to 69 points on the year.
They're nice. That's a nice squad.
Mm-hmm.
Spring, didn't you think? I don't. The couple times the Ducks and Avs have played, man, that's a fast young squad.
Yeah, I like that team.
Like there's been a couple of times where the Avs have just got a speed most teams can't keep up with. The Ducks, however, are not one of them. They're pretty fast on the pond.
Well, you know why that happens? Because Ducks fly together.
Look at the absolute disgust in Mark Springer's
Leo
face.
Carlson.
I feel like we were both eating at family dinner and I made the dad joke and he's so embarrassed because it was audibly heard by the other table.
Can you, by the way, Andy, can you name some Ducks defensemen?
No.
Okay. No Radko Gudas for you?
Really? Does he have a burger?
No Olin Zellweger?
See, Angus and Gudas ought to be on the same line. That you'd have a cheeseburger every time.
Can I get some Gudas on my Angus? What about Pavel?
Call that goal.
What about Pavel Mintyukov?
No, I ain't talking. What?
Mintyukov.
That sounds like a
Pavel Mintyukov.
It sounds like a Russian insult.
All right,
that's Mintyukov. You screwed it up again, you Mintyukov. One's a nincompoop, the other's a Mintyukov or whatever.
Hey, did Jamal's banked in 3 get him going last night a little bit in that second half? He had missed a couple of shots in a row, and then he banked in a 3, and then, he hit a top-of-the-key 3, then he hit a fall-away 3 from the corner. I really think that kind of got him going last night.
Okay.
Huge bank. Sometimes you just got to watch it go through the hoop, Andy, as they say.
Didn't he have a tough one to start the night where you're like, all right, he's feeling it tonight?
Oh,
first quarter shot.
He did. He was
dude,
he was marvelous
back,
last night. He was absolutely fantastic. David Adelman, after the game last night, talked about the way that teams are defending Nikola Jokic and the aggressiveness which teams are using to go up against the Nuggets all-world big man. This is what David Adelman said after the game last night.
Yeah, I mean, we have to make open shots. We made 16 threes. I thought guys, they turned down shots. If they're going to put 3 people on him, 1 in front of him, 2 behind him, basically playing illegal defense, just stand in the middle of the key. Other people have to be aggressive to score. And I think flashing guards to look high-low isn't a way you can attack this right now. So we have to look to skip the ball, and those guys have to look to shoot it. You have to take advantage of this. So we did give him the ball at the nail. That's where I thought he was effective. He got to the line 11 times. Just getting him the ball, though, has been a chore, and we have to do a better job of that.
No, he's absolutely right about that, and he pointed out getting him the ball at the nail. I'm assuming that a big coaching point coming off the Minnesota game was you only took 22 threes, you only made 6 of them. Last night they took 39, and they made 16. I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that the Utah Jazz defended the level of the Minnesota Timberwolves, but something that I saw in that game last night was I noted there are more paint touches happening with this team right now rather than working perimeter threes and shooting contested shots. Jamal getting into the paint, Bruce getting into the paint. Jalen Pickett was able to do it a couple of times. When the Nuggets play inside out, when Jokic catches the ball deeper and forces a defense into rotation, they get better looks. They get better rhythm looks, and they shot the ball better. But again, I was really pleased to see that get downhill, force the opposing defense to scramble, and then get open threes, and they did last night. The perimeter shooting was better, and I thought it was because they were breaking down the defense.
Yeah, they need to put the pedal to the metal. Do you think that's why teams – I was wondering about this. Do you think another reason why the teams don't mind getting a foul when they play defense on the Nuggets is also because it just slows everything down?
Yeah. Yeah, it slows. It
doesn't
frustrates.
let them get up and down the court. Doesn't let them – like Christian Brown. I mean, again, Christian Brown – I think one of the things that'd make him feel better about his shot is if he could get out on the break. If he could break,
Yeah.
First off, they're not rebounding. That had to happen again last night. I know you're trying to be positive, but dude, how many times did we have like 3
feel
or
good
4?
Win, Andy. Feel good.
Yeah, they had 3 or 4 rebounds that should have been theirs that they didn't get. And I thought one of them was going to cost them late. But you know what? You know what again helped aside from the Utah Jazz sucking? You could see that was a team that a lot of those guys are not used to getting the kind of minutes that they got. And I thought they got tired at the end. They didn't have the stamina to finish that thing off.
Nikola Jokic talked after the game about the physicality and teams, again, crowding him, throwing multiple bodies at him, playing at the Chris Marlowe hugger-mugger defense. Here we go, Spring.
How are you seeing teams throw multiple bodies at you in the last couple games?
I was trying not to force it and try to play the game. And I think it was okay. We did a good job, passing, scoring. We still score 120 points, so it's a good night for us.
Okay, he's frustrated.
He is.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to address it. But he's frustrated by the entire thing. It's very obvious that the opponent's game plan is to frustrate him, to force him into mistakes, to force him into trying to grift for fouls, to force him into complaining to the officials. Again, we joked before about, the Jazz announcers complaining about him flopping too much. And I don't have the ammunition to sit here and tell him they're wrong. He is. He's flopping too much right now. And our team's playing with him a ton of physicality. Absolutely they are. But also, he's trying like hell to get himself to the line. Also, Andy, think about this for a second, okay? I do think he's tired. I do think he's still playing his way back into conditioning, okay? What is a easier way to score when you're tired? Go to the free throw line.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Here's another thing that I think is going on. This is where their shooting is affecting everything, including his mentality. Because, again, I feel like one of the reasons why he's trying to flop and get the call is what's the point of hitting an open guy if he's just going to brick the three or brick the shot?
Sure.
And too much of that's going on right now.
Or over dribble or not
Right.
shoot in rhythm or not be aggressive enough.
Or nobody's cutting for a pass.
Yep.
They're not necessarily playing all the time the right way. And I think that's another reason why he's just trying to get points any way he can.
I want to read a paragraph. One of my favorite NBA bloggers is Chris Thompson of Defector, and he wrote about the way that Jokic is playing right now for today. And I just want to read this quick graph to you. Jokic is lately more susceptible than usual to bad moods. He can frustrate him to the point of distraction with a painful and disqualifying flagrant foul, but also with pesky defensive persistence or by boxing out or by blowing or not blowing a whistle. Monday's game had everything he currently most hates about basketball: opponents, referees, teammates, gravity, and the flow of time. Yeah, that's it.
I love the line.
He hates
He's
it all.
more susceptible to bad moods. That's the perfect way to put what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's been in a good mood, it feels like, in a while.
No. And it's the team is in this spot, and he's throwing tantrums and complaining to officials, and he's sulky and frustrated. He pulled out a victory last night. They get 2 days off. Huge back-to-back against the Lakers and the Knicks. How do you think the Lakers are gonna play against Nikola Jokic coming up here on Thursday night?
They're the ones that started it, as you pointed it out. You better get ready. Everyone's going to be running at him and trying to get him off his game.
Yep. Here comes all of the physicality coming
Which
up.
means somebody else needs to hit a dang shot.
Sure
Somebody
did.
else needs to make him confident that he can get you the ball and something good's going to happen.
Which is exactly what Adelman said right there. Other guys have to step up around him. And I know, like, why don't they play more size? Why don't they play a power forward with him? Well, okay, last night Adelman's solution was I'll start Valanciunas, okay? He knows he wants size on the floor as well. And again, honestly, like, spacing was still weird, but the lineup was effective mostly because they rebounded like crazy. That's what that lineup is designed to be able to do. Andy, I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where where everyone's going to be comfortable. And when I say everyone, I mean Nikola Jokic, that everyone is going to be comfortable with the use of that lineup. But I do think, and last night to me was the best example of it, of like deployed in the right situations, where again you have to win on the boards. This lineup can be effective. I would say just, again, don't overdo it. And I don't think Adelman's going to.
No, I don't think. Well, you pointed it out against OKC. It didn't work at all.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't think they even tried it against Minnesota, did they?
No, it works in brief stretches. Last night was one of them where it worked. And you didn't have any forwards. They have no forwards.
I know. Look, again, and I've even got a buddy text me during the show right now. Everyone is saying they should have blown that team out. And I agree with you. Nate agrees with you. Here's the problem. They're hurt, and that was the third game in 4 nights, and all 3 games were in different cities.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
And it wasn't a game like the Portland game where they just physically couldn't miss a shot.
They survived.
Yeah.
They got the win.
Yep.
Really, for the next 2 weeks, because they've got another 3 and 4 scenario, you're just going to have to live with this.
Text keyword superior to 303-504-0925. That enters you to win tickets to see Minnesota this Sunday afternoon. We will announce our ticket winner coming up here in just a moment. Andy, how about some of these quotes from Avalanche General Manager Chris McFarland? We will leave no stone unturned. Third line center, depth defenseman, all on the table for what the Avalanche could be doing. Plus, we are hoping that the Arturi Lehkonen injury doesn't last all that terribly long. But Chris McFarland has made it clear with Friday's deadline coming up in the NHL to make trades, the Avalanche are going to add somebody else. It's go for it time, and McFarland has made a point to say, hey, we got a bunch of Hall of Famers that are in their prime. Let's go get them. Sounds like they're going to do it.
Yeah, you need to. I mean, again, that's both these teams, both the Ball Arena residents. Frankly, the Mammoth could join that too, all the Ball Arena residents. You're in a good time. You're in a good window, and you got to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And the Avs, you can't leave
That's why
any
the Nuggets
stone
got
unturned.
Tyus Jones.
Yeah. What do you? Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, he could. If he serious. Well,
would you?
Talking Avs.
Are you going to play him over Jalen Pickett?
Probably.
A depth guy. I don't know. Pickett played last couple of games. Pickett's minutes have been good. I haven't. Of all of my Nuggets complaints, I don't have huge Jalen Pickett complaints.
No, but I also enjoyed watching KJ Simpson, and I think KJ Simpson. Look, I think they clearly want a veteran ball handler that knows how to run an offense and take control. Now, I think at times Pickett has done that.
Sure.
But I don't know if Pickett has done it to their liking enough.
So could you use Tyus
with
Jones
the vets back?
High leverage playoff minutes if you needed to.
To get the ball up the floor and let Maul not get beat up the whole way? Yeah, probably.
Will Tyus Jones see the floor in the playoffs?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't know either.
And look, when it comes to the Avalanche, I first and foremost, like we mentioned Ryan O'Reilly earlier, please go get that guy. If you get Kadri back, great. But if you can get Ryan O'Reilly, see the problem with Kadri is I just keep reading about how Kadri's contract is going to be an issue.
21 goals, 37 assists, 58 points on the year for Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, and I know this. He knows how to win faceoffs. He's a pain in the butt defensively. He's not afraid to get in front of the net and do that crease creature you need, waiting to knock pucks home. He knows how to score the dirty playoff goals the ugly, I should say, playoff goals that you need.
34 years of age. He's won a Stanley Cup. He's exactly the kind of guy you add for a stretch run this time of year. I would have no problem whatsoever if Nashville were to send him to Colorado.
And if you can get another defenseman, great.
Yeah.
Because you can't have enough of those, especially the big ones that move, big Dallas forwards out of the way when you're trying to win a playoff series against those guys. But you got to go in all this year.
Yep. Really good start to the game last night for the Avalanche. McKinnon scoring early on. Really good pass by Marty Necas. Gabe Landeskog scored last night. Big clapper from the blue line there, Andy. Good clapper. Plus Adrian Kempe screened Forsberg. Again, Kings got a couple of goals back, but ultimately Devon Toews was the hero. That was a really good puck possession there for the Avalanche, by the way. Nathan McKinnon to Devon Toews, thing of beauty. Mackenzie Blackwood started last night. He had 19 saves. Avalanche get the victory 4-2. They are in Anaheim tonight to play the Ducks.
By the way, Randy asked what's up with Logan O'Connor. Look, man, it's a hip injury. I don't know. I go off of what, Mark Rycroft has bounced out that he's maybe getting close again, maybe not. I feel like we don't hear too much about it. I hope he's getting close. They absolutely could use a Logan O'Connor, but I don't know.
Andy, a couple of baseball notes. Rockies legend Jurickson Profar.
Yeah, how about him?
The Jurickson store called. They're
tired of you. They're out of you.
Well, the Braves are out of Jurickson Profar for the next 162 games.
I believe that's a full season.
That would be a full season. He violated the Major League Baseball's policy against performance-enhancing drugs. It was the second time he failed in the past year. And so Jurickson Profar will be suspended for the entire season. Congratulations to the Atlanta Braves. They saved $15 million.
Yeah, I don't remember one good Jurickson Profar moment.
And then he went to the Padres, and he made the All-Star team.
Okay, good for him.
He did. That was
of course he did. Why wouldn't he?
Only All-Star nod in his entire career was the year after he left Colorado.
Do you have a Jurickson Profar play that just itches you top of mind whenever the name comes up? No, that's a no.
Angus itches me? No, I don't. He apparently wore number 29 with the Rockies.
Good to know.
Very little memory of that. I got another baseball note for you. Tell me if this would be fun out there at Coors Field. The St. Louis Cardinals have unveiled a plan to lure fans back to the ballpark. All-you-can-eat concessions. Yes, St. Louis is introducing its Coca-Cola Unlimited ticket package, Andy, starting at $29, including all-you-can-eat concessions, as much soda, hot dogs, French fries, ice cream cups, and popcorn, among other snacks, as one can eat all the way until the 8th inning.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You don't want you full of nachos on the drive home.
They are not the first team to offer an all-you-can-eat option. The Diamondbacks, Astros, and Reds have had similar promotions in the past. But according to Andrew Zimbalist, author of May the Best Teams Win, Baseball Economics and Public Policy, he says this is a smart strategy to take the loss on concessions, saying, quote, they're induced to come to the ballpark because of it, even though the Cardinals might lose money on it because they're giving away too many hot dogs and French fries. They can view that as a loss leader. Now this guy's coming with his whole family to the ballpark, and he might not come otherwise, close quote.
See, it was the boys mentioned this in the morning, and Moser was going off about why would they do this and how many times can you go back and blah, 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 blah.
Go full Homer Simpson.
Yeah. Well,
it said all you can eat.
Here's my thing. Think about it. It's St. Louis. And I don't know if you've been to St. Louis in the summer. I have. That ain't a place I want to go watch a baseball game. So if this gets people out to go and sit in the nasty humidity and get swamp rear end while you down some nachos, and all good for you.
I tell you, nothing helps sweating buckets like 17 hot dogs in an
17,
afternoon.
Yeah. A couple Cokes, some popcorn with your sweaty hands.
Question, for the all-you-can-eat seating, do they have a special, like wide, bench seating option available for some of the people this is going to attract?
You could slide, yes. I hear what you're saying. Kind of like the old airline rule.
Sure.
You know what I think they're going to do? Here's what I bet you can do. You can only grab one nacho and one Coke at a time. You got to hike all the way back to the farthest seat.
Uh-huh.
And then you're going to have to hike all the way. Again, I bet you're placed far enough where the walk may curb some of the desire to fill up as much as you want.
I'm burning calories on this walk. I don't like it.
I'm not going missing the game trying to just go get a nachos. Of all you can eat stuff, to me, it'd be nachos. I ain't doing a bunch of dogs. What else is on that list that you would? I don't need a lot of salty popcorn.
Again, hot dogs.
Give me the nachos.
French fries, ice cream cups, and popcorn. It says among other snacks.
Back in the day, the ice cream I might have hiked for a little bit of that ice cream. Is it remember that sorry Dolly Madison cup you used to get though with no flavor? Where you'd peel the top off and he'd give you a wooden spoon.
The wooden spoon?
You couldn't tell what was the spoon and what was the ice cream. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, what kind of Dixie cup full of ice cream are you getting for your all-you-can-eat concessions?
Did you ever it was pretty good, but you ever go to Dickie's Barbecue and they'd let you get a little of I hesitate to call it ice cream, but it was like the ice milk, if you will, the cone that you could fill up.
Like their version of a Frosty?
Yeah, I mean, you could almost see through it. It wasn't the thickest thing, but you could, it was ice cream, free ice cream at the end of the meal. It was good.
Yeah, I would do this.
If you've got a family, this is what you're doing.
Right, exactly. If your kids are just going to be crushing a ton of snacks during a game, yeah, why not?
And again, it works out for you because the kids ain't making it till the end of the game.
And if you
only got so many potty trips in you before you're we're going home.
And if you're a hearty Midwesterner.
Sure.
Yeah.
This hearty midsection.
Which, and also, you're building baseball fans, are you not?
Sure.
If it gets people in the building, you're making them be baseball fans. The Cardinals have been butt the last several years. They're still very much rebuilding. This is right now in a hearty baseball town. This is how you get people back to the ballpark. I think it's a wise choice.
I also think
all you can eat.
I also think how many guys are gonna go and get a beer because the beer ain't on there. So I'd love to see what
it's not bottomless beer.
Yeah, the sneaky cost of beer probably is going up.
They don't want to turn this into disco demolition night at Busch Stadium.
Yeah, well,
wasn't it nickel beer night on disco demolition night or something like that?